The moment I released the spell, a flock of birds flew over the building with a cacophony of squawks. A pair of trembling hands clutched a letter. If you had agreed to marry the butcher, you wouldn't have been executed like this. How utterly foolish. A blonde-haired girl angrily crumpled the letter. This is supposed to be a farewell letter for my daughter? Are you kidding me? The only possession the blonde girl had left was a piece of dry bread. I'm about to be wrongly executed, and the only comfort my parents offer is a piece of crusty bread? How hilarious. Ever since she was a fetus, the girl had possessed self-awareness. I grew up in South Korea in the 21st century and had an accident on the very day I applied for a job as an architect. I had hoped for a better life in Britain, the world I was reborn into. But ironically, in this life, my parents were blinded by money and sold me off. I almost achieved my dream of becoming an architect after running away and working as an architect's assistant. But that tyrant, Roberto, issued an insane decree that all architects be beheaded because his fiancée escaped through a secret tunnel. So, someone like me, who used to be involved in architecture, was also thrown into prison. It feels so unjust. The girl clutched the dry bread, tears streaming down her face. If I were a real architect, I wouldn't be so frustrated. All I ever did was run errands. The girl noticed a pregnant woman behind her, cloaked in black, radiating an air of mystery. The girl's footsteps echoed as she approached the pregnant woman. She bent down and offered the only piece of bread she had. "Miss, please have this." The woman gasped and carefully took the bread with both hands. What a kind child. The mysterious woman placed something in the girl's hand. "Take this. It's a reward for your kindness." The girl softly replied, "Yes." The girl opened her palm to reveal a sparkling ring. "Wait, are you giving me such an expensive ring?" Hesitating for a moment, the girl changed her mind. "Well, it's nothing. I'll take it anyway." Before she could finish her sentence, an ironclad hand reached out from behind her. The girl was abruptly dragged away by the ironclad hand. It belonged to a soldier in iron armor. As he dragged her, he yelled, "Bring out all the architects. His Majesty has ordered the execution of all rebels. Leave no one behind." Thrown violently to the base of the wall, the girl cried out, "Ouch," as pain shot up her arm for bracing her fall. The soldier's face darkened, his pupils dilating with a menacing glint. He drew his sword and pointed at the girl. Her whole body trembled as she cowered, her heart pounding, and oh, am I going to die meaninglessly again? If I die without fulfilling my dream, what was the point of being reborn? The surroundings seemed to grow darker, the only visible things being splatters of what looked like syrup everywhere. I'm so tired. The ring the girl had received suddenly emitted a shimmering, mystical light. I wish I wouldn't be reborn again. A baby, seemingly newborn, cried out. "What? Reborn again? Who needs a third life?" A sincere prayer for a cruel ENDNO. There must be a reason why I'm given this privilege. Should I have some hope for this time? Sounds of commotion and a maid's voice. What? The room grew louder with the chatter of a maid and a man, presumably a doctor. What? You're saying there's no hope? I'm sorry, I couldn't save her. The maid collapsed beside the bed of a woman, wailing in anguish. No, my lady. The maid pleaded desperately. "Please, open your eyes." A baby, sweating profusely at the maid's cries, sensed something was wrong. The man's voice echoed in the room. "Quickly, summon a messenger." Another voice replied, "I heard the crossroads to the estate are blocked by monsters. No one is willing to go there." Everyone present was filled with urgent haste. The man's voice was firm. "Try contacting them through the magic tower immediately." Another servant spoke mournfully. "It's too late." She just stopped breathing. Grief filled the air as now only the calls of my lady could be heard. I've only ever experienced misfortune. Sweat trickled down the baby's small cheeks. To witness this right after being born, how unfortunate. My third life has already begun for a while now. These thin, ugly hands treated worse than an animal. Rain began to fall, pattering on the baby girl. The drops grew larger. The baby reached out her frail hands to catch the downpour. "Rain, this poor baby hasn't had a drop to drink in days. This is my reality in this life." The pitiful baby hurriedly drank the rainwater she had collected. Her back hunched. She sniffled. "Have I been abandoned by my parents again? I don't even know my own name." All day, I hide in the corner of this cramped room, just trying not to die. Her trembling hand reached for a piece of bread on a high table. A soft whimper escaped her lips. With her small stature, the child strained to reach the distant bread. Just a little further. She stood on her tiptoes, stretching toward the tabletop. her face pressed against the table as she struggled for the bread. With great effort, her thin hand finally grasped it. The baby's eyes sparkled, her lips pressed together. She cradled the bread in her hands. Finally, unable to withstand her hunger, she quickly took a bite. Unfortunately, the bread was dry and hard as a rock. The baby's expression became urgent as she continued to eat the stale, musty bread. "But I won't get any more food until tomorrow afternoon, so I'll just eat this for now." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, startling the baby. A strange, fierce woman rushed towards her. "What are you doing? Stealing bread again?" The baby stammered in fright. "No, I just—" Before she could explain, the woman threatened, "Speak properly, or I'll throw you out." The woman's menacing shadow loomed over the baby, who could only manage a fragmented apology. I'm sorry. I'm wrong." The woman's blows rained down, sending the baby tumbling to the floor, crumbs of bread still clinging to her lips. "You think I don't know anything? You little thief. I'll starve you for a week." The baby clutched herself in despair, tears streaming down her small face. She wondered in agony, "What did I do wrong to deserve this?" "There, you see." The woman continued to swing her hand, striking the child. "You can't do anything right, and you still dare to cry." Terrified, the child screamed. Tears flowed even more freely as the child braced for the inevitable, the abuse continuing against their small body that I can't take it anymore. A desperate plea escaped their lips. "Someone, please, anyone, help me." As if in answer to the child's prayer, a deep voice rang out. "What are you doing?" The woman turned, startled, but why, Your Grace, the Duke? With hands still shielding their face, the child was equally astonished. The Duke, the man, radiating authority in his crisp white uniform, stood before them. "What is someone as noble as you doing here?" The woman stammered. "Your Grace, what you just saw was a misunderstanding. I thought I was merely correcting the young miss. I've been taking excellent care of her, I assure you." Light from the doorway spilled into the room as the Duke's powerful voice cut through the air. "You are audacious." The woman collapsed to the floor. "I've been wrongly accused. I only made a small mistake, but I have been diligently caring for the young miss." The child couldn't believe their eyes. The Duke. "What is someone so noble doing here? I don't know who he is, but the way he questioned that woman." Hope flickered in the child's heart. "He can help me." The child ran towards the man. "But she's lying." Large blue eyes, brimming with tears, met the Duke's gaze. Small hands clasped together. A trembling voice pleaded, "I'm beaten here. Every day, I'm bullied and starved. I'm small, but I can do anything you ask. Please, take me with you." The child's hands clenched, startled as the man reached out. Then they were lifted into strong arms. Small hands, moments before clenched tight, now clung to the man's ARM.SO light. He murmured. The man gently shielded the child's face, his voice cold. "Dispose of her." A scream ripped through the air, mingled with the splatter of strawberry syrup. "Your Grace." The moment passed like a lie, and the child drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep. At the Andante dukedom, the peaceful chirping of morning birds filled the air as the child slowly awoke, blinking in confusion. Sitting up in bed, they looked around in bewilderment. The child covered their mouth with their hand, wide eyes sparkling with confusion. Where am I?" A gentle voice startled them. "Oh, my lady, you're awake?" Fear surged back, and the child clutched the blankets tightly. The maid extended a hand in a calming gesture. "Oh, I apologize. Did I frighten you, my lady?" The child trembled, asking hesitantly, Who are you?" The maid curtsied. "Greetings, my lady. I am Aniza, your nanny. From now on, I will be by your side, caring for you." The child whispered, "Nanny Aniza?" The maid smiled warmly, her voice kind. "The lady entrusted you to my care before she passed away." Surprise filled the child's eyes. Was this their home? The lady? Memories flooded back, and "Oh, my lady, please open your eyes. You died when I was born." The lady, the one they'd vaguely remembered all this time. Their mother? Nanny Aniza knelt by the bed, her hands clasped around the child's small ones, her voice choked with emotion. The lady went into labor and delivered prematurely when she arrived at her parents' home. Though we heard news of the lady's passing, because of the monsters lurking around the Duke's estate, we couldn't bring you miss back. Aniza gently squeezed the child's hand. "I've been longing to see you again for the past 3 years." The child replied sadly, "No one came looking for me. I was even slandered, called trash." The child pushed the nanny's hand away with their other hand. Nanny Aniza was startled. Could it be that woman? That wicked woman. Don't believe her words, Mississippi. The child thought, are the nanny's words true? Then, the thing I'm most curious about is, Nanny Aniza's face was beaded with sweat when asked. Aniza, there's something I want to ask you. She respectfully replied, Yes, what is it, miss? The child, abandoning their cautious reserve, asked, What is my name? Aniza tightly gripped the child's small hands and explained everything that had happened since their birth. Perhaps moved by her own pitiful appearance, the child cried for a long time before finally agreeing to go. Eat. Nanny Aniza's praises flowed endlessly. Oh my, you're so adorable. You should look in the mirror, Mississippi. Finally, the child learned their name was Vivier Andante, and their nationality, like their previous life, was Eberton. It was truly miraculous. Just yesterday, they hadn't been able to bathe or eat properly. Now, they were like a wealthy young lady, just like their newfound name, Vivier. Aniza was so excited she spun around, while Vivier was embarrassed by the nanny's compliments. Oh, so beautiful. How can it suit you so well? The nanny beamed. Shall we go eat now? His Grace, the Duke, is waiting. After that, we'll go for a walk. Vivier happily nodded. Yes, but inwardly, she was still apprehensive. She wasn't used to this warm treatment. It was disconcerting. Becoming a duke's daughter in a single morning was certainly delightful, but she still felt a little uneasy. Walking down the hallway, Vivier flinched. Could this be the place notorious for its ruthlessness? Her eyes widened in alarm. The Andante family? Is this the family that would readily stab their own kin if displeased? In the dining room, she saw only the silhouette of a man reading some papers, seemingly deep in thought. A voice drew his attention. Your Grace. The young miss has arrived. Vivier approached, freezing in fear at Duke Andante's expression. Instead of gentleness, Vivier received a cold, frightening gaze from her father. Even for a cold-blooded family, what was that look he gave his newly found daughter? Rumor said that each member of the Andante family possessed exceptional abilities. She, however, had no talent whatsoever, if judged by standards. She recalled the chilling, murderous words Duke Andante spoke when he came to get her. Dispose of her. Vivier couldn't help but shudder. She swallowed hard. I can't bear to die meaninglessly like this. This time, I will live a long and peaceful life. I just need to present myself well in front of Father. I'm the Duke's daughter, after all. Her attention was caught by the paper in the Duke's hand. Could that be a math problem? Vivier hurried over. It is. The maid called after her, unable to stop her. Miss, where are you going? Vivier thought. It must be a problem about finding the volume of a sphere. Duke Andante looked at his daughter quizzically. You. Vivier reached out with both hands, her face alight with excitement. Give me that. This is just a secondary school level problem for someone with an A+. Especially for someone who spent 5 years studying architecture and has type of blood like me. Vivier laughed triumphantly. I can solve this in 3 seconds. Ha ha. Thinking so, she asked Duke Andante for the paper. Give it to me, please. A loud voice echoed through the room. Young miss. Nanny Aniza quickly embraced Vivier under Duke Andante's cold gaze. I apologize, Your Grace. Young Miss Vivi is just very curious. Duke Andante looked hesitantly at Vivier. Finally, he relented, his tone softening. I'll see what you intend to do. Vivier, thrilled to receive the paper, exclaimed, It really is a problem about finding the volume of a sphere. House Andante is a family that focuses on developing magic tools and combat weapons, so they're trying to create a fireball this way and use in battle. After scribbling something on the paper, Vivier put down her pen and sighed. Phew! She cheerfully showed off her work. Here, the volume of the sphere is 113.04. Duke Andante listened patiently, but Vivier suddenly panicked. Oh no, I made a mistake. Since there's no established formula here yet, this problem is supposed to be a difficult one. How can I explain finding the answer in less than 3 minutes? Everyone who saw it found it extremely strange. Duke Andante fell into deep thought. How could she solve it? Andante asked suspiciously. Did that woman teach you? That woman? No way. That's the woman who didn't even bother to teach me her name. Vivier answered anxiously. No, Your Grace. I just knew. Right after seeing the problem, the answer just popped in my head. Seeing him lost in thought, she panicked slightly. Please don't ask anymore. Nanny Aniza reached out her hand towards Vivier and said, Your Grace, regardless, the young miss will inherit the Andante blood. Andante asked, Is that so? The nanny smiled brightly. Of course, Your Grace. Meanwhile, Vivier thought to herself, Aniza, good job. I need to change the subject quickly. Vivier stammered, I have something to say. Vivier put a finger to her lips, her other hand resting on her small belly. I'm hungry. Andante seemed to be thinking about something, then ordered, Prepare the meal. The chef brought dishes out one after another and placed them in front of Vivier. Her eyes lit up, ooh. The chef scratched his head in embarrassment. The doctor said to increase the amount of food gradually, so I didn't prepare too much. Mississippi Vivier drooled. I see. This is a lot already. Don't let her overeat. Her father left for the afternoon meeting after leaving those words. The clatter of delicious-looking dishes filled the air. Vivier, munching on her food, thought, was it because of the power of the math problem? It's the first time I've seen such a gentle look in his eyes. I did well, didn't I? Outside in the garden, a voice spoke. Now, I will introduce you to the Duke, but this is the place I wanted to show you. First, Nanny and Isa explained, because this was the lady's favorite place, overlooking the beautiful scenery of the garden. Vivier squealed with delight. Wow, it's so beautiful. The nanny continued, because the Duke wants to keep it exactly as it was when the lady was alive. There are 5 gardeners taking care of it. Vivier gasped. 5 people? So many, she murmured in surprise. Oh, the flowers are still blooming even though it's cold. This place is really well taken care of. Father seems scary, but he treats Mother differently, doesn't he? Nanny and Isa looked at Vivier, as if noticing something. She suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, miss, are you wearing the lady's ring?" This is what the lady always wore when she was alive. It's amazing how it automatically adjusts to the size of your finger. Vivier asked, "This is Mother's ring." She pondered, troubled by a memory from her past lives. "But this is what I received from the woman who died in childbirth in my second life." What's going on? She wondered. I can't ask Nanny about this. Vivier flinched when she heard someone's loud voice behind her. Why is she in the garden now? The tall figure of Duke Andante appeared, and Vivier startled. "Father!" Seeing Andante's deep gaze, Nanny and Isa explained, "Your Grace, I brought Miss out here for a walk to help her digestion." Inside Vivier's small head, a program of 100,000 whys appeared. Why is he looking at me like that? Does he not like me being here? Vivier stumbled backward, awkwardly, frightened. Her foot landed on something behind her. It turned out she had accidentally crushed a flower in the garden. Vivier's mind felt like it was exploding. This is bad. I've ruined Father's precious garden. Vivier stood trembling, shrinking back. Looking at his face, he must be very angry. What if I get kicked out? The thought made Vivier tremble even more. The silence was broken by the clear sound of footsteps. Duke Andante took Vivier's hand. Painful memories flooded back to her. Little thief, I made a mistake, so maybe this time I'll really be beaten and kicked out. I'll starve you for a week. Vivier wiped her tears with her hand. I am sorry. He only frowned slightly, looking at the dirt stain on Vivier's dress. In a blink, she was brought into the study, sitting before a desk piled with books. I'm not being kicked out. In front of her were neatly stacked rolls of paper. Are these math problems? If I don't want to be kicked out of the house, I have to solve all of these exercises. Is that what he means? Vivier picked up the papers to look. I'll just solve them first. A voice called from afar, Mississippi. 2 maidservants, Zine and Lydia, entered carrying gift boxes that we are the maids assigned to assist Miss, by order of His Grace, the Duke. A box of delicious-looking pastries and a quill pen were opened. These are gifts from His Grace, the Duke. Vivier thought, he's giving me gifts, and he's giving me 2 maids, so he probably won't kick me out after all, right? The 2 maids smiled ingratiatingly. I heard this as a quill pen His Grace, the Duke, treasures. It seems it's true that His Grace cares deeply for Mississippi. Holding the pen, Vivier gasped. It's even engraved with the Duke's family crest. Her eyes gleamed with avarice, dollar signs filling her pupils. If I get kicked out, I'll sell this and use it as savings. Vivier sat on a long bench, with Zine and Lydia fussing around her. Miss, please try this. These are the finest cookies in the capital. The baker only makes 100 of them a day. Vivier opened her mouth wide to receive the cookie from the maid, crunching it happily. The delicious treat made her feel fully awake. What was this flavor? This feeling was similar to when she used to fill her belly with breadcrumbs from the floor. Everything here was delicious, but among them, the cookie she ate today was truly the best. Vivier felt like she was sitting in a fragrant rose garden, overwhelmingly happy. Good. As if suddenly remembering something, Vivier called the 2 maids over. All right, Zine, Lydia. The 2 maids answered in unison. Yes, Mississippi. She spoke kindly. Let's eat together. Zine looked bewildered, and Vivier continued. I can't finish this all by myself anyway. Lydia was even more surprised. Are we allowed to eat such precious cookies? Vivier answered decisively. Of course. I'm giving you these cookies. So, in return, she smiled brightly. Whenever there's delicious food, Zine and Lydia will share with me too, okay? The two maids were touched, their eyes sparkling. Of course, Mississippi. Zine and Lydia hugged Vivier tightly. We're really looking forward to Mrs. birthday party next month. Adapting to a child's body in such a strange place wasn't easy, but she wanted to live a peaceful and long life somewhere she didn't have to worry about food, like here, even if only until she could live independently. There was still plenty of time until she grew up, so it would be a while before she became independent. She thought so, but 1 month later, screams echoed throughout the palace. Your Grace, Miss Vivier has disappeared. What kind of shocking news was this overnight? Vivier was startled, not understanding what was happening. Why was she suddenly so big? Vivier was standing in a luxurious room. Suddenly, her body swayed. It turned out Vivier had been dozing off while standing next to her maid. Lydia could only smile helplessly and used a pillow to keep her mistress from falling. Oh dear, our miss. I knew it. Zine, holding a towel, stood behind them, looking at her cheerfully and thinking, so cute. Lydia gently stroked her head. You have to wake up now. Vivier immediately started to whine. But I'm at the age where I need to eat and grow, so I have to sleep a lot. Lydia continued to persuade her. Even so, not today. You have to wake up and wash your face. Vivier felt happy as Lydia gently wiped her face. She sighed inwardly. The life of a wealthy duke's daughter is so nice. Lydia asked her, Miss, you know it's your birthday today, right? Hearing her words, Vivier was surprised. Her blue eyes widened adorably. It's my birthday today. Vivier thought to herself, I've been living in the duke's mansion for a month. During this time, after inquiring with the maids, she realized one thing, that she had been reborn 100 years later. When she asked about the incident where the tyrant executed all the architects, they replied that it happened about 100 years ago, and about 70 years ago, that Reign collapsed. Yet, that tyrant held power for 30 years. Thinking about those things, Vivier clutched her head in distress. And yet, I kept thinking about someone who's already dead. It's truly unbelievable. She poked her chubby cheeks with her plump hands. Moreover, I still haven't gotten used to this face. It's so squishy and soft. Vivier saw in a mirror two maids bowing low. Confused, she uttered, The two maids looked at her indulgently. Lydia gushed, Miss, how can you be so cute? Zine wasn't to be outdone. I must remember this moment. The two maids clasped hands, speaking earnestly. Zine spoke first. It would be such a waste not to engrave this adorable image in my mind. Lydia added, Please, miss, could you do it again? Vivier shyly lowered her head, trembling slightly as she accepted their request. All right. Outwardly agreeable, she inwardly mocked herself. I never thought I'd be doing this. Well, consider it fan service. Vivier brightened, her face radiant, poking her cheeks with her small hands, looking utterly adorable. The young maids praised her freely. The absolute best, miss. At that moment, they realized they were running late. Oh dear, it's already this time. We should depart soon. His Grace, the Duke, will also be coming to celebrate. Vivier was surprised, really. And 30 minutes later, Vivier sat at the head of the table, a feast of various dishes before her. But she wasn't happy. Why isn't father here yet? The two young maids worried about her. Vivier sat in her chair, head bowed, eyes brimming with tears that I understand to some extent. My birthday is also the anniversary of Mother's death. Her small feet swung gently. Even so, I still held a little bit of hope. Nanny Aniza ached for her young mistress. Miss, please wait a little longer. His Grace should be arriving soon. Vivier replied, No. Aniza, let's make a wish. Aniza asked, What do you wish for, miss? Vivier said sadly, I just wish I could celebrate my birthday with father next year. Hearing this, the nanny looked at her with heartache, miss. Just then, a voice rang out, You don't have to wish for that. Duke Andante handed his sword to a servant and removed his helmet. He looked at her and explained, I was delayed due to some business. She was utterly astonished to see her father arrive. Father, he replied gently, Have you been waiting long? Vivier responded, touched, No, thank you for coming, father. He glanced at her, continuing his explanation. There was a group of people causing trouble. If I had left then, it would have caused harm to the citizens. So I had to stay and resolve it. Duke Andante softened his stern demeanor. He tried to appear more approachable. So, I won't be late next year. Vivier stared blankly at her father, wondering to herself, It sounds like father is apologizing. Am I imagining things? It's true that he was late because of important business. Just like everyone says, father is so capable, no amount of praise is too much. Vivier continued to think that if I want to become closer to father, I have to do this. Someone, my previous life's little sister Rena, had a special characteristic. She was incredibly good at being loved. Vivier leaned forward and spoke. Father, she pumped her small fist, defeating those bad guys. You were so cool. You're the best. As she spoke, she beamed at him, giving him 2 thumbs up. However, the silence that followed made her flustered. Huh? What's with this atmosphere? She felt embarrassed. Oops. Too late to put my helmet back on now. Duke Andante asked her, what do those fingers mean? She explained, this. Vivier spoke emphatically. You rule the world. You're so cool. That's what it means. She wondered to herself, was that too much? Duke Andante found his young daughter's silly behavior endearing and wanted to tease her. He smirked. Well, just keep it like that then. Vivier froze. Just then, a servant announced the arrival of the cake. Your Grace, the cake is ready. Duke Andante said to Vivier, you can put your hand down now. She breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. Vivier couldn't help but recall the past. In her first life, her birthday present was just a text message. In her second life, she had completely forgotten her own birthday. The sound of celebratory fireworks rang out. The maids reminded her, Miss, please blow out the candles and make a wish. 1, 2, After she blew out the candles, the maids immediately congratulated her. Happy birthday, Mississippi. The atmosphere was joyful and happy. Everyone clapped and cheered. Sitting in front of the cake, she smiled brightly. Thank you all so much. Duke Andante stood up and clapped. Happy birthday. He asked her, do you want anything? Vivier asked back, a birthday present. Hearing his young daughter's question, Duke Andante frowned. Did you think I'd come to your birthday empty-handed? Vivier stammered, Oh, that's not what I meant. I just don't know right now. She thought to herself, what do? I've already received mountains of gifts. Duke Andante prepared to leave. Well, think about what you want between now and next year's birthday. I have to go now. After he turned to leave, she noticed a stain on her father's shoulder. Wait, what's on father's shoulder? She looked closer. It looks like blood. Could father be injured? She stood up in alarm. Father! Duke Andante turned back and asked, what is it? Seeing her father's calm expression, she assumed she had been mistaken. Wasn't it? He looks fine. She stammered hesitantly. It's nothing. Be careful, father. After he had completely left and the door was closed, she became even more certain that she had imagined it. In the hallway, Zine picked her up. The birthday party is over. I'll take you back to your room and sing you a lullaby, Mississippi. She happily agreed. Great, Zine. Let's go back to my room. She whined to Zine, if I don't go to sleep soon, I won't grow up quickly. Zine chuckled and asked, are you in such a hurry to become an adult, miss? Vivier clasped her hands together, and the ring suddenly glowed. She replied to Zine, yes, I want to grow up quickly. She added to herself, if only I could grow up in an instant, then this time, I will definitely be able to survive. I did wish to become an adult, but not like this. Vivier looked at her hands in a panic. I just woke up. She stared fearfully into the mirror. How did my body grow up already? What am I going to do? This has never happened in any of my past lives. She worriedly rested her chin on her hand, trying to comfort herself. I have to calm down. Then I have to find an urgent solution. She observed. It's quiet outside. There's no one around, no patrols. If I stay like this, I'll be mistaken for a kidnapper and executed. Vivier put her hand on her chin, deep in thought. I'll run away first and figure out later. She put on a cloak stealthily. I'm sure no one will notice me. I'll try to hold out until morning and then figure something out. At that moment, a voice called out from behind her, You, where are you going in the middle of the night? The bright light made her squint. So bright. A guard holding a lamp stood before her. She recognized him. It was the gate guard. He greeted her. I don't think I've seen you around here before. She stared nervously at the gate guard as he barked. Show me your identification. In the opulent palace, Duke Andante, his back to his subordinates, asked, Why are you all standing around like this? Is this a business meeting? Baron Impest replied, But your grace. He continued anxiously, The poison is almost completely spread. You haven't received any healing magic for 8 hours now. Do you know how many enemies we have, both within and without? And yet you remain like this. Duke Andante glanced at him. Baron Impest, you're talking too much. The Baron, tense, cried out, Your grace. His face darkened as he pressed. Have you forgotten your duty to be responsible for your vassals? You know full well that those arsonists coated the tips of their arrows with poison. Yet why didn't you immediately seek treatment? Duke Andante looked at him without speaking. He recalled the image of his young daughter happily thanking him. Thank you for coming. Father, you're the best. He turned around, anger in his voice, because I know exactly what kind of poison it is and how it's used. It wouldn't have been a worthwhile use of my time. Hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Thump. Baron Impest replied, Your Grace, you know I didn't mean it like that. Click. The door opened and Nanny Aniza rushed in, tears streaming down her face. Your Grace, something terrible has happened. She fell to her knees. Duke Andante asked Aniza, what is it? She immediately answered, Lady Vivier has disappeared. His face darkened, his brow furrowed. What did you say? The previous night. The gate guard questioned her. Where you going? Where do you belong? She clenched her hands, trembling. I. She told herself, calm down. I can get out of here. Trying to appear natural, Vivier lowered the hood of her cloak. I'm Lady Vivier's maid. My name is Siona. The gate guard looked suspicious. Siona? I don't think I've seen you before. She replied, Perhaps you have seen me before. She nervously looked at the gate guard, her shoulders trembling. Please? The gate guard pondered. His fellow guard spoke up. I'm not good with faces, but then just finish your errand and come back. Vivier rejoiced inwardly. He's just letting me go. Thank goodness. She smiled faintly. This is the first time I've left the Duke's castle, although I'll have to find a way to return my younger form. But the gate guard opened the gate for her. As the gate opened, she thought to herself, I want to see what the world is like 100 years after my death. Even in my previous life, I didn't have any good memories of Britain, but I'm curious to see how it's changed. It must have developed a lot, right? After leaving the castle, she froze at the sight before her. She was horrified. Before her eyes were dilapidated buildings. What in the world? She walked down the street, the ramshackle houses prompting her to wonder, why do all the houses look like this? Vivier's face darkened. Could the inside of the city have been bombed too? She kept turning her head. My memories of Britain are definitely not this ruined. Vivier slumped down, sitting at the base of a tree, hugging her knees in despair. Now I understand what the servants meant before. She recalled the servants' words. Then a liner house finally collapsed, and they had to move into a hut. Oh dear, what a disaster. What should I do? This year, please God, don't let it rain heavily anymore. If it pours, our house might not be able to withstand it, so I'm very anxious. She continued to wonder, I wonder if that person is worried about their house collapsing. I can't imagine it's so disastrous outside of Laudy. How could a Briton have declined so much? A thought crossed her mind. Could it be from that time? The image of a guillotine flashed before her eyes. Capture and kill all the architects of Britain. She opened her eyes wide in fear, breathing heavily. School. The sky had brightened. Birds were chirping everywhere. She woke up. I seem to have fallen asleep. She looked at her hands. Her body was still the same. How do I return to my child form? She stood up and pulled her cloak over her head. First, I can't stay here, so I have to go somewhere. If so, then she decided to sell her dagger. Clink. The dagger was placed on the table. 1 gold coin. I can't give you more than that. This decorative dagger I secretly brought with me when I left the mansion. She slammed her hand on the table angrily. You can't pay that price. My dagger has a unique design. The shopkeeper scoffed. Unique, you say? Here. All right, 1 gold coin and 2 silver. He grumbled. We're in the middle of constructing a large project, and yet I'm dealing with such small change. Good heavens. Vivier was suspicious. A large project. She recalled a memory. Could it be 100 years ago? They were talking about the grand project that engineers and technicians from all over the country participated in. She leaned on the table and asked, Uncle, are you a craftsman? If so, you must know how to build waterways, right? The shopkeeper rested his chin on his hand and replied, Not sure. I need to have the job to know. I don't know if it's at the maintenance level or not, but there's a new building project going on recently. The shopkeeper handed her the money, stopped chattering, and take the money. She thought to herself, a new building project. She left the shop. It seems the seeds of architects have truly dried up. She stopped in front of the dilapidated buildings. Even if I go to an inn, it'll be very chaotic, so right now I'm no different from being homeless. She leaned against a tree. I don't have the motivation to earn money either. I don't know where to go or what to do. She recalled the faces of her nanny and the maids. If I can't return to my child form, I won't be able to see the maids and Aniza again. It's a little sad. They were the first people to treat me with kindness. She blamed herself, biting her lip. If I had known I would suddenly have to part ways like this, I shouldn't have said things like I want to grow up quickly. I want to go back just once more. Suddenly, her heartbeat quickened. Thump, thump. She felt her body becoming unwell. Vivier braced herself against the tree trunk to keep from falling. She felt dizzy and lightheaded. Why do I suddenly feel? She stumbled, feeling drowsy. Vivier collapsed on the street, unconscious. The ring on her finger flashed. She heard the commotion around her, people on the street murmuring, "Is that kid sleeping? What luck! So pretty! She must be worth some money." She drowsily came to. Two sinister-looking men noticed her waking up. "Ack! Looks like she's coming to." The two men crouched down, grinning slyly. Vivier looked at them with confusion. Terrified, she trembled. What's going on? She realized she had returned to her original, childlike form. I've turned back into a kid. Her face paled as she stared at them in fear. Who are these people? Suddenly, one of the two men reached out. "Let me see your face." He poked her face and said to his companion, "Hey, this one could be sold for a high price." Vivier panicked upon hearing his words. "What do I do?" A loud shout erupted from inside the tent. "Hey, get in here!" Vivier was thrown to the ground, the impact jarring her. She groaned, "Ow, that hurts." Anxious thoughts raced through her mind. "I have to get out of here before I'm sold into slavery." The kidnapper asked menacingly, "You're not thinking of running away, are you?" Vivier quickly shook her head. The two kidnappers warned her with a sneer, "Behave yourself. We don't want the merchandise to lose its value." One of them slammed his fist into his other hand. "That if you get caught running away, even I can't do anything for you, understand?" Seeing this, Vivier trembled and nodded obediently. They turned and walked out of the tent. She sighed, looking at the crackling fire beside her. Vivier didn't know what to do. Clasping her hands together, she prayed fearfully, "Will I be able to escape safely in this childlike form? What should I do? I'm so scared I can't think." She prayed earnestly, "If only someone would save me." From their words, she gathered that they were remnants of the gang her father had defeated, and this was their hideout. Suddenly, a voice startled her. "Let's hide the kid by the corpses." "What do you think?" The other man immediately retorted. "What? Are you crazy? Hide her from the boss." Vivier's face paled, and she thought exactly. "Are you crazy? Next to corpses." The first man replied, "Think about it. If we don't tell him, all the money could be ours." The other man agreed. "I see. There shouldn't be any problem." Listening to their conversation, Vivier trembled, thinking corpses. If things go wrong, my fate might be the same. She couldn't sit still. If I'm sold like this, it'll be my third miserable life. Her hands clenched tightly. When will someone help me? I can't just sit here and do nothing. She pulled herself together, stood up, and overcoming her fear, declared resolutely, "Besides, I've already died twice. Compared to corpses, I'm a senior." She told herself, "First, I need to observe the surrounding area." Vivier looked around. This tent is more spacious and cleaner than I thought. She sniffed the air. There's no smell of decay among the faint scent of blood. Nothing suspicious at all. They said there were corpses. Suddenly, her eyes caught something. In front of her, a strange person lay motionless under a blanket. She gasped. The person's back was turned, so she couldn't see their face. Tears welling up, Vivier fearfully approached, thinking a corpse. Her face paled, and she gulped. Her voice trembled that I almost lost my soul. With shaking hands, she reached out to check. They seem to still be alive. I have to check. Vivier touched the person's wrist, her own heart pounding in her chest. She abruptly pulled her hand back with a shudder, thinking in alarm, "Ugh, their body is so cold." However, it turned out the person wasn't dead. Vivio was relieved, though their face was still pale, so corpse might just be a nickname. Then she called out, "Hey, corpse, wake up." Incidentally, this kid, it was a sleeping boy, wearing half a mask, but it couldn't obscure his beauty. Vivio marveled, thinking, compared to the nickname corpse, he looks much cleaner. I think. A thought popped into her head, causing her to move closer to him. That's right. Maybe if I warm him up, he'll wake up. Vivio called out again, "Hey, wake up." Like pure white flowers, Vivio worriedly clasped his hand and said, "I guess this is fate. We have to escape together." The boy remained motionless. She continued, "When we get out of here, I'll buy you lots of delicious food." However, he still didn't wake up. Vivio fidgeted, thinking Even though I'm squeezing his hand, he's not reacting at all. She also noticed a shackle around his ankles. She wondered, but why is he wearing a mask? And shackles on his feet too? So she reached out to remove the mask. I have to help him take it off so he could be comfortable, even just a little. The moment she touched the mask, a burst of magic made her cry out. The force knocked Vivio to the ground, her hands stinging and aching. Confused, she asked out, what was that? Then she jumped to her feet angrily, saying, why would they do that to a child? Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Vivio flinched, her eyes widening as she looked up. Along with the explosion, there were screams. Ugh! She was bewildered, unsure of what was happening. What was that sound? Outside, a fierce fire raged, collapsing everything. People ran in panic, shouting, it's a raid. Damn it. Vivio quickly returned to the boys' side, worried. A surprise attack. If this is a power struggle between gangs. Now, she began to tremble, thinking, then today could be my last day in this life. Outside, the rumbling continued. Fearfully, she thought, even though I don't understand the situation, I have to take advantage of this chaos and escape. Vivio gritted her teeth, anxiously planning. Luckily, I'm a child. It's good for avoiding their eyes and escaping. But she turned back to the unconscious boy, her thoughts in turmoil. What should I do with him? I know he's alive, but I can't drag him along. At that moment, in the palace, a man was tense and irritated. It was Duke Andante. He spoke coldly. Baron, still no sign of Vivio. Baron, the captain of the knights, hesitated in response that he shamefully lowered his head before Andante for his failure to find Vivio. He replied, I don't have any leads. Hearing this, Andante clenched his fists angrily. He asked, does this have anything to do with that gang? Baron quickly answered, if it's that gang, your grace knows. He quickly reported, this morning, they suffered casualties that have their numbers due to an attack. They certainly wouldn't be capable of infiltrating this place and kidnapping the young lady. Andante's face darkened. He angrily retorted, so now, you're saying there's nothing we can do? The pressure he exuded forced Baron to immediately reply, that's not it, your grace. He continued, the knights, including Arte's guard, are still in the forest tracking that gang. Without a second thought, Andante decided, then I'll go there as well. He turned to leave, ignoring Baron's panicked exclamation, your grace? But aren't you injured? Duke Andante turned back seriously and replied, I'm fine. Seeing this, Baron offered no further objections. He said, understood, your grace. Layers of armor were donned. He majestically put on his armored boots and strode off with firm, clanging steps. His dignified and powerful gait instilled awe and fear in those around him. Be by your command, my lord. A voice called out, hey, corpse, wake up. Vivio anxiously shook the unconscious boy. Open your eyes, corpse. She yelled, if you don't wake up, you'll really become a corpse. The boy remained silent. Vivio sighed in disappointment. Ugh. She turned around, raised her hand, and said, what a waste of a handsome face, but there's nothing else I can do. I tried my best. Goodbye. She then started walking towards the tent flap. Vivio lifted the flap, silently praying, please, let there be no one out there. A pair of iron boots suddenly appeared before her, making her gasp. Before she could see who it was, she squeezed her eyes shut, clasped her hands together, and blurted out, I wasn't running away. Please spare me. Her heart pounded with fear. I don't want to die here. Contrary to her expectations, a non-threatening voice responded. So you're here. She suddenly recognized the voice. Father, Andante lifted the tent flap and looked down at her. Vivio, I've been looking for you. Vivio's eyes widened as she looked at the man. Looking for me? So the sounds of the attack outside was that father coming to save me. Vivio stared blankly outside at a family that wouldn't hesitate to harm even their own blood. I had given up all hope of being rescued. She stood rooted to the spot, unsure how to respond. What should I do? Should I act cute? Or should I formally thank him for saving me? I should reciprocate such kindness. I have to do something, but tears began to stream down her face. Just like the day he saved her from that woman. Whenever she was in trouble, her father always came to her side. Andante looked at his little girl and comforted her. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Don't cry. Vivio wiped away her flowing tears and asked, did you come to save me this time too, father? He replied, why else would I be here? Andante extended his hand and said, come on, let's go home. Vivio smiled and reached out her hand. Yes, father. She placed her hand in his dot. Let's go home. She seemed to want to rush into his arms, secretly happy that I used to wish that everyone would be kind to me. But now I feel like I've received even more than that. As Andante was still looking at Vivio, she suddenly spoke up that, Father, wait a moment before we go. She pointed towards the inside of the tent. There's a friend lying in there. The boy with the half mask was still lying there with his eyes closed. Andante looked down at him, but didn't say anything. Once she was outside, he carried the boy out as well and called Vivio. He seriously asked her, "What do you want to do with this child?" She smiled brightly, thinking to herself, if I leave him alone, he'll burn up. So she replied, I want to bring him back with me. He agreed, I understand. The carriages crossed through the forest, returning in the night. Andante sat in the carriage, watching Vivio sleeping in his arms. He was quiet, as if making sure she was sound asleep. His expression suddenly turned cold as he ordered, "Gather all the guards for me tomorrow." The Baron brought Vivio to a place, politely saying, "We've arrived at the Duke's mansion, Mississippi." Footsteps approached from the front. A maid rushed towards Vivio, calling out, "Miss." She embraced Vivio tightly. "Miss, you have no idea how worried I was." The maids behind her also began to sob. And Isa said, "I should have been by your side while you slept. It's all my fault." Vivio comforted her, "No, Eliza, you did nothing wrong." And Isa continued crying, "Those scoundrels, how dare they treat you like that?" Vivio worriedly thought, "Everyone must have panicked when I disappeared. I can't tell them I left on my own." The Baron looked at her with concern. "Miss, how are you feeling?" She pointed to herself. "Me? I'm fine." Just as she said this, her stomach rumbled loudly. Vivio's face paled as she finished her previous sentence. "Not really." She thought wearily, "That's right, I haven't eaten anything since the birthday party." She exclaimed with relief, I'm alive." Holding a pastry, she happily thought, "This apple pie is crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. So delicious. I have to compliment whoever made this. It's amazing." The table was filled with various desserts. And Isa, beside her, stuck a fork into a piece of fruit and said, "Miss, have some more fruit." She held the fork out to Vivio and urged, "Say, ah." Vivio obediently opened her mouth. "But I wonder how the boy I brought back is doing." I asked the Baron, but Vivio remembered the Baron telling her, "I apologize, miss, but he hasn't regained consciousness yet. He's still sleeping soundly." His Highness said it seems he's been afflicted by some sort of complicated curse. This made her wonder, a curse on a boy like him? I can't understand it. But it's a good thing I brought him with me. I was able to return safely, see everyone, and Vivio smiled happily. "Father brought me home too. So much has happened tonight, but I'm incredibly happy." Walking down the hallway, she asked Aniza, "Aniza, my father's a sentimental person, isn't he?" Aniza smiled at her. "Of course, Mississippi. He's the warmest person in the world." Suddenly, Vivio heard a voice from nearby. "Are they all assembled?" Over there, a group of guards were kneeling at her father's feet. She thought with a bit of exasperation, what a serious atmosphere. The guards pleaded fearfully, "Duke Andante, please forgive us. Why are the soldiers here? Is it because I snuck out?" They continued to beg, "We were wrong. Please don't kill us." Witnessing this scene, Vivio worriedly thought, there's no way he'd kill them, right? Andante's face was frightening as he ordered, "You are all sentenced to death." Vivio was startled. What? He clenched his fist and told the guards, "A suspicious person snuck in here without anyone noticing." His face darkened as he glared at them. "What good are your lives if you can't even do that? But I will be merciful." His face was grim and terrifying. "Within the next hour, take your own lives." Vivier, overhearing this, was horrified. What is father saying? She peeked out from behind Aniza's skirt, trying to see, wait, those people look like the soldiers who were on guard when I snuck out. The guards, upon hearing Andante's order, were filled with dread, if that is your grace's will. Their hands trembled as they raised their swords, that we shall obey. Vivier paled. "Wait, I didn't realize it was this serious." A voice filled with fury echoed, "You useless lot, I'm giving you 1 hour to end your own lives." Some of the soldiers wept, collapsing to the ground, while others trembled, swords in hand. Suddenly, Vivier rushed in, shouting, "Wait." Her footsteps echoed on the ground. She stood protectively in front of the soldiers, tears welling in her eyes. "You can't let them die." Duke Andante frowned as he saw her. "Vivier." Vivier clenched her fists and took a deep breath. She covered her face with her hands and wailed, "If you kill them, you'll become a scary person. Papa, He stared, dumbfounded, at his crying daughter. That's oh scary. What? He thought, scary? Me? He frowned in contemplation. Vivier turned and clung to Aniza's skirt. Aniza patted her head, miss. She soothed. The Duke is a kind man. Please don't cry. Vivier looked up at her with teary eyes. Really? Her father stood by, arms crossed, watching. He was startled when she addressed him. Papa, don't kill them, okay? Vivier looked back at him, tears in her eyes, still clinging to Aniza's skirt. She thought to herself, I can't let innocent people suffer because of me. He brought a hand to his face. He turned to her. All right, I won't kill them, but they have clearly committed a grave offense. Vivier looked at him, clasped her hands together, and cried. It wasn't them. It wasn't anyone. Nobody has to die. He flinched as her cries intensified. And no one will be killed, he promised. The soldiers, hearing this, looked at her with gratitude. Lady Vivier. He glanced at the relieved soldiers with a sharp look. I will put an end to this. Your pay will be docked for a week. See that you improve your performance. The soldiers responded in unison. We thank your grace. Miss, you are our savior. Vivier was momentarily stunned by their gratitude. They murmured, our benefactor. Flustered, she said to Aniza, let's go. Aniza replied, yes, Mississippi. Vivier thought, if I hadn't suddenly become an adult, none of this would have happened. How could I become an adult and then revert back to a child? Could this happen again? Moreover, Vivier suddenly looked up and asked her nanny, Aniza, did he wake up yesterday? Aniza replied, that boy. She leaned down and told Vivier about the boy's condition. After listening, Vivier said, I want to see how he's doing now. From behind, a voice said, that child. I've sent him somewhere else. Vivier turned her head at the sound of the voice and recognized her father. He explained, because he needs to recover first, I sent him elsewhere. I'm not sure when he'll wake up. Hearing this, Vivier paused, thinking, even the Duke's doctor can't treat him? Just how bad is his condition? Vivier, he suddenly called her. Vivier looked up and replied, yes, Papa. He frowned and asked, you want to see that boy before seeing me? Vivier looked bewildered at her father's question. Why are you angry? Vivier stammered, Papa, I was planning to see you before I went to bed. She replied with a bright smile. He then asked, why is that? Vivier hesitated, searching for a suitable excuse, because she thought to herself, this is bad. If I see Papa before I go to sleep, then I'll dream of a wonderful father. Vivier declared proudly, thinking to herself, flattery is the best policy. Seeing her response, he didn't ask any further questions and turned to leave. I'm going now. Vivier watched him, wondering, did that work? Was my answer not good enough? He chuckled softly. In Vivier's room, a maid's voice rang out. What are you thinking about, miss? Vivier startled and replied, nothing. The maid, seeing Vivier in her pajamas, holding a large pillow, said, oh my, just as I thought. These pajamas are absolutely adorable. So cute, right? Lydia and I made them. Vivier smiled and said, you two didn't have to go to all that trouble. Thank you. The two maids, happy with her reaction, exclaimed, Miss, we did it because we adore you. We have to take a picture. You can't return them. Everything's ready. Let's go now. She walked, wearing her bunny slippers. Vivier opened the door to her father's room and cheerfully announced, Papa, I came to say good night. She found him sitting in a chair, focused on a piece of paper in his hand. Noticing Vivier's arrival, he looked up, wait for me on the sofa. She obediently replied, okay. Vivier walked over to the sofa and saw a glass on the table, her head tilting in confusion. What's this? A dark brown liquid in the glass was steaming. A voice suddenly spoke. This weather makes it easy to catch a cold. Drink it all, he said sternly. Vivier thought, don't talk to me with such a scary face. He watched her intently and said, slowly now, it's hot, so drink it slowly. Vivier, trembling slightly, picked up the glass, thinking, if he hadn't stopped me, I would have gulped it all down in one go. She looked down at the drink in her hand. It's hot cocoa. The warmth from the cup makes me feel so much better. So he prepared this for me because it's cold. Now, Father didn't look like a scary Duke anymore. She saw that he was holding a stack of papers. I want to help Father with something. Thinking that, she quickly stood up and called out, Father. Vivier clenched her fists and stammered, Father, I have something I want to give you. Vivier said with a serious face. The capital of the Abritan kingdom, Libera. A man angrily slammed his hand on the table. Are you joking with me? The hooded man in black respectfully said to the person in front of him, my subordinates couldn't keep up, so Duke Andante took his troops. Hearing this, the man in front fell silent and said, enough, I don't want to hear anymore. The man in black hurriedly spoke up, but no one mentioned that boy appearing at the Duke's house. He frowned at the person before him. He angrily said, "Stop messing around." He ordered with a murderous look, "Bring him to me at all costs. If there's another mistake." The man's voice trailed off menacingly. "Your loved ones will be joining the deceased." The man in black bowed his head respectfully. "I understand." The other man roared furiously, "Then get it done." He picked up a pen and wrote something. The scratching sound of the pen on paper echoed in the room. A bell chimed. A man appeared, bowing respectfully. "You called for me, master?" He handed the man a letter, saying, "Send this." He leaned closer and spoke to the butler with a sinister expression. "Send it to Baron Dajo's house." In a large hall, two maids were gossiping. The blonde-haired girl said, "I heard the Duke has created a new weapon." The maid standing next to her replied in a low voice, "Yeah, and the mages are going crazy trying to figure out how to use it." She finished her sentence with a disbelieving expression. "Just yesterday, over 100,000 people requested an explanation on how to use it." She added mysteriously, "But I tell you, it seems like an anonymous scholar helped him." The blonde-haired girl was equally curious. Who was that person? Just then, a small figure darted past. The two gossiping maids saw the little girl and immediately dropped their conversation. "Oh, greetings, Miss Vivi. You look adorable today." Vivi gave a sweet smile in response. Good morning, everyone." Hearing the girl's chatter, she thought to herself, an anonymous scholar? So he thought it would be safer not to reveal his name. The scene shifted back to the previous evening. Little Vivi looked at the person in front of her and said in a serious voice, "I have something to tell you." In the bedroom, Duke Andante still hadn't taken his eyes off the stack of papers. He asked, "What is it?" She replied frankly, "The magic formula you gave me last time. I tried to create a simpler formula." He didn't look at her, but his expression didn't reveal any emotion. What formula? She recalled the previous incident and thought to herself, "I've decided to live a peaceful life, so I won't do anything suspicious. However, I want to help, even just a little, the father who saved me twice." She clenched her hands, her voice slightly anxious. "I want to give it to you." The man's hand continued to slowly turn the pages of the documents. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Before, I thought there was something special about you, but as expected," he put the papers down. His brow furrowed, a serious glint in his eyes. "Are you deliberately hiding something?" Hearing such a probing question, she was frightened. "Oh, does he realize I'm not a child?" She suddenly felt flustered. But how could she say she was reborn? What should she do? Vivier looked at her father, her heart trembling. Suddenly, he spoke. "Vivier, you truly are a genius." The little girl paled at her father's praise. She stammered, "Father, that's not it." He slowly said, "From now on, you don't need to be modest." Little Vivier, having taken the credit, thought to herself, "I only copied the formula." Then she consoled herself, "Well, not bad, huh? If father thinks I'm a genius, I don't have to make excuses to avoid his suspicion." The Duke looked at his little girl, a cold expression on his face, calculating something in his mind. After a moment of thought, he continued, "Vivier, you possess an unprecedented innate ability in the Duke's family." He furrowed his brow again, crossing his arms. "If you're talented but lack the ability to protect yourself, you're nothing more than easy prey." Finally, he left her with one last sentence. "So be careful." Vivier, listening to her father's analysis, wanted to say something but hesitated. So then she thought, like saving me from that woman, and saving me from slavery. The image of the past flashed before her eyes. Those hands at once covered her eyes. At the same time, those hands pulled her from the dark past. She wondered, could you always stay by my side and protect me? Her sparkling blue eyes looked at the man before her. Afraid of angering her father with her words, she quickly corrected herself. "Of course, not for my whole life." Then she fidgeted with her fingers. "Just until I grow up. I'll ask you until then. Because father is very strong and amazing." There was no reply. She curiously glanced up at her father. The Duke finally slowly replied, "I understand." Surprised that her request was granted, Vivier's eyes widened. Yes. Her eyes sparkled, her heart fluttering. "Really?" Although his face looked a little stern, his words were warm. "Yes, until you no longer need my help." Vivier, even as she drifted off to sleep, remembered those words. In her sleep, she murmured, "Father, don't go," causing the hand tucking her in to pause. The Duke pondered, looking at her for a long time, thinking back to that incident. She sighed inwardly. That day, thanks to father's warmth protecting me all night, I was able to sleep soundly until morning. Thanks to this formula, the Duke's household was busy for a while, but nothing special happened. The following week, the Duke's mansion welcomed guests, and it seemed that Nanny Eliza was absent for about 2 weeks. One ordinary day in Vivier's room, Dian slowly taught her how to spell. Now, miss, please read after me. Say, she also babbled after her. Then, she clearly read in one breath, Dian. Hearing this, the maid fainted from Vivier's cuteness. What should I do? My lady is too adorable. If Miss grows up too fast, I'll be so sad. Vivier, meanwhile, was exasperated. It's so hard starting over. Then, Dian turned to her and said, I'll read many books to you, Mississippi. By the time Nanny Eliza returns, you'll be much better. She suddenly remembered. Eliza had gone to her maternal grandparents, the Count Ayers, on her father's orders. She'd heard that when her mother married into the Duke's family, Eliza had come along too. Vivier recalled the day the carriage left. She wondered if that was why Eliza's affection for her felt somewhat special. She hoped Eliza would return soon. Night fell, and the sky twinkled with stars. In Vivier's bedroom, Dian placed a storybook on the bed. Shall I read you the story of the prince and princess today, miss? Vivier obediently replied, okay. Once upon a time, a king of some ancient era left a forest to his prince and princess and then passed away. But the prince and princess were so grieved by their father's death that they couldn't take care of the forest. Meanwhile, the animals in the forest fought amongst themselves, and eventually the forest was ruined. The princess tried her best to persuade the furious prince. But the prince, unable to contain his anger, set the forest on fire without the princess knowing. Dian closed the intense fairy tale. She looked at the quiet child and thought, the young miss must be asleep. Lydia entered the room from outside and asked softly, is the young miss asleep yet? Dian whispered, I think so. Lydia looked at her friend, her voice hesitant. Dian, tomorrow, that person will be arriving, won't he? The atmosphere at the Duke's estate won't exactly be welcoming then, will it? Dian's expression also turned gloomy. Yeah, I suppose so. The Baron of Dajo committed such a crime. How could there be a joyous welcome? Lydia's hand gripped her arm, her voice dropping. Indeed, that crime. The crime of choosing a wet nurse. The one who abused the young miss, right? Vivier, who was supposed to be sound asleep, heard these words and seemed unable to believe her ears. Meanwhile, her two close maids continued their conversation. The Baroness pretended she didn't know about it. She said she just hired someone with a good reputation. The more Vivier heard, the more her heart pounded, her face paling. She fumed at a good reputation. That's the person who abused me. One maid said, to be honest, I don't know the details. The Baron of Dajo was the second candidate for the position of heir. The other maid added, that's right. Moreover, before the young miss was born, he said he would secretly support young Master Airstone. Lydia sighed that I still feel uneasy about it all. Dian replied, because the couple hates each other. Vivier, having overheard this huge drama, thought to herself, made conversation, I suddenly have a bad feeling. If the Baron of Dajo comes here with bad intentions toward the Duke, I won't forgive him. She secretly made up her mind, clenching her small fists. The next morning, a gilded carriage slowly entered the mansion. As the carriage pulled into the courtyard, a voice from inside said, we've arrived. The Duke was already waiting outside to greet them. You've arrived. The man who had just stepped out of the carriage replied, yes, brother. The two who had alighted were the Baron and Baroness of Dajo. The Baron quickly greeted him. It's been a while, brother. I've been so busy lately that I haven't been able to visit you often. His wife echoed him. I apologize. I should have been more attentive, but mid-sentence, her eyes fell on someone, and she exclaimed, oh my. She looked at Vivier, her face beaming. Vivier, you've grown so much. Vivier, hearing this, put on a polite expression. Yes, it's a pleasure to see you. The Baroness. She giggled, feigning familiarity to, oh, how can you be so smart and lovely? I'm so glad to see you too, darling. Vivier thought to herself, watching the two Hollywood-esque actors in front of her. These are the people who hired the maid who abused me. Suddenly, a small foot slowly stepped down from the carriage. The Dajo parents began the introductions. Stone, Machina, say hello. This is Vivier. She looked at the two children and muttered, these kids. Stepping out of the carriage, on one side was a chubby boy with a sullen face like he'd lost his lunch money. On the other side was a lovely girl. She smiled kindly. Hello, you're Vivier, right? The boy, Stone, gave a curt hello with a disdainful look. But his sister, Machina, was a bit friendlier. Nice to meet you. Let's get along from now on, Vivier. Vivier gave a strained smile at the two that you am. Welcome. Machina covered her mouth, giggling mockingly to, oh my, Vivier, what a curt greeting. Can't you say anything more? After saying that, her contemptuous smile became even more evident. Different from what I expected. Huh? She was speechless, watching these guests acting like they own the place. Are these little brats trying to pick a fight with me? Stone nudged his sister. She looks like an idiot, Mechina. She's scared now. Can't you see it? Vivier, hearing this, bristled. Scared? Of what? The boy then pointed towards their carriage. Look at our magnificent golden carriage. This is a Mercedes-Benz carriage, handcrafted by artisans. The boy's face was full of boastful pride. S.O. If you ask nicely, I'll let you ride it once. Vivier, bored, didn't bother responding to the childish taunt. Oh, really? I'm not interested. Stone, seeing her sarcastic reply, pressed on. Are you embarrassed? Are you jealous of me? Vivier sighed for the nth time that day. Such childish provocation. She chuckled inwardly. Most of the art circulated in the market has to go through my family. It's no exaggeration to say my father is one of the 3 Grand Dukes. He's already incredibly wealthy, and the weapons developed using the formulas I provided will make a fortune. Thinking this, she laughed. Me? Jealous of that carriage? Just then, the Duke, standing beside her, spoke. Vivier, are you jealous of that carriage? She looked at her father, his face impassive, but his concern for his daughter evident. What? No, I'm not jealous at all. She wondered, why is father asking such strange questions? At that moment, the Baroness stepped in to end the bickering. Well, let's stop this now. She patted her 2 children's heads. Stone, Mechina, you must be understanding. She didn't hesitate to boast about her children. Oh dear, these 2 have been intelligent and perceptive since they were young. Then, she glanced at Vivier with a sneer, but Vivier is different. Vivier lowered her head slightly, catching the look. Oh, that look. She's clearly showing her true feelings. She looked at the 3 of them, resentment building. Was it that woman who ordered her children to provoke me? The Baroness gave a saccharine smile. I think it's best we go inside and have dinner first. In the dining room, everyone sat properly at the table. Appetizing dishes were brought out. Vivier's eyes sparkled. Dining with them is a bit uncomfortable, but at that moment, a servant brought a dish to her. Miss, this is your steak. Vivier, excited by the food, replied, thank you. Finished, she happily ate and drank, no longer paying attention to the others. Stone watched with an extremely annoyed expression. The brat started judging. Why are you gobbling down your food like that? Are you starving? You're getting food all over the place. You look like a fool. She was eating, imagining herself in a grace and elegance competition. Why did he keep provoking her? Suddenly, the Duke looked up and glared at the 2 of them. Ahem. Everyone immediately fell silent, and all stopped eating. She was shocked too. It suddenly became so quiet. What was going on? Was it because she was eating too enthusiastically? After all, there were aristocratic manners to uphold, right? She looked at her father anxiously. Was he ashamed because his child was being compared to others, especially in front of his brother-in-law? The more she thought, the more flustered she became. Even so, apologizing now wouldn't be right. What should she do? Thinking this, she stammered, calling to the person beside her and offering the plate of steak. Father, this dish. She thought to herself, if he ate something delicious, he would be less angry, right? She suppressed her fear. Ah, this dish. But before she could finish, the Duke took the plate from her and said this. Give it to me. His expression was like Roan Mama asking, do you want me to feed you? She watched, internally screaming, no, that's not it. Seeing his daughter say nothing, he directly fed her a piece of meat. Eat. Vivier, having received delicious food, was very satisfied that it's delicious. Looking at her expression, the Duke gave a satisfied smile. Ah, yes, that's so. She happily replied, yes, it's incredibly delicious. Hearing this, the Duke was silent for a moment before raising the plate again and asking, do you want more? Stone watched and wanted to criticize again. Oh my, when I was your age, I ate all of that by my. He was interrupted mid-sentence as a hand quickly covered his mouth. The Baroness laughed awkwardly and quickly interjected. Your Grace, Stone is a bit childish. He means Vivier is still so young. She turned to her husband, trying to change the subject. Oh, honey, didn't you say you had something to discuss with the Duke? The Baron, hearing this, quickly replied, all right. Meanwhile, a servant brought over another cup of tea. Miss, please enjoy this calming tea. She politely replied, ah, thank you. Baron Ojo then got to the point. Brother, you've probably heard about it. The news about finding investors for the royal investment product from the Swite family. Vivier was puzzled. Huh? Royal investment product? What's that? He rambled on and finally concluded, in short, it's an investment product based on Prince Nike Fritz's appearance. Obviously, as the prince grows up, his beauty will only become more radiant. Vivier listened, feeling like she couldn't understand a word. What was he talking about? Investing in appearance? She felt like she was witnessing an ancient version of a pyramid scheme. She had never even heard of this industry in Korea. A scam within the royal family? What had happened in the royal palace over the past 100 years? The Duke's hand tapped on the table a few times. He indifferently asked, so? He then slammed his hand on the table. Just say what you want. Seeing his brother's reaction, the Baron became frightened. Well, it's nothing special, brother. Please, lend me some money. Watching him clench his hands and plead loudly, Vivier was completely dumbfounded. Seriously? That's it. She looked at the Baron, who moments before had been boasting, thinking, so showing off about the carriage was all a bluff. What Mercedes-Benz? He still hasn't given up. The Baroness continued to coax, brother, since Duke Swipe manages it, the product must be high quality. Trust me just this once. She looked at the foolish man in front of her, thinking, no way. Even if it's a bluff, does he think father is naive? How would he believe that? It's a scam. As she thought this, her hand unconsciously scratched. Why am I suddenly so itchy? The Duke, tired of listening, interrupted. Let's stop this here. I don't know if that money will actually be used for investment, or if you'll just waste it on gambling and use this to pay off your debts. The Baron's face paled when his brother said this. But brother, suddenly, a crashing sound rang out. The Duke immediately jumped up and asked loudly what happened. He quickly ran towards the sound. Diane caught Vivier as she coughed and sputtered. He yelled, miss. Wake up, miss. Her breathing was labored. She thought, why does my body feel so uncomfortable? I can't breathe. The Duke frowned when he saw this scene. Vivier. The scene became chaotic. No. Miss, open your eyes. Everyone moved back. The Baron, whose face was still pale, suddenly sneered. The Baron and Baroness, seeing the scene, not only weren't frightened, but sat there smirking. Vivier looked at the two of them, and before losing consciousness, thought, could it be poison in the food? Then she collapsed. A sparkling teardrop from someone fell onto Vivier's small face. The person sobbed. Vivier thought uncomfortably, my body is so heavy. She slightly opened her eyes and woke up. A surprised voice exclaimed, Miss Vivier. Vivier hazily saw her father looking at her tenderly and sighing in relief. You're finally awake. Vivier was full of questions. What? Why is everyone looking at me? Duke Andante held up 3 fingers in front of her and asked, how many fingers do you see? Vivier slowly replied, 3, father. He continued, and what is your name? She softly said, Vivier Andante. Duke Andante asked further, do you know who I am? Vivier innocently and obediently replied, Father. She thought to herself, I thought I was going to die just now. Hearing her response, Duke Andante suddenly put on a serious expression and asked, how many apple tarts have you eaten recently? Vivier, only now realizing something was wrong, wondered in surprise, apple tarts. Despite her confusion, she politely and hesitantly replied, 3, father. Vivier thought, my voice isn't very clear. Vivier, now sitting up, saw her father's hand reach out towards her. Andante hugged his little daughter tightly. Startled by the sudden embrace, Vivier froze. He quietly praised Vivier. Good job. Vivier's little heart pounded. She thought, phew, that was close. But who are those people over there? Looking behind her father, she hesitantly voiced her question. Father, why are those people standing there? Lifting Vivier up in his arms, he glanced at the servants and replied irritably, yes, I know. They're disgusting to look at, aren't they? Duke Andante coldly ordered, deal with them. Seeing this, Vivier couldn't help but wonder in alarm. So what happened after all? Anaphylactic shock is an allergic reaction that occurs when eating a certain type of food. A teacup shattered on the floor. The head chef hurriedly explained, Your Grace, I had no idea the young miss was allergic to tranquil tea. Hearing the chef's words, Vivier suddenly remembered, allergic? Could it be? In a place filled with sacks of ingredients, she asked, what is all this? Nearby soldiers cheerfully replied, these are supplies reserved for guests. Not long ago, the young miss sent these provisions to the soldiers she saved. Vivier continued to ask, and what about this? Diane, standing beside her, answered, this tranquil tea is a must-have in winter. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, ooh, I want to try some. Diane cheerfully replied, I'll bring you some after the meal. Vivier covered her mouth, suddenly remembering the cup of tea Diane had given her. She thought, so I fainted not because of poison, but because of the tranquil tea. Despite this realization, the head chef from earlier continued to plead with his hands clasped. My family, my elderly mother and young children are ill. Please have mercy. At this rate, I might get used to situations like this. Meanwhile, Vivier couldn't help but worry. If she let this go, there wouldn't be any staff left in the Duke's household. Thinking this, she immediately called out, "Father." Ignoring his daughter's pleading tone, Duke Andante coldly stated, "Not today. These people nearly killed you. Although dangerous situations were becoming more frequent, this time I almost lost you over nothing." Someone's voice chimed in. "It's truly fortunate that your grace administered first aid promptly, but the young miss may have suffered brain damage." Andante sat silently beside Vivier's bed, listening to the report. "I will not lose you again. This time, I absolutely will not let this go," he thought, his eyes hardening with anger. Suddenly, Vivier's small hand reached out and grasped his coat. She whimpered pathetically, but, her eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears, she explained, "I really wanted to drink the tranquil tea. I insisted on it. I kept asking for it without listening to them. It's really my fault." Duke Andante's face remained grim as he replied, "You shouldn't say that. No matter what you say this time, I absolutely cannot let this go." 5 minutes later, cheers erupted. "Long live the young miss. We love you, your grace." They stood outside, overflowing with gratitude. From inside the room came Duke Andante's irritated voice. "I told you all to be quiet." Vivier, her eyes puffy from crying and pleading with her father, proudly thought, "I thought this was going to be a huge problem, but thankfully, father rescinded the death sentence." Duke Andante looked at the door and said with relief, "They've all been sent away, so it's quiet now." Vivier, standing beside him, hesitantly spoke, "Father." She looked up at him happily and asked, "Were you worried about me?" Andante remained silent, fiddling with his hands clasped behind his back. Glancing at Vivier, he replied, "I thought I couldn't afford to be careless, not even for a moment, and it's good that your mind is still clear. Seeing how you answered my question just now, I suppose I don't need to worry anymore." Vivier pointed at herself in confusion. "You asked me that question earlier to check my mental state?" She recalled her father's earlier question, "Apple pie." Shifting her feet slightly, she said remorsefully, "If I had known, I wouldn't have insisted on drinking the tranquil tea." Vivier's face fell, and she sadly apologized. "I'm sorry for making you worry, father." Duke Andante slowly replied, "All right." His gaze was firm as he gently advised his daughter, "Next time you eat, remember to check carefully before eating." Vivier glanced happily at her father and politely replied, "Yes, I understand, father." And so, 4 days had passed since the incident with her allergy. Not having to see the people she disliked was also a good thing. Vivier stood on the balcony, stretching happily and exclaiming, "The weather is wonderful today. Should I go sunbathe?" Vivier paused, suddenly noticing something, and she gasped. Looking curiously down from the balcony, Vivier wondered, the Baroness of Dejo? She doesn't look like a noble. But who is the man next to her? A voice answered, "That's Baron Ostis." Vivier jumped, crying out, "Oh my goodness! Dienst tut beside her, epologitico, I apologize, miss." I thought I had signaled that someone was coming. Vivier chuckled, replying, "Oh, it's all right. But who is Baron Ostis?" Dine immediately explained, "He assists the Duke with his work." Vivier asked suspiciously, "Assists with his work?" She glanced at them and thought to herself, why would someone who assists father with his work be meeting with the Baroness? Suspicious. Then she turned back to Dain and asked, "I see. Thank you. By the way, Dain, where's Nydia?" Dain covered his mouth and calmly replied, "I was just about to see Miss to talk about that." He avoided Vivier's gaze and hesitantly explained, "Nydia has some personal matters, so she will be taking a break for a while, Mississippi." Hearing this, Vivier repeatedly inquired, "Why? Did she leave suddenly without saying anything?" Dain hesitated. "Nydia asked me to convey her apologies to you, Mississippi." Vivier frowned, fearfully thinking, what could have made her leave so suddenly without a word? Even if there was something urgent, she should have at least said goodbye to me. From Nanny Eliza and Nydia both leaving, to the suspicious behavior between the Baroness and Baron Ostis, unsettling things are happening. By now, the sky outside was tinged with the colors of sunset. An image of Vivier with sparkling eyes, acting coquettishly, appeared. "Father, will you protect me?" Remembering that, Duke Andante couldn't help but frown in thought. Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed. He stopped thinking, sat up straight, and said, "Come in." Baron opened the door and entered, announcing, "Your Grace, a letter has arrived from Count Irit." The letter read, "Your Grace, firstly, I beg your pardon for this urgent and unceremonious letter. Initially, I thought the power residing within the child was due to a magical artifact, but as your Grace predicted, what sustains that power is, in fact, divine power. However, this divine power doesn't originate externally. It resides within the child's body. The results following the examination reveal magical power, the ability to harmonize with spirits, and divine power, all coexisting within the child." Reading up to this point, Duke Andante's face darkened as he made a startling conjecture. Could this be? First and foremost, we will concentrate on releasing all the restrictions on the child's body. We will maintain secrecy regarding the child's existence. Your Grace, please issue orders to thoroughly control everything in the surrounding area. Duke Andante sat silently, continuing to read the letter. That prophecy. I remembered the words of the previous Duke, spoken to me before the day I inherited the title. The top secret prophecy known only to 3 generations of Dukes, Count Irit, and the possessor of the Holy Relic. Perhaps the child in that prophecy has been born. Duke Andante mused, just what in the world has been happening in this country? Lydia sobbed, dying, "Please, even just a little, take good care of Miss Vivier." Dying patted her shoulder comfortingly. "Our young miss already misses you. What can we do? Lydia, don't worry about us, and do your best, and come back safely." Dying watched the carriage clatter away. She sighed with a heavy heart. Nanny and Isa, a quiet night air settled over the rooftops and streetlights. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from somewhere. Lydia stepped out of the carriage, covering her face in shock as she looked at the rubble before her. Her heart pounded with anxiety. The situation is worse than I thought. Elsewhere, Vivier and Diane were enjoying a picnic outdoors. They sat beneath a tree, shaded from the wind and sun. Vivier said, "Diane, the weather is lovely." She squinted slightly, raising a hand to shield her head, "But it's so bright." Diane said worriedly, "Ah, perhaps you need a hat, miss?" Hearing this, Vivier immediately replied, "Ah, I'm fine, don't worry." Diane looked down apologetically. "I'm sorry, Mississippi. I should have anticipated this and prepared one." Seeing Diane like this, Vivier's heart sank. Her expression is so gloomy. Has something happened? Diane gestured towards the maidservants doing laundry in the distance. "Miss, please wait a moment. I'll bring you a hat right away. If you need anything, please tell the maids over there." With that, she turned and left. "I'll be right back." Vivier replied, "All right." The sky with its drifting clouds and the rustling trees looked so peaceful. Vivier lay on the blanket, gazing up and thinking absently. Diane has been acting rather strange lately. She recalled Diane's vacant expression. Ever since Lydia left, she's often been spaced out. She remembered a time when she told Jane she was hungry, and Diane had even forgotten to prepare a meal, that there's definitely something wrong. The nearby servants began to gossip. Did Lydia go to the capital to work as a nanny? Vivier, overhearing them, perked up her ears. "Ha! I can hear them whispering from here." "Hith hith. What? Lydia?" The maids, unaware of being overheard, whispered amongst themselves that you think that accident happened naturally. Her husband was injured. The Duke rushed him to the capital for treatment, but their house collapsed while she was away, just like Count Irit's. Hearing this, Vivier sat up abruptly, thinking in astonishment. Did they say Aniza's house collapsed? Just then, a hand from beside her placed a hat on her head, and a voice said, "Mississippi." Diane returned, smiling that I brought a hat. "Have you been waiting long?" Vivier called out, Diane. Vivier, as pretty as a doll, made Diane feel incredibly elated. "Oh my, no matter what hat she wears, our young miss is so lovely." Vivier said sadly, Diane. Diane sat down and replied, "Yes, miss." Diane's expression fell for a moment as Vivier asked, "Did Aniza's house collapse?" Diane, upon hearing this, immediately glanced at the nearby maids, startling them into quickly running away. Those gossip mongers. Vivier, with a pitiful look, tugged on Diane's skirt and asked, "Tell me, Aniza's house collapsed, didn't it?" The atmosphere grew heavy. Diane said, "I try not to mention it, but..." Diane sighed heavily, a look of sorrow on her face. "Yes, miss, it's true." The image of her nanny appeared in her mind. Diane continued, Nanny came to the Duke's castle this time. She only had time to meet his grace and had to return to the capital, but Vivier remained silent. Heavy thoughts filled her mind. Even though I know accidents that cause houses to collapse are common in this era, because I've been living safely in the Duke's castle, I completely forgot about it. The words of the commoners came to mind. It shouldn't rain much this year. If it rains heavily, the houses won't be able to withstand it, so we're very worried. She thought, now that such things are happening to the people around me, I can truly feel it. Vivier asked with concern, so when will Aniza officially return? Diane replied, perhaps when everyone in the family recovers, they'll return together. Vivier asked, so without a house, where will they live? Diane replied, fortunately, His Grace has shown concern, so they can live in the castle. She said, on the one hand, it's fortunate, but Vivier continued, what if the house collapses again? What will the others do? Suddenly, someone approached from behind and said, oh my, Vivier, we meet here again. Vivier said awkwardly, why so suddenly? Mechina chuckled and replied, well, my family will be leaving in a few days, so I wanted to make some good memories with you. Vivier took off her hat and thought, I'm not in the mood for a walk right now, but she stood up and brushed the dust off her skirt, thinking, it's not very polite to keep my distance since we're relatives after all. She said, Diane, I'll take a walk around the garden with Mechina and come back. Vivier handed her hat to Diane. Hold this too, please. Diane took it and said, I understand, Mississippi. I'll wait here. Mechina smiled brightly. The maid doesn't need to wait. I'll escort you back to your room. Vivier replied, is that all right? She then said to Diane, I'll be back soon, don't worry. Vivier walked briskly alongside Mechina. I won't be with Mechina for long, but I hope Diane can rest, even just a little. At the fountain in front of the villa, Mechina clasped her hands together and said, hey, Vivier, I've always wished for an older sister. What do you think about becoming my older sister? Vivier scratched her head and said, well, I quite like that. Suddenly, Mechina squealed, startling Vivier. Look, she clasped her cheeks with delight. This is telepathy. But Vivier only thought, why does that sound like a dolphin? Mechina took Vivier's hand, feigning closeness. So, from today onwards, let's live like sisters. Vivier felt bewildered upon hearing this. Huh? What's she saying now? Mechina continued, if you feel uncomfortable with me calling you sister, I don't mind calling you by your name. Isn't it more important that our relationship is close? Vivier shuddered. Why is she suddenly acting so friendly? Mechina said maliciously, Vivier, I've actually been very worried about you. I heard that a wicked woman pretending to be your nanny caused you pain, so you weren't properly taught etiquette, were you? Vivier thought uncomfortably, such spiteful words. Who would say such things about me? The image of Baron Dejo, his wife, and their daughter flashed in her mind. Clearly, it was none other than Baroness Dejo. Mechina continued nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. I can teach you many things you lack. How about it? You'd like that, wouldn't you? Vivier replied in a low voice, Mechina, I'm sorry, but I don't need your guidance. She moved away from Mechina, but the girl continued to follow her. Come on, Vivier, why are you being so cold? Vivier thought, I'll just ignore her. Mechina gritted her teeth in anger. Vivier distanced herself from Mechina, but she still trailed behind her, saying, come on, Vivier, why are you being so cold? Vivier had no choice but to think, sigh, I'll just ignore her. Mechina gritted her teeth in anger. She suddenly let out a loud shriek and fell to the ground. Mechina put on a pitiful expression and sobbed. If you hate being close to me, you could have just said so. Vivier listened in bewilderment as Mechina feigned distress. Did you really have to push me down? Vivier thought in a panic, what's going on? This is terrifying. Baron Dejo was approaching. Seeing this scene, his face darkened. Baron Dejo rushed over and shouted, what happened here? He embraced the seemingly distressed Mechina, saying anxiously, oh dear, Mechina, my Mechina. Vivier thought fearfully, what has she been doing this whole time? Baron Dejo accused Vivier. What in the world were you doing, Vivier? Did you push Mechina down? Vivier thought, what a family they are. They're a match made in heaven. Vivier recoiled in fear. Why is he saying that? Suddenly, she accidentally stepped on someone's heel and cried out in surprise. Oh, the man called out Vivier. Her father had also appeared. He asked, what's going on here? She turned around in surprise. Father, Vivier gasped. This is a trap to corner me. Baron Dejo questioned. You witnessed my daughter fall in front of her, didn't you? Hearing this, Vivier cried out inwardly. She thought anxiously, I don't know what their scheme is, but the Duke seemed to be deep in thought. Vivier looked at her father. Why does this always happen when father is around? He said, it seems your daughter is unharmed. Vivier's father asked. Is that the truth? Vivier thought. Suddenly, for dazzling lights flashed from the bushes. Two soldiers, who had been disguised as bushes, stood up and said, Absolutely not, sir. That young lady is innocent. It was that young lady who fell down on her own. One of the upright soldiers reported, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Vivier's father asked. So that child fell on her own and falsely accused Vivier? The two soldiers, holding branches, replied, That is correct, sir. He said, You dare fabricate a story? Hearing this, Mechina's face paled. She said, That. She immediately stood up and defended herself. That's not true. Mechina, feigning distress and wiping away her tears, approached Vivier and said, It's because Vivier hates being friends with me, so I thought she pushed me. She pretended to sob and said, Vivier, you misunderstood me. I'm truly very sorry. Vivier thought, does she think I'm that gullible? Baron Dejo was still sitting there watching. Vivier didn't feel happy inside. Misunderstood? Her intentions were so obvious. Waiting for someone to arrive before starting her act. She sighed, but with the nanny situation and so many other things piling up, I'm already exhausted. This time, I'll just let it go. Mechina trembled with anger when she heard Vivier speak. All right, if you've apologized, then I forgive you. The Duke turned and asked, And you too? What are you doing? They startled and replied, Yes, your grace. He said suspiciously, Why were you two following Vivier just now? The two suspicious men replied, That's because they held up a Vivier fan, their eyes sparkling as they said, Actually, we were on patrol and then secretly protecting Miss Vivier. We are members of the Vivier fan club. The one in front said shyly, It's a club for those who adore Miss Vivier. Vivier's jaw dropped. Good heavens. Vivier's father put his arm around her shoulder. I didn't know there was a fan club I wasn't aware of in my own residence. He said gently, Come on. If you stay here any longer, you might become strange too. Vivier's father picked her up and said as he walked, Vivier, is there anywhere you want to go? Vivier replied, Father, please take me to Diane. The Duke exclaimed, Those strange fellows, a Vivier fan club indeed. She thought cheerfully, Yes, indeed, but father isn't much better than them. Afterwards, Vivier returned to her room with Diane. She said, Diane, I want to play with dirt. Diane asked, Play with dirt, miss? Shall I get you a shovel? Vivier was still preoccupied. I still feel bad about the collapse of the Aniza family. If only I could do something to help. After much pondering, she finally thought of a way. She said, No, I need adobe. Vivier had figured out what she wanted, a chobo-style house. Simply put, a chobo is a type of adobe house. The necessary materials include straw, firewood, and adobe bricks. It's a type of house that's easy to build, and the materials are easy to find and cheap. Although the downside is that the construction costs are quite high. But if I secretly send the blueprints to father, maybe Vivier thought about peeking in her father's study and being caught by him. If I can solve the housing problem without worrying about construction costs. Diane interrupted Vivier's thoughts. You and Miss, I'm very sorry, but I think that would be a bit difficult. Vivier was surprised. Why? I'm not asking for jewels or anything. Diane said, Because if you want to use money for something other than the usual expenses, you need the nanny's permission. This made Vivier think. So I have to wait until Aniza returns? Diane asked, Instead of adobe, why don't we go to the garden and play there, miss? Vivier replied, Oh no, it's okay. She thought, if that's the case, I'll have to find another way. Near the villa, two small birds chirped on a branch, and someone knocked on the door. Diane bowed and said to little Vivier, You'll be having breakfast with His Grace the Duke. Today, she smiled, So, if you'll excuse me, Mississippi. Vivier replied, The door opened, and the Duke appeared, saying, Come in. Vivier replied, Yes, father. She curtsied gracefully and said, Good morning, father. Then Vivier looked up. Her father's expression remained cold. She thought, Father's expression hasn't changed. Even though I feel like he's more approachable now that he saved me. Maybe he hasn't changed at all. She walked towards him, thinking to fully receive his affection. I have to try harder and not be so tense. The Duke turned around and said, You're up early. She thought, even though I woke up late today, he still says that to me. Thinking about her father's intimidating gaze, she speculated, maybe it's a sarcastic remark about me being lazy. Something like, You're up now, are you? He picked up something from the table and said, I called you this morning. The Duke looked at Vivier. There's something I want to give you. He opened the box in front of Vivier. He said, From now on, this will be yours. Vivier's eyes sparkled. She thought, This is the pendant, adorned with an exquisite blue gem. made Vivier exclaim. This is the Guardian Spirit Relic. She said, it's the legendary relic. It's so beautiful. This relic will allow you to wield a power you don't possess. The Duke handed the pendant to Vivier and said, now I can also use the relic without the royal family's permission. This relic is managed by Count Arist, but I borrowed it for you. He said kindly, to some extent, it can also protect you in my stead. Vivier, not entirely joyful, looked at the beautiful necklace and thought, could it be that Annie Isa came to the capital after my kidnapping to borrow this? Was it all for me? She clutched the pendant tightly in her hand. This is the first genuine act of kindness I've received. No one has ever helped me so sincerely before. She fell into reminiscence, alone in a cold room. In my first life, I was abandoned by my parents. And in my second life, I was sold. A voice from above brought her back to attention. And one more thing, her father crossed his arms and said, this relic is connected to the wind spirit. Synth, you can control this wind fairy. Vivier asked the wind spirit. She opened her hand, holding the pendant, and called out Synth. A gentle breeze emanated from the pendant, rustling Vivier's dress. She looked in surprise at the tiny spirit floating before her. Oh, a tiny, adorable spirit, Vivier exclaimed. That a fairy? Your relic allows you to use the spirit's power even if you haven't formed a connection with it. Vivier held out her hand towards the spirit and asked, Father, so who is this? Her father replied, that's right, this is the wind spirit, Synth. Now try telling him to return. Vivier obeyed and called out, return. The Duke explained, depending on how you treat them, they will change, so use it carefully. Vivier replied cheerfully, yes, father. She thought, he really went back. Vivier polished the pendant, thinking, I love it so much. She smiled happily, clutching the pendant to her chest, thinking, just father doing something for me makes me so happy. I want to express my gratitude to him. She said, Father, I'm truly great. Just then, Vivier's stomach rumbled loudly, full. The Duke just looked at her without speaking. Vivier blushed crimson, thinking, that sounded like thunder. The Duke said, is it time to eat already? Vivier, mortified, cried internally, why do I always? A servant, having already set breakfast on the table, said, breakfast is ready, your grace. Vivier looked delighted, thinking, wow, it's all my favorite foods. Her eyes sparkled as she brought a forkful of food to her mouth. Does father have the same taste as me? He placed another steak closer to her. Vivier didn't notice this detail, busy fussing over the soup stain on her dress. She said, what am I going to do? I spilled soup on my dress. The Duke brought a hand to his chin thoughtfully. Vivier has quite the appetite, doesn't she? She called out, Father. Vivier said, can I ask you something? Her father replied, go ahead. Vivier asked, is there still no news about that boy? You mean the child you rescued? He maintained his thoughtful pose. The Duke thought, I keep worrying about that child. Outwardly, he told his daughter, I heard he's quite ill. The cause is the mask and chains binding him, imbued with divine power. Divine power can represent healing, but it can also be a force of destruction and curses. So, I had no choice but to secretly leave him at the temple. It's highly likely he's under the temple's protection, so even if he wakes up, I can't let Vivier see him. Vivier looked worried as she listened to her father. Vivier, that child, he might die. So, please forget about him. In her room, Vivier sighed dejectedly, thinking, I tried to bring him back so he wouldn't die. She remembered the masked boy's sleeping face. I feel so guilty he's so young. Dian, noticing Vivier's distress, stood beside her and asked with concern, Miss, is something bothering you? Vivier, startled, said, oh, it's you. Rubbing her full belly, she added, no, it's just that I'm so full. Dian said, I'll bring you some tea to help you digest, Mississippi. Meanwhile, Vivier's mood darkened. She thought, I should have lied. It's all because Dian said, I'll bring you some digestive medicine and vinegar, Mississippi. Vivier thought, I hate vinegar. Dian, eyes bright, gave a thumbs up and said cheerfully, it'll be better with sugar. I'll be right back. Vivier, wanting to gag, covered her mouth, feeling a bit nauseous. Dian turned to leave, leaving Vivier sitting on the chair, holding her face in misery. I'm doomed. Suddenly, there was the click of the door opening. Vivier wondered, is Dian back already? Eustone walked in, looking around. There's nothing here. Vivier thought, Eustone. She asked, Eustone, what are you doing here? The boy put his hands on his hips and said arrogantly, hey, stupid, don't you know why I'm here? He sneered, stating, as if it were obvious, this place will be my home sooner or later, so I can come in whenever I want. Got a problem with that. Vivier's face darkened. Is he crazy? She asked, how is this place going to be your home? Eustone replied nonchalantly, because I'm going to be the Duke's heir, of course. The impertinent boy taunted, do you think an unlucky girl like you, who lost her mother, can become the Duke's heir? Vivier was dumbfounded. What is he talking about? Vivier pointed at her head and asked, are you an idiot? I'm the Duke's daughter, remember? Her blunt words hit Eustone like a slap in the face. He sputtered, what? Idiot. Vivier, fuming, thought back to someone asking her, which construction site do you live at? You look so dirty. She thought, I met so many people like you in my past life. You little brat, don't make me tell you off. Eustone pointed at Vivier and scolded, so this is the true nature you've been hiding all this time. Vivier glared at him coldly and snapped, now that you know, get lost before I bury you somewhere no one will ever find you. Eustone raised his fist, about to strike, and yelled, I've had enough of you. Who do you think you are? I'll teach you a lesson. Seeing this, Vivier closed her eyes. Suddenly, a hand stopped the boy. Hey, you can't do that. Mechina emerged from behind, tears welling up. What are you doing to my Vivier? Eustone was dumbfounded. What? Your Vivier? Vivier gaped. Mechina's here too? What is she doing here? The two started arguing loudly. Eustone pointed at Vivier and said to his sister, what are you doing? You said you want to punch that pea-sized thing a few times. Mechina angrily retorted, when did I ever say that? Vivier thought, this is getting ridiculous. Time to grab the popcorn and watch the show. Mechina put on a pitiful expression and turned to Vivier. Vivier, I'm so glad you didn't misunderstand. I never said anything like that. Vivier thought, oh, really now? Vivier sighed. Ugh, when will the Anago family leave? She lied. Your father's almost here. So could you two please leave? It's getting dark outside. Vivier looked over and thought, this feeling that it's been a while. Lying in bed under the covers, she thought, why am I an adult again? I didn't do anything. Why? Vivier reminisced. After the two children left, she went to bed and pulled up the covers. Zenith asked, are you going to bed early today, miss? She replied, yes, because I want to grow up quickly. She thought, I can finally relax now that Aster and Mechina are gone. Back in the present, Vivier felt a sense of relief, but also grateful that she had received a guardian spirit this time. Vivier touched her pendant and called out. Synph. Synph appeared before her. Vivier said, can I ask you for a favor? Synph nodded. Vivier looked forward happily and thought, wow, this is amazing. She flew through the sky with Synph, looking very happy. She said, you're so skilled. You can even make me fly. This will make it so much easier to go out. Suddenly, Vivier noticed something. She saw a place with lights still on and wondered, why are there lights on over there? Vivier landed softly on the ground. She approached the source of the light with her spirit. Vivier touched the wall. Holding a torch in one hand and leaning against the wall with the other, she thought, it's just a feeling, but this seems like Anaisa's house. Vivier patted the wall and thought, this is a difficult house to repair for those without much architectural knowledge. The ground has been prepared, so even if water pipes are brought into the house, it won't take much time to build. If I stay in my adult form, I can help the people here more quickly. Suddenly, a sparkling light flashed before her eyes. Vivier thought, that's strange. The ring she was wearing was emitting a faint light. She thought, why is my ring glowing? The ring on Vivier's finger suddenly shone brightly. The ring changed color. Vivier seemed to realize something. She looked up at the sky. If my guess is correct, is Mother's ring also a sacred object? Suddenly, a tremor caused the earth and tiles to tumble down. Vivier was startled. Whoa, that scared me. That was almost a disaster. I should head back to the Duke's mansion for now. Back at the mansion, Vivier noticed the change. Oh my, she exclaimed, touching her chubby cheeks. Vivier rejoiced. Yes, I'm back to my child form. She thought back to what had just happened. Right, the ring I've had since birth can't be ordinary. Could it be Count Ayers' sacred object? She recalled the moment before she transformed into an adult. I wanted to grow up faster. When she made that wish, the ring glowed. As she was getting ready for bed, she thought, Aster, Mechina, I'm annoyed with you guys. A servant asked her, are you going to bed early today, miss? She just blurted out, yeah, because I want to grow up quickly. She realized the condition for transformation. This was what she needed to do now. After becoming an adult, she prayed continuously, I want to go back to being a child, I want to go back to being a child, I want to go back to being a child, I want to go back to being a child, I want to go back to being a child. Vivier came to a conclusion. Just like a guardian spirit, this ring changes my body according to my wishes. Time passed to the next morning. Vivier looked in the mirror, secretly delighted. I've learned the secret to becoming an adult. It really is a guardian spirit. I can seriously start building a house now. Happy as she was, she remained prudent. But I can't just rush into it without a plan. I've never built a house in Ebertain. Besides, architectural techniques have deteriorated, so I need a detailed plan. How can I understand the properties of the yellow soil here? Lost in thought, she turned around and wondered, when was this flower pot placed here? Remembering the flowers, she realized, oh, right, there must be an expert here. We have 5 gardeners. Seeing Vivier eagerly about to go outside, Zine paused her embroidery. Miss, where are you going? Vivier replied hastily, I'm going to the garden for a bit. Hearing this, Zine hurried. Wait for me. Zine flusteredly tried to finish her embroidery. Miss, let's go together. I'll just finish this. Vivier dashed off. It's okay, I'll be quick. I'm going to the garden for a bit. Hearing this, Zine hurriedly said, wait for me. Zine flusteredly tried to finish her embroidery. Miss, let's go together. I'll just finish this up. Vivier dashed off. It's okay. I'll be quick and come right back. The orchard was indeed colorful and bright. She looked at the gardeners, pondering, who should I ask first? Vivier worried, but what should I ask? The architects in Ebertain have all been assassinated. Wouldn't it be strange if a house design suddenly appeared? If they know I'm asking about the yellow soil. Suddenly, a gardener called out to her, miss, please be careful. Vivier, distracted, replied, huh? What did you just say? Before she could finish her sentence, she tripped over her own feet. Unable to react in time, Vivier fell flat on her face, her necklace rolling away. The gardener anxiously asked, oh dear, are you all right, miss? Vivier, wincing in pain, looked at her necklace. Ouch! The gardener continued to ask, should I take you to the doctor? Despite her soiled dress and scraped knees, she declined, and oh no, I'm fine. Vivier pointed ahead. Could you pick up that necklace for me? In her mind, she lamented, with this happening, what can I even do? She returned inside, dirt trailing behind her. Zine, seeing her disheveled state, was surprised. Oh my goodness. Miss, what happened? Being asked this, she could only avert her gaze, giving a small, wordless smile. Zine, heartbroken, said, Miss, it's my fault. I should have gone with you. Vivier consoled her. No, it's my fault for falling. Vivier, still bright, continued, don't worry, it didn't hurt at all. Zine exclaimed, no one is stronger than our miss. You're the true general. Finally calming down, Zine said, I'll bring you some warm tea. Mississippi, wait just a moment. Vivier softly replied. The fireplace was full of merrily crackling logs. Vivier sighed in relief. It feels so good to be all clean and fragrant. She continued, really. Then, turning sharply, she exclaimed, that's right, the guardian spirit. Remembering, she rummaged in her dress. I forgot to take it out. That was almost a disaster. Looking at the necklace, Vivier noticed something different. Huh? The necklace has turned brown. Did it change color? Vivier called out for the spirit, her voice echoing throughout the room. Synth, synth, come out. Despite her calls, there was no response. Worried, she muttered, what should I do? It's not reacting at all. Vivier's hands trembled. Panic set in. Did I break it? The next morning, sniffles echoed through the room. Zine approached the bed. Miss, are you awake? Vivier covered her face. Zine was surprised. Oh my, why are you crying, miss? Tears streamed down Vivier's face. Take me to father. Worry gnawed at her. What should I do? Synth isn't appearing. Since the holy relic is something I borrowed, I have to return it. If it's broken, I don't know what will happen. Vivier cried out, why, I'm doomed. Although Synth didn't appear, her presence seemed to linger as the leaves outside swirled in the wind. Duke Andante, seeing Vivier's dejected state, asked, do you have something to say? When she didn't answer, he asked again. Vivier, flustered, stammered about that. The Duke remained calm. What is it that you've come to see me about at this hour? Vivier, in a state of panic, thought, will father forgive me? Finally finding her courage, she spoke, her voice trembling. Yesterday, I fell in the garden, and the guardian spirit fell out. I think I broke the holy relic. She recalled the previous day when she had told Zine that she had broken the holy relic. Zine had gently comforted her. Master cherishes and loves you very much, Mississippi. No matter what mistake you make, Master will forgive you. Despite Zine's reassurance, Vivier remained worried, even though Zine said that this issue could cause conflict between the families. Tears still flowed as doubt plagued her. Faced with such danger, family is no different from strangers. Can I trust father? Silence hung in the air for a moment before the Duke, seemingly unconcerned, spoke. Did you get any scrapes? Vivier was surprised that he seemed more concerned about her well-being. Her father continued calmly. You said you fell in the garden, didn't you? Vivier replied shortly. Last night, Zine called the doctor, so I'm fine. The Duke seemed relieved. That's good then. Vivier, however, was bewildered by his reaction. What is this? This isn't the reaction I expected. The relationship with the Ayers Count family could be ruined because of her. Her mind in turmoil, she asked the Duke, "Aren't you angry?" Vivier had braced herself for the worst. "I thought I would be starved or hit," she anxiously said. "I made such a big mistake, but you didn't imprison or punish me. That makes me even more scared. Why aren't you angry, Father?" The Duke remained silent for a long moment. He sighed. "Actually, Vivier, I'm also hiding something from you." Duke Andante recalled his time on the battlefield. "I was so incompetent. It took me almost 3 years to defeat those magical beasts." He thought about Vivier being bullied. Leaving her in the capital during that time was the biggest mistake of his life. His eyes were filled with regret and worried that I couldn't take care of her properly, and I even made her live in hell. The image of poor Vivier crying with a dirty body kept flashing through his mind. He fell silent. "Vivier, at that time, I didn't even know your name." Vivier, seeing her father's sadness, comforted him. "You didn't do it on purpose, Father." She didn't expect the Duke to use the exact same reasoning that I didn't do it on purpose either. Vivier was flustered. But this is different. I was careless and caused you trouble." The Duke felt a heavy weight upon hearing that. He spoke gently. "Vivier, I'll say it again." He gently reached out his hand. "No matter what you do," while stroking her head, he said softly, "You've done nothing wrong." After the Duke comforted her for a while, he asked, "Have you calmed down a bit?" Vivier calmly replied, "Yes, Father." He looked at her appearance in surprise. "You look like a carp." Vivier, her eyes swollen, asked, "Do I look ugly, Father?" The Duke turned away, holding back a laugh, and "Oh, you don't look ugly at all, really." Vivier wondered, is he teasing me or complimenting me? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "The meal is ready." Vivier looked at the beautiful cake, lemon sponge cake. "Zine, the best." She excitedly brought a piece of cake to her mouth. Her eyes sparkled as soon as she took a bite. "Just one bite, and I already love most." The Duke gently reminded her, "Eat slowly. Be careful not to choke." Vivier cheerfully replied, "Yes, Father." She thought to herself, "Just 2 minutes ago, I was shaking like a leaf because I was so scared, but now I feel so refreshed." At the same time, the Duke suddenly had an idea as he looked at something. He took something and walked over to her. "Vivier, take this. This is the story of the Spirit King." She asked in surprise, "The story of the Spirit King?" He continued, "I've made read it to you. You'll learn more about spirits through it." She thought to herself, reading it while Synth is away might be a good idea. Duke Andante reassured her again, "You don't have to worry about the holy relic either. The House of Count Ayers has been crafting holy relics for generations. They might have a solution. But if anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility, so don't worry." Hearing this, Vivier's eyes widened, her heart pounding. She rushed towards him. "Thank you so much, Father." Suddenly, the Duke flinched. He was surprised when Vivier kissed him on the cheek. His voice remained calm. "You're welcome." Vivier said playfully, Hey, you know what? He just smiled out of course. "You're my daughter." The scene shifts to Baron and Baroness Dejo. She saw her husband packing. "Hania, do you really have to leave?" He continued diligently. "Yes, I told you I had to attend Duke White's business discussion meeting." She scoffed internally. "Pathetic. Even if you go, you won't accomplish anything. I'm already annoyed that we can't even handle that brat in the capital. A husband who meddles in business will only lose the entire family fortune. I used to have a good diplomatic relationship with them, but that's all in the past." She reminisced while thinking of another man. "They promised to support a stone as the next head of the family." She was surprised. "Really?" He remained calm. "That's right. They all said he would be their future lord." She was both disdainful and pleased. "I didn't expect you to do something so commendable." "Fine, as long as a stone builds a strong power base." She mused. "If the Senate supports him, this magnificent castle will be mine." "Vivier, that foolish girl, I can't let her steal a stone's position." She snapped her fan open. Her mind schemed. "I must make her give up her inheritance rights." Back with Vivier, she was still cheerful. "I can't believe she let it go. Father is so cool." She recalled her earlier conversation with the Duke when he asked her, "Vivier, you want to play in the dirt, right?" She replied innocently, "How did you know, Father?" Duke Andante acted like a domineering so. "Did you forget who the master of this ducal residence is? If you want something, just tell me, and I'll give you everything." Vivier thought to herself, now reassured. "Thanks to Father, I now have a clear goal. Design a house with my accumulated knowledge and give him the exact blueprint. The people in the duchy won't have to worry about their houses collapsing anymore." She skipped along. "Zen isn't here now, so I can't tell him beforehand. I have to go see Father right away." If I leave out the lus, I'll have to ask father to find soil somewhere else. Vivier was walking in the quiet hallway. Suddenly, she heard footsteps. Vivier immediately recognized the sound from around the corner. Someone's here. If it's someone from the Daejo family, it'll be troublesome. I'd better disappear. Before she could leave, the other person noticed her. Oh my, who is this? Hearing this, Vivier froze. I've been spotted. The person who appeared was Baroness Daejo. She put on a saccharine smile. Isn't it little Vivier? Vivier thought to herself, feeling unlucky. Why did I have to run into Baroness Daejo? What a bad start to the day. The Baroness made a perfunctory inquiry. Have you eaten yet? Her face now looked incredibly scheming. But why aren't you accompanied by a maid? A door creaked open, and a voice called out from inside. So, today's meeting will end here. Footsteps echoed down the hallway. Honestly, I heard they won't be importing goblin leather from the Ipan Kingdom anymore, so I'm quite worried about Ebright. Two guards entered from outside and heard a voice. I was wrong. A scream followed immediately after. Ah! The two guards exclaimed in surprise. Huh. Inside the room, Vivier was sitting on the floor while Baroness Daejo yelled, Hey, what is this child doing? The two guards looked at them in confusion. Miss Vivier sat on the floor, her face in her hands, sobbing. The two guards asked in unison, Miss, what's wrong? She said, her voice choked with tears. I couldn't ask father for money. It's my fault. Baroness Daejo, seeing Vivier crying, clenched her fists in indignation. Noticing the others arriving, she said in a falsely sweet tone, She's saying? I don't understand what she's saying. She thought irritably, why are so many people coming here all of a sudden? One of the guards spoke up. What did you do to the miss? Baroness Daejo faltered that, oh goodness, it's nothing. Vivier is just saying such strange things. The two guards frowned. This is suspicious. The Baroness smiled on the outside, but inwardly she fumed. These arrogant fools. A maid approached Vivier, her voice gentle, oh my miss, you're here. Vivier turned her head to look at the approaching maid. Zin, Vivier cried, reaching out towards the maid, that I'm scared. I want to go somewhere else. Seeing her distress, Zin rushed forward and embraced her tightly. Yes, Mississippi. What happened? Baroness Daejo trembled with rage at this scene. Vivier smiled into the maid's embrace. This woman has gone too far. Rewinding a few minutes, Vivier had greeted, Hello, Baroness Daejo. The Baroness replied, Oh, Vivier, why aren't you accompanied by a maid? A stone has been up since dawn, practicing swordsmanship. As expected of the heir, she covered her mouth, looking at Vivier with disdain. Well, if you can't even manage that, how can you be qualified to inherit the family? Unlike someone who sleeps in late. Vivier frowned, irritated. No one else is here, and she's still this brazen? She said, A stone, you say? Let's see. Vivier crossed her arms and tilted her head. She even dared to enter my room without permission, and speaking such malicious words. It seems she truly isn't capable of great things. Baroness Daejo looked surprised. What do you mean? She lowered herself, feigning concern. A stone must have had a reason. It can't all be her fault, can it? Vivier replied, Since a stone is rather dim-witted, I'll overlook it this time. Baroness Daejo gripped Vivier's shoulder and snapped. What did you say? You impudent child. You have quite the mouth on you. Her face contorted with fury. You motherless orphan. How pathetic. Do you want me to remind you of your place? Who did you learn such insolence from? Her expression turned venomous. That if you want to keep living, you'd better watch your tongue. Vivier thought, she's threatening a child now? She looked up at the Baroness. Baroness Daejo, do you know the saying? Even a child can be like that. But you can't, can you? Baroness Daejo roared in anger. What? What did you say? You little bastard who killed your own mother. That's who you are. Vivier said, I understand what you mean, Baroness. I must go now. Hearing footsteps approaching from outside, she quickly sat down on the floor and cried out. Suddenly, a voice called out, treating a child like that as an aunt. How dare you disrespect His Grace the Duke? Vivier raised her hand, pretending to wipe away tears. Goodbye. I was just doing what Machina would have done. Anyway, the maid, Zin's voice rang out, Miss, are you all right now? Vivier replied, Yes, thanks to Zin. Hearing this, Zin angrily cracked her knuckles. That was almost a huge problem. How dare she do that to Miss? Vivier smiled and replied, I'm really all right. Zin gestured forward as she spoke. As it happens, I have good news for you, Mississippi. Do you see that over there? Seeing it will make you much happier. Vivier looked curiously in the direction Zin was pointing. Huh? What is it? Vivier stared in astonishment at what was before her. She thought, wait, what is that? Before her eyes lay sediment from ancient times. Isn't this yellow earth? She murmured, gazing at what was called yellow earth. Zin continued speaking from beside her. The Duke brought in a lot of pure yellow earth from the deep forest. Vivier's jaw dropped. She thought, I only wanted to see a little bit. Just how much did father spend to bring all this yellow earth back? She remembered the image of her father smiling affectionately at her. If you need anything, just tell me. Jean turned to ask Vivier, so, how about chocolate cake for your snack today? Vivier responded excitedly, chocolate cake? I love it. Jean, filled with concern, cautioned her. All right, I'll go prepare it then. Miss, please be careful not to fall again. Vivier scratched her head sheepishly at Jean's words. Ah, I know. Her lips curved into an excited smile. Finally, my house-building plan can begin. Vivier clenched her fists with a serious expression. Checking the yellow earth will definitely improve my mood. Now, time for cake. A moment later, a groan escaped her lips. Oh no, something's wrong. The earth and water won't mix. Vivier looked in dismay at the flask in her hand. Its properties are completely different from the yellow earth of Earth. She shook the flask repeatedly. I've tried mixing it with everything, but it's all failed. I didn't know because there was no need to use it last time. Vivier leaned against her hand, thinking that it's ruined. So this earth can't be used to build a house. She closed her eyes tightly. I need to find another way. Somewhere a voice echoed, it's so dark here. Who am I? A young boy lay still, eyes closed, half his face covered by a mask. In the room were two people wearing long, concealing robes. One of them spoke, make that brat sleep. Hearing this, the other person said worriedly, but if you're worried about the prophecy, please just kill him. The person standing beside the bed where the boy lay replied, I believe in the prophecy, but I won't follow it. This person gently stroked the boy's head. We must use him. Ever since then, I've been in a deep sleep. My name is... He suddenly remembered. Nice to meet you, Killer. A young girl had called him that. Killer. I'll call you that, okay? I am Vivier. Vivier Andante. She spoke as she took his hand. It's the first time I've felt warmth. If I get out of here, I'll buy you lots of delicious food. No one talks to me, so please don't leave me. He watched her running figure. Don't go. He hurriedly ran after her. I want to see her again. See that child again. He opened his mouth wide. Gasp, gasp, gasp. In the brightly lit room, the boy woke up with a start. A voice called out, He's awake. He squinted at the scene before him. Several children were staring intently at him. Where am I? He sat straight up, breathing raggedly, and asked those around him, Who are you? The sound of creaking hinges echoed as Count Irit opened the door and entered. The masked boy looked around in confusion. The Count spoke, Awake, I see. Wary, the boy asked, Who are you? Where am I? As he spoke, he worriedly thought, That child isn't here, is she? Seeing the masked boy speak this way, Count Irit's subordinates yelled, How dare you speak so disrespectfully to the Count? He raised a hand to stop them. It's all right. Count Irit placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself. This is East Ebertain, the territory of Count Irit Belida. And this is the man who saved you, Officer Griuri. You should thank him if you wish. Officer Griuri bowed his head slightly towards the boy. The masked boy's face darkened. He muttered, Officer. He brought a hand to his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. More accurately, an imprisoned officer. Judging by your expression, you seem to have experienced something related to an officer, haven't you? Hearing this, the boy murmured, I only know one. Grand Officer Rabin. Grand Officer Griuri tensed at the mention of the name. Count Irit also broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at the boy. Finally, the boy said, That man played a trick on me. He asked the masked boy, What's your name? The boy immediately replied, My name is Killer. The Grand Officer was so surprised he couldn't believe his ears. He asked again, Key Killer? How can you have such a terrifying name? Hearing this, the masked boy stammered, He recalled the image of two small hands grasping his own. He smiled gently and said, I like this name. Vivier stabbed her shovel into the pile of dirt, frustrated, back to square one again. If even brick earth is like this, then other types of soil will also. The soil properties might be different. This is so troublesome, she whispered. Looking at her pendant, she said with a troubled expression, It would be so much easier if Sinfit were here right now. The Guardian Spirit Stone's color has changed. Wait a minute. Why is this stone's name Guardian Spirit and not Sinfit for protection? Could it be possible to summon other spirits as well? The Spirit King Chronicles mention many types of spirits. Suppose, after the color change, the stone doesn't break, but its properties change instead. The stone is now earth-brown. I wonder if it's possible? What was the earth spirit called again? She racked her brain, trying to remember that I think I saw it when I read the Spirit King Chronicles. Right? Then, Vivier suddenly shouted, I remember. The Earth Spirit King, she exclaimed joyfully. But then everything fell silent. Nothing happened. It was as still as a stagnant river. Nothing happened. Vivier closed her eyes, confirming her suspicion. She gave a wry smile and muttered, well, no one in every Tane has ever made a contract with the Earth Spirit King, so how could I possibly summon one? Oh, a power emanated from the stone on her pendant. It suddenly began to glow. Vivier pushed it away, startled that, well, what's this? It suddenly started glowing. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at what was before her. Unconsciously, she let out a small gasp. A voice, Thera's voice, rang out. Pleased to meet you. I'm not a guardian. Why have you summoned me? Earth Spirit King Thera. Vivier, astonished by her appearance, exclaimed, I actually did it? I really summoned her. She trembled, a thought flashing through her mind. I summoned the Earth Spirit King? Thera gently said, that's right. Why are you so startled? You called me out, didn't you? Vivier quickly replied, I just called out by accident. I'm so sorry. Thera rested her chin on her hand and smiled softly, saying, is that so? She thought to herself, I said I called her by accident, but she's not angry. Moreover, Thera leaned closer to Vivier, smiling as she said, if you have any wishes, please tell me. Vivier thought, it seems like she likes me. Suddenly, Vivier's face paled. With an extremely uncomfortable expression, she covered her mouth with her hand and coughed. Vivier held her head, saying, my head suddenly feels so dizzy. Thera then spoke up. That's because your body hasn't adapted to this resonance yet, especially the body of a child. I'll come back later. Seeing that she was about to leave, Vivier, her face pale, wanted to say something. She shouted, before you go, I have a request. Thera turned her head to look at her. Vivier asked her, do you know of any type of soil that becomes soft and sticky when water is added, but becomes solid and difficult to destroy when it dries? Thera immediately replied, I know of such soil. I will grant you 3 wishes. She looked at Vivier and smiled gently. Vivier happily exclaimed, just 3, okay? She thought, finally, this headache-inducing problem is solved. Inside Vivier's room, Jin was bowing and asking her, Miss, it's time for bed. Can your snack be served later? Vivier simply replied, yes, I know, but there's nothing on the plate to eat. She turned to look at Jin with sparkling eyes and asked, do you know who ate the crumbs? There were still crumbs around Vivier's mouth. Jin chuckled and said, that's right. I wonder who the culprit is. Ahaha, so cute. Moments before, while Vivier was lying in bed, Jin had worriedly asked, you didn't look well earlier, Mississippi. Please rest a bit. Vivier had been like this ever since she returned from outside. Now, Vivier was wiping her mouth, saying, I'm fine now. There were so many crumbs. Jin reached behind her and searched for something, then said, all right, there's a letter from Lady Mechina. Vivier asked curiously, a letter? From Mechina? Jin said, she also said she wants to see you again. What do you plan to do? She handed the letter to Vivier. The letter read, Vivi, hello, it's me, Mechina. We had a fun time walking together last time, remember? But I fell and misunderstood you. Vivier muttered to herself, misunderstood? What misunderstanding? I have to leave soon. Will you come have tea and chat with me tomorrow? I want to apologize to you. I'll be waiting for you at T-Rex. Vivier walked over and called out Mechina. Mechina turned around and said excitedly, oh, hello. Vivier, you came. Vivier thought to herself, I'm curious about what she'll say, so I came to see. What's with this shyness? Something feels different. Vivier was speechless with wonder. Would she really come here dressed so casually? Mechina turned back to look at her with a guilty expression. She clasped her hands behind her back and said, Vivier, I've troubled you a lot this whole time. I have something I want to say from the bottom of my heart. Will you listen? Mechina trembled as she spoke. You must be surprised to receive my letter, right? Vivier, looking bewildered, thought a little. So what do you want to say? Goodbye. Mechina said in a choked voice, Vivio, I'm only telling you this, but actually, no one likes me at all. Finished, she blurted out, tears streaming down her face. I don't know why either. I really try to get close to everyone. Vivio, do you hate me too? Vivio was shocked by the question, her eyes wide with surprise. Good heavens, she's only just realizing this now? Mechina was still putting on an act. I said that because Vivio is different from the others. I felt like you might like me. Vivio recoiled in fear. Wow, she's reading the room well today. Afraid of an argument, Vivio had to say, I don't hate you. Forget it, I don't want to argue with her. Mechina took on a mysterious air. Thank you. So that means you agree to be friends with me now, right? So, if you don't mind, I'd like to visit the Duke's mansion more often. We're friends, aren't we? Vivio was completely stunned. What? In another scene, Baroness Odejo said to Mechina, you know very well that your father being able to borrow money is a long shot. And it's all because of Vivio's family. And we can't leave the Duke's mansion empty-handed. She glared at Mechina, ordering her, you need to figure something out. Mechina fearfully clenched her hands. She looked up at her voice trembling as she obeyed. Yes, mother, I'll think of something. She resented Vivio, thinking to herself, Vivio, you make me look bad compared to you, someone who wasn't even raised properly. An image of Mechina's fake, smiling face flashed through her mind. I don't want to leave you, and I don't want to leave this mansion either. How dare you take everything from me? Back in reality, she took Vivio's hands and said with a bright smile, I don't want to leave you, and I don't want to leave this mansion either. I'm scared of going to Duke White's place. Mechina wailed dramatically. His daughter bullies me there. She thought to herself, if only I had been born into the Andante family. She pleaded with Vivio, can you talk to your uncle? Vivio hesitated. That? Mechina felt a flicker of triumph, tightening her grip on Vivio's hands. Well, now that I've said this much, how can you refuse? Even if it's all lies, it doesn't matter. There's no such thing as empathy or friendship here. Vivio said awkwardly, Mechina, I don't know what's going on, but this is a bit much for me. I'm sorry. My father is already very busy. Vivio kindly comforted her, don't cry. You're always welcome to visit the mansion. Mechina sniffled, continuing her deceitful act. I always wanted to be close to Vivio, but she squeezed Vivio's hands tightly and cried out, don't you want that with me? Vivio was startled by her behavior. Ugh, look at that look in her eyes. Zine rushed over, calling to them, Lady Vivio, Lady Mechina, I apologize for the wait. I was preparing the lemon cake, so I was late. Vivio turned with a delighted expression. Ah, lemon cake. Vivio, as if grabbing a lifeline, was overjoyed that it's delicious. Mechina. Yes, say. Vivio continued. Eating this will cheer you up. Mechina's face was still pale, and she replied stiffly, it looks delicious. Vivio thought to herself, bitterly, turning away but thinking, as expected, some habits die hard. I won't be fooled again, Mechina. Absolutely don't come here again. Stepping into the mansion, Vivio suddenly heard loud laughter. A voice rang out. The Baron's eye for talent is quite good, isn't it? He's already found a talented individual like me. Vivio wondered, who is that? The people in the hallway continued to laugh and talk. I didn't expect you to receive the support of the Senate. Congratulations. Vivio seemed to recognize them. Oh, that's Air's tone with Baron Ostas over there. Not wanting to get involved, Vivio decided to slip away quickly. I don't want anything to do with the Odejo family. I have to leave quickly. Zine's voice called out from afar. Ah, lady, wait for me. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed on the floor as Vivio rushed away. Thump! She bumped into something. Ouch. A gentle voice asked, Ah, are you all right, miss? Vivio was startled. I've run into him. It turned out to be Baron Ostas. He said softly, although it's a bit late, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zarin Ostas, the administrator of the southern Ceres region of the duchy. Vivio stammered, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Vivio Andante. It was just a small bump, I'm fine. He asked her, where are you headed, miss? To apologize. Allow me to escort you. Vivio replied awkwardly, I just came back from meeting Mechina on the 3rd floor. You don't need to bother. Ostas asked, Miss Mechina? She sighed yes. He said, I've heard that Miss Odejo has a wonderful personality. If I could befriend her, I'd have much to learn. Vivio thought to herself, that's an exaggeration. She said, Baron, you seem to know Mechina quite well. Turning to Zine, whose face had gone pale, she called out in alarm, Zine? Seeing Zine trembling, Vivio was puzzled. Why is Zine so scared? Ostas gave a forced laugh. Although we don't know each other, but I seem to be rambling. If you're busy, then I'll excuse myself. He left quickly. Zine took Vivio's hand. Let's go quickly. Vivio concluded, my initial impression was somewhat favorable, but when it comes to the Odejo family, there are many things that make people very uncomfortable. In his room, Duke Andante was seriously reviewing the ledger. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. The name of this carriage is Mercedes-Benz, isn't it? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. A servant's voice called out, Your Grace, Miss Vivio is here. The Duke was startled. Outside, finding the silence unusual, Vivio stood there wondering, why is there no response? Could it be that he's too busy and wants me to go back? The Duke's footsteps thudded, and the door suddenly opened with a bang, startling Vivio. Duke Andante, panting, said, "I didn't miss here." Vivio asked her father cautiously, "I thought you were still working." The Duke leaned against the wall and said, "That work? I could do it tomorrow." Seeing this, she cheerfully suggested, "Then let's have dinner together." Walking hand in hand, they talked. "But father, about my birthday present, you said you hadn't chosen one yet and told me to decide, right?" The Duke replied with a start, "Right." His expression was full of confusion. "But why bring up the present?" The young lady smiled. She replied to her father excitedly, "I've figured out what I want." The scene shifted to the Duke's extravagant dining room. Vivio sat upright in her chair, speaking to Duke Andante. "Last time, father said if I wanted anything, I could tell you, right? So, the birthday present I want is..." Andante sat tensely, listening intently to what Vivio wanted. Vivio rested her chin in her hand, her large eyes sparkling as she said, "Could you give me money?" Andante was silent for a moment. Andante was pleased to hear her say that. He placed his hands on the table and chuckled. "That's right. I'll have to give the chef a bonus this month." She asked in surprise, "Last time, you said you would execute them." He looked away guiltily and replied, well, since you said you're feeling fine, hurry up and eat." After hearing him say that, she began to eat heartily. "Then I'll enjoy this delicious meal. It's so good." Seeing her eat so happily, he was also happy, looking at her with affectionate eyes. A moment later, he asked her, "Vivio, how much money do you want me to give you?" She hesitated, then replied, "Well, about." Vivio clasped her hands together, looking adorable as she smiled brightly, and said, "As much as you love me." Upon hearing her say that, he covered his face. "Oof." She, embarrassed, thought, "That's a bit much, isn't it? Maybe a bit too much to ask for." Then he snapped his fingers and called, "Butler." The butler replied, "Yes, your grace." When the butler arrived, he asked, "How much is the bonus from the royal family for the monster subjugation?" The butler immediately replied, "About 80,000 gold, your grace." Hearing this, he immediately ordered the butler, "Send it all to Vivio's room." Vivio was startled when she heard he would send all 80,000 gold to her room. "What?" She rested her chin in her hand, frowning, "That I don't know the exact value of currency in this era." Erstone's carriage was also around 50,000 gold. Then she exclaimed in surprise, "That's about 100 to 150 million won. I have to repay him with my sincerity." She clenched her hands. "Father," she lowered her head sadly and said, for the time being, you can't go to the second floor, okay?" He asked, puzzled. "The second floor? Why is that?" Vivio replied, "Because you make me so happy." She imagined herself repeatedly punching the wall with her own hands that if I accidentally destroy the wall, the entire second floor will become a single room. He put his hands on the table and laughed at, "If that's the case, then the entire third floor will also become a single room." She was startled and frightened, strange. Vivio thought, embarrassed, "Oh dear, I'm still not used to these kinds of reactions." But first, let's get back to the main issue. She asked, "Father, does our territory also have a guild?" He asked seriously, "Where did you hear that information?" She chuckled nervously and replied, "Erstone told me. In her and her father's territory, there were 3 guilds, the Mercenary Guild, the Information Guild, and the Manpower Guild." She thought to herself, "I heard there are 3 guilds like that, and they've existed for 100 years. The only guild that withdrew was the Construction Engineering Guild. At the Manpower Guild, people were chatting and gossiping. At the door, a woman wearing a black hood pushed the door open with a bang. It was Vivio in her adult form. She walked in with heavy, clomping steps, her gait full of confidence. Upon entering, she held up 3 fingers, indicating, "Yes, I want to hire 3 people here." After selecting 3 individuals, they went outside together. She crossed her arms and said, "All right, everyone, are we all here?" She assigned tasks to each person. To the brown-haired man, she said, "Cut down 20 trees according to the given dimensions." To the blue-haired man, she said, "You find straw or leather and compress it tightly." And to the last person, a young man, she said, "Buy me 60 gold bin leather jackets of the highest quality." He immediately saluted and replied, "Understood." After assigning tasks to the 3 of them, she thought to herself, "Even though it's late, there are still quite a few people in the Manpower Guild. I heard that the hunters are all out making a living because goblin hides aren't selling. There are a lot of goblins around the Andante territory, and most of the residents sell goblin hides for extra income. Since trade started being disrupted by the rise of ship-based transactions, the Ipan Kingdom ultimately has nowhere left to export goblin hides. She sighed dejectedly that 100 years ago, the unemployment rate wasn't this high. It's such a shame. 3 days later, the materials were fully prepared. Standing before the pile of materials, she put her hands on her hips. This amount of material should be enough, right? She took out a necklace with a sparkling blue stone. Fortunately, using spirits is simpler than I thought. If you want to summon a wind spirit, fan your hand under the spirit's protection. The spirits of the land and wind reside within. I also learned that I can summon these spirits. Vivier looked around to see if anyone was there. Once she confirmed that no one was around, she held the necklace in her hand and called out, "Thera." From the blue stone, leaves flew out, and gusts of blue wind swirled around her. Then a girl flew down from above and said, "It's been a while. Thera isn't the guardian here, you know." Vivier asked curiously, "Aren't you surprised that my appearance has changed?" Thera leaned closer to Vivier's face. "S.O., this is the work of a time artifact. I'm not too surprised. In my eyes, your pure heart is clearer than your outward appearance." Vivier chuckled awkwardly. "Pure heart, huh? Heh, thanks." Then she thought, those words make me, someone who's planning to make money off her father, feel quite ashamed. Then she got down to business, asking, "I have something I want to ask you. Could you answer me?" She began to explain, "I need a large basement about 3 stories deep. I wonder if there's a suitable place." Thera smiled brightly and replied, "That's not difficult at all. Wait a moment." Suddenly, Vivier heard a booming sound that startled her. What was that noise? After finishing the basement, Thera said, "All done." Vivier wondered in amazement. How did she create a cave so easily? Vivier leaned down to look into the newly dug cave. Thera then said, "Go down there. I'll see you below." The darkness of the cave made her afraid to go down. When she reached the bottom of the cave, she expressed her delight in surprise. "Wow." Thera, seeing this, asked, "Do you like it?" Vivier immediately replied, "Yes, it's wonderful. Thank you so much." She took something out of her pocket. "Thank you, Thera. Thanks to you, I can comfortably proceed with my plan." As she began carrying the wooden planks into the cave, Thera called out, "Vivier, wait a moment before you start." She stopped when she heard Thera call her name. Thera looked at her affectionately and asked, "Do you intend to call the other spirit kings?" Thera gently extended her hand and offered, "Before you begin, do you want to summon the other spirit kings?" Vivier's eyes widened in surprise. "The other spirit kings?" Thera replied, floating in the air, "Yes. I don't know if it's because I'm the first spirit king to descend to the mortal realm, but they're all very curious about you." Vivier looked away shyly and hesitated. "What I'm about to do isn't something so significant that it requires summoning the other spirit kings." Hearing her words, Thera sighed and complained, "In any case, I advise you to call them sooner rather than later. They keep pestering me because they want to meet you." Vivier asked in surprise, "What? Me?" Without giving her time to react, Thera decided, "Well then, let's call them out now, shall we?" According to Thera, the Earth Spirit King, after summoning the other Spirit Kings, she could borrow their power without needing the sacred artifact. It was said that this was the first time the sacred artifact created by the 4 Spirit Kings was being used intentionally, so to have one of the 4 Spirit Kings introduce the other 3. The Water Spirit King, Elim, spoke up, "I can save lives as well as kill anything. Water exists everywhere." Next was the Fire Spirit King, Salian. Excitadly exclaimed, "Ah, I finally descended to the mortal realm. I thought I would die of boredom." Finally, the Wind Spirit King, Sunfine, spoke in a reproachful tone, Hey, Salian, be quiet. Our darling is feeling hot." Vivier thought in astonishment. The Spirit Kings really have been summoned. Then, looking at the 3 Spirit Kings before her, she nervously introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Vivier." Looking towards Elim, she silently assessed. Elim looks kind of like an AI robot. He looked back at her and asked, "Oh child who is not a guardian, what do you need?" Salian excitedly shouted, "If you want to conquer this world, tell me anytime." Vivier observed. Salian seems to be full of passionate energy all the time. And the Wind Spirit King, Sunfine, propped his chin on his hand and called out in a melodious voice, "Darling, you need a cool breeze, don't you?" Vivier couldn't help but judge inwardly. He's the most unusual. Sunfine continued to approach her, curious. What are you planning to do, darling? On the other side, Salian enthusiastically declared, well, now that we're summoned, let's get started quickly, shall we? Elim stood beside them, complaining helplessly, so noisy. Vivier was startled by Salian's voice and cried out, ah, ouch. Vivier groaned and covered her ears against Salian's loud and boisterous noise. Seeing this, he asked loudly with concern, what's wrong with you all of a sudden, our precious summon? Elim quickly replied, isn't it because of Salian? Salian, as if he couldn't believe his ears, angrily yelled, what? Vivier, feeling helpless, hesitantly spoke up, I'm very sorry, Spirit Kings, but the three Spirit Kings suddenly noticed her voice and immediately stopped to listen. Every time you speak, I get a terrible headache. Vivier looked at them with pleading eyes. The other three Spirit Kings felt a pang of guilt. Then, in a flash, they each went their separate ways. Elim, Salian, and Sunfine each said their goodbyes and disappeared, promising to see her again. Well then, it seems there's nothing else to be done. See you later, dear. Vivier stood there helplessly, saying, you all appeared because of me. I'm so sorry. Thera also shyly turned back to say goodbye. Well then, I'll be going too. Now alone, Vivier wearily held her head and groaned, ugh, it's always like this every time I talk to the Spirit Kings. Is there no way to fix this? At that moment, a spirit with blue hair gently floated towards Vivier, the low-level water spirit, and cheerfully approached Vivier as if to greet her. Vivier, startled, exclaimed, when did you get here? I've already met with the Spirit Kings, so we'll end here for today. Vivier looked at Andin and replied cheerfully, thank you. Then, putting her hand in her pocket, she thought to herself, but before that, there's somewhere I need to stop by before returning to the Duke's mansion. Looking at the glittering necklace in her hand, she softly called, Synth. Elsewhere, the sound of someone's shoes echoed. Ericsson's figure appeared in the distance, wearily clutching his stomach and groaning, ugh, I wonder what I ate at the tavern. My stomach hurts a bit. Suddenly, he looked up, noticing something. Ericsson said, suspiciously, who's there? He looked at the stranger standing in front of his house, wondering, why would someone come here at this hour? The person slowly removed their hat and said, long time no see. Vivier cheerfully asked, I came by the other day to sell some knives. Do you remember me? Ericsson suddenly recognized her. The girl who traded for those few coins. She spoke frankly, I have a commission for you, so I'll get straight to the point. Ericsson stepped forward, puzzled, standing in front of the door. He replied indifferently to Vivier, oh, is that so? Meanwhile, Ericsson was inwardly groaning, thinking she's probably here to sell more useless things like last time. Vivier brightly inquired, you know how to construct water pipes, right? I want to commission you for that. Ericsson opened the door haphazardly, and his golden key dropped to the ground with a jingle. Vivier continued, a down payment of 500 gold coins is enough, correct? I'll pay another 500 gold coins after completion. To prove her words, she immediately presented a large bag of money and added, oh, right, there's one more thing. I've examined the drainage pipes around this village. Ericsson's hands trembled as he took the bag of money. Surprised, this much? Looking at the man in front of her, Vivier smiled and said, the wastewater management is very well done. Then, as if pondering something, she rested her chin on her hand and continued, but there's no clean water supply, is there? So, I'd like to ask you to do a special process. Ericsson stammered in confusion. A special process? What are you talking about? Vivier replied, clearly. To put it simply, we'll make a water tank. He hesitated, questioning a water tank? What do you mean? Vivier explained, if we place the water tank at a higher elevation than the houses, we can use the water immediately without needing complex techniques. We'll dig for springs and connect them with large pipes. From the large pipes, we'll connect smaller pipes to create a water tank. If I explain it as large pipe molds, can you visualize it? Vivio turned her back to Ericsson and entrusted him. The rest you'll understand when you read the attached blueprint. So, please keep this a secret and begin construction. Okay, he called out to her, wait a moment. Miss Ano, what is the architect's name? Vivio smiled enigmatically. She turned back, her face full of confidence, and introduced herself. My name is Vivi. Ericsson was silent for a moment, surprised. Then, looking in the direction she left, he muttered repeatedly, Vivi. Meanwhile, Vivio, walking ahead, paid him no mind and cheerfully called out, come on, Shin. If everything went this smoothly, the new house could be finished before Anais returned. Back in her small form, Vivio tried to pull the blanket over herself and groaned in exhaustion. Ugh, I'm so tired. Curled up in her blanket, Vivio wearily complained to herself. I'm completely drained from talking with the Spirit Kings and going to the forge. Zine appeared beside her bed at the same time, urging her, Miss, you must wake up. Vivio remained sprawled on the bed, groaning tiredly. 10 more minutes. His Grace the Duke will have to wait a long time then. Hearing Zine's words, Vivio instantly became alert. Father, she sat up abruptly, asking, why would Father have to wait? Zine calmly explained, today is the day Baron Adarjo's family leaves. Vivio let out an ah, as if understanding. She continued, so His Grace said he would join us for lunch today. She suddenly exclaimed, has time passed that quickly? Vivio rested her chin in her hand, thinking happily. It's already time for the Adarjo family to leave. I was so focused on building the house that I didn't realize time flew by so fast. Zine announced, and I have more good news to share with you, Mississippi. Vivio sat on the bed, curious. Zine exclaimed excitedly. You'll be able to see Lydia and your nanny soon. Vivio was dumbfounded. Oh, surprise filled her. What? Zine looked at Vivio with sparkling eyes. Lydia and your nanny will be departing from the capital soon. You'll be able to see them in 3 weeks at the latest. Vivio thought, the house isn't finished yet. She asked Zine from her bed. What about Anai's husband? Has he recovered? Zine replied, yes. I hear he'll be able to return home in 2 weeks. Vivio breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that's good. She pondered, if I get help from his spirits, it could be completed within 3 weeks. But the problem is, Erickson doesn't have any construction experience yet, but his eyes are still full of determination. I'll have to stop by next week to see how things are going. Vivio clasped her hands together and said, now, I'm really looking forward to seeing Lydia and Anais soon. Zine touched Vivio's clasped hands. She spoke emotionally. Lydia and your nanny sent letters. They were worried you might have forgotten their faces. Vivio replied softly, that's not possible. Zine still seemed a little worried, expressing, what if I have to leave for somewhere far away? You won't forget me, will you? Vivio smiled and replied, of course not. Holding Zine's hand in her small ones, Vivio said, Zine, you've become a very important person to me now. Besides, you promised to share lots of delicious food with me. Zine reached out to me and hugged her mistress tightly, saying, oh, I'm so lucky to be your maid, Mississippi. You're so adorable. I don't know what to do. Vivio nuzzled her head against Zine's chest and replied. Zine thought, I'm going to suffocate. Zine said, well then, I'll go get you some water for washing your face. Vivio mumbled, thank you. Suddenly, a person with blue hair appeared behind. Vivio, a voice called out, causing Vivio to turn around. Darling. Sinfit appeared excitedly, saying, oh my, what should I do? Vivio, startled, replied, Lord Sinfit. Sinfit rushed towards her like a gust of wind. My darling, you're even more adorable in the form of a child. Vivio froze, bewildered and confused. Why are you suddenly here? A hand reached out, blocking the space between them. Stop it, Sinfit. Sinfit glanced over. Salian. Salian looked disapprovingly and spoke critically. Every word you say becomes a burden to this little one. Sinfit immediately looked remorseful. Ah, you're right. I apologize, darling. Vivio hesitantly mediated. It's okay. A pair of feet appeared along with a voice. What are you all talking about? Vivio looked at the 4 spirits who had all appeared, thinking Lord Terra and Elaime are here too. Aye, isn't this going to make me die young? Seeing Vivio trembling, Elaime explained, wait, child, don't worry too much. The reason we've come to you like this is because we've found a solution. Vivio exclaimed, really? Is that true? That morning, the entire Indigo Baron family sat together at the dining table. Machina bit her nails anxiously, thinking, today is the last day and nothing has gone according to plan. How did things turn out like this? Just pretending to be friendly fools everyone. But why doesn't it work on that girl? A shout interrupted her thoughts. Machina, Baroness Inigo scolded. I told you to stop biting your nails. Machina quickly withdrew her hand and said, I'm sorry, mother. Baron Inigo began to complain. Honestly, my older brother is one thing, but why is that girl late too? Baroness Inigo replied, be patient, dear. The people here have no class. With the elders deciding to support Heir's tone like this, how much longer can they act so haughty? Anyway, don't get too upset. We'll be in charge of this place soon enough. Mechina lowered her head and thought, my family has nothing left to rely on, so I have to stay here no matter what. Today is my last chance to stay in this place. Suddenly, a pair of small feet slowly approached. Vivio held her hands in front of her chest and smiled brightly, saying, hello. I apologize for being late. My father is still busy with work, so he'll be a little later. Baroness Inigo sneered. You're always late, aren't you, Vivio? How dare you keep us waiting? Are you even aware of your place? Mechina greeted her. Vivi, long time no see. It's a shame we can't see each other more often. Bibiu raplia casuali, machina. Baroness Inigo said sarcastically, Vivio, you're so lucky. It seems our Mechina is very fond of you. I'm not pleased with her getting close to you, but since our Mechina wants it, what can we do? Vivio covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. Huh? Baroness Inigo flew into a rage. Are you laughing at me? It seems you still haven't grasped the situation. Just looking at you, one can tell how lax the Duke's household is. It just goes to show children who don't receive proper upbringing. A voice echoed beside Vivio's head. What are you saying to a child? Vivio tilted her head. Dado. Tiny Lamb spoke angrily. Just say the word, kid, and I'll turn her into a roast chicken. This is Lord Salian's wrathful state. Sinfit spoke anxiously. My dear, only listen to good things. Don't pay attention to those words. Vivio whispered, thank you, Spirit Kings. Please don't worry about me. The Spirit Kings, witnessing this for the first time, were understandably angry. She looked towards the representative of the Blue Spirit King. But it's amazing to hear your voices through a spirit like this. The Spirit Kings expressed in unison. Although we are always by your side, we don't know what kind of influence we might have on you. So, we decided not to manifest unless absolutely necessary. The little spirit who had just appeared bowed, holding his hands before his chest. Greetings, I am Lamb, representative of the Spirit Kings. My purpose is solely to connect you with the 4 Spirit Kings. Therefore, only you can see me, and I can read your thoughts. Vivio thought in amazement. Incredible. Oh, that's right, my headache is gone. Elam announced, from now on, our words will be conveyed by Lamb. Vivio felt warmed by this. Are you all doing this just for me? The Spirit Kings will be cheering me on too. So, I guess I can let this go, right? Heir's tone chuckled foolishly to ho ho ho. That girl has no manners. Vivio, not one to be bullied easily, immediately retorted. And Heir's tone, I wonder where you learned to be like that. Her words left the Duke's family speechless. The Duke and the boy Heir's tone were frozen stiff, unable to utter a word. Or is it because the inherited character is inherently trash? Baroness Inigo said irritably, this girl is really... She stood up abruptly, prompting Mechina to stop her. Mother, the Duke is coming. The Duke approached from afar, saying, I apologize for the wait, everyone. I'm late. At the height of the tension, the Duke appeared with an impressive air. Salad, beautiful and fragrant flowers from the garden, along with incredibly appetizing dishes arranged on beautiful plates. Vivio, holding a knife and fork, complimented with a relaxed expression, this is delicious. Then she turned to look at Baroness Odejo with bored eyes, except for the people who are ruining my mood. Having said that, she began to devour the food with frantic speed. Gotta eat fast and get out of here. While munching away, Vivio's eyes suddenly widened, sparkling. It turned out to be a refreshing drink that had just been brought over. She couldn't help but open her mouth in excitement. This must be delicious. I have to drink it with orange juice too. But her father, Duke Andante, suddenly interrupted. Wait a moment. Picking up the teacup from the table, he continued, I'll hold it so you can drink. Slightly flustered by his words, Vivia held out her hand in refusal. Oh, it's all right. I can drink it myself. However, after hearing Duke Andante's next words, the cup is too heavy for your small hands. Vivia started sweating, her eyes wide. What? Just then, Den approached from afar and softly said, troublesome tasks like this, please let me do it. But Duke Andante seemed to have no need for assistance, turning his head slightly and refusing with a glance. Absolutely not. It's not troublesome at all. Then he gave her an extremely serious look. Across from him, a very confused Vivia wiped the sweat from her brow, thinking, why is father acting like this all of a sudden? Left with no other choice, she pretended to manage and took a few sips. She focused on gulping down the liquid in. the large cup. A moment later, Vivia spoke somewhat shyly, causing Baroness Odejo and Mechina's faces to pale. Thank you. Baron Odejo was no exception, his mouth agape in astonishment. Meanwhile, Duke Andante continued to help Vivia drink, remaining silent. Then, he narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a low voice. Do you have something to say? Startled, Baron Odejo stammered, holding out his hand. No, brother. Hearing this, Duke Andante continued to focus on Vivia's drinking, but replied, No, you do have something to say. So, Baron Odejo cleared his throat and covered his mouth with his hand. Ah, no. On second thought, I do have something to say. About the investment I mentioned the other day. Before he could finish, Duke Andante furrowed his brows, his tone sharp. Didn't I say I didn't want to hear about that again? The icy tone made Baron Odejo pale once more, sweat beading on his forehead. But brother, I'm also the head of a family. Mechina is about to reach the age to enter the academy. Covering his face with both hands, he wailed, although our circumstances aren't great, I still want her to attend the academy. It's the heart of a parent. You're a father too, so you'll understand my feelings. Suddenly, the short-haired child, who had her eyes closed, cried out, I'm all right. Baroness Odejo immediately turned to her, sternly saying, Mechina, don't you see the adults are talking? But Mechina seemed to have more to say, but, after a moment of thought, she put on a determined expression and continued, I also have something to say to His Grace, the Duke. Instead of entering the academy, Mechina's concluding statement left everyone speechless. Want to apply for the position of maid in the Duke's household. As soon as she finished speaking, someone's fist slammed down on the table with a bang, their voice filled with anger. What did you say? What did you just say, Mechina? Faced with the outburst, Mechina lowered her head slightly, her face covered in sweat, and whispered, I really like Vivia. I want to be closer to her, that's why. Besides, if I become a maid, I'll also receive instruction in etiquette and general education. If that's the case, I won't need to attend the academy. That's fine too. So, Your Grace, could you take me on as Vivia's companion? Having said that, Mechina was incredibly flustered, her eyes vacant as she thought, how did this suddenly happen? Wasn't that too abrupt? Baron Odejo's reaction suggested this was Mechina's doing alone. What a brazen family. Upon hearing this, Baron Odejo's face stiffened, and he stammered, Mechina, what are you talking about? While Vivia remained silent in embarrassment, Mechina said with a touch of seriousness, I won't be careless, since she's my cousin. I'll work hard, so I won't be a burden. Vivia, you like me too, right? Is she planning to keep up this act until the very end? After a moment, Vivia spoke, I don't. Just as Mechina was trying to persuade Vivia, like what I said before, she was interrupted. Mechina. She quickly looked at the man, sitting with his hands clasped, and replied, Yes, Your Grace. Duke Andante narrowed his eyes slightly and said sternly, I don't want to entrust my daughter to amateurs. And before worrying about tuition fees, I think you should focus on getting into the academy first. Of course, if you pass, I will cover all the expenses. He brought a hand to his chin and continued, That's the decision I made, understanding your concern for the children. As soon as he finished speaking, Baron Odejo looked slightly surprised. What? There's no need to go that far. A thought ran through his head. Damn it, I was going to ask for an investment, but how did things turn out like this? Vivia, holding her teacup, remained silent. Is she lowering her head so others can't see her expression? Father's decision is so satisfying, I just want to clap. He blocked Baron Odejo's attempt to ask for an investment and presented the image of a benevolent sponsor providing educational opportunities for children. What a dazzling Duke. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps accompanied a voice, Your Grace. A man approached Duke Andante and stammered slightly, I apologize for disturbing you during your meal, but what you requested has been prepared. The two exchanged words. Shall we prepare to depart now? Let's. A moment later, the clip-clop of a horse echoed through the space. This surprised Vivia, who turned her head and wondered, why is there suddenly the sound of a horse? Airstone abruptly stood up and stammered. That, the symbol of a golden bull. Isn't that the symbol of the artisan Lamborghini? What could it be? The two men continued their conversation. Did you commission it yourself? Indeed. Then Duke Andante extended his hand to his daughter, Vivia. She quickly replied, Yes. and without hesitation, she took her father's hand. He then asked, "What do you think?" Duke Andante added, "Do you like it?" Hearing this, Vivia quickly put on a delighted expression. Wow. After a moment of admiration for the magnificent carriage, her eyes sparkling, she asked, "What is this?" Immediately, Duke Andante bowed slightly and replied, "Although it's a little late, this is your birthday present." The two men, one old and one young, feigned surprise and spoke in turn. "Miss Vivia, we heard you're going to test drive the carriage today. My, how envious we are of you, Mrs. Sippy. I never thought I'd be able to witness a Lamborghini carriage with my own eyes." Vivia, being led by a maid, turned her head and asked innocently, "Then, why are all these people gathered here?" As the three attendants enthusiastically raised their cameras, Din immediately replied softly, "Ah, it's because of the Lamborghini carriage, Mississippi. A custom-designed carriage is a rare item, difficult to see in the capital. The sound of clicking shutters filled the air. That's why everyone is taking pictures." Hearing this, Vivia was a little surprised. She slowly placed her hand on her chin and murmured, "It seems this carriage is very expensive." It's true, even Baron Odejo, who always indulges in luxury, couldn't boast in front of this carriage. Their whole family seemed rather strained when they left, especially Mechina. She looked very downcast. I wonder if she's all right, but it's not really my concern. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a food cart was pushed forward. Din quickly changed her demeanor and asked confidently, "Miss, would you like to try some of these before we depart?" As soon as she finished speaking, Vivia immediately asked in surprise, "What is that?" The dishes on the cart were unveiled, and a voice followed. "The chef prepared these personally for you, Mississippi." Vivia was utterly surprised. "That cookies? Are they burnt?" Immediately, Din closed her eyes and smiled, replying, "They're carriage-shaped cookies, so they're dark in color, Mississippi." Then, Vivia turned and inquired about the tray held by another maid. "Then what's that one?" The maid opened the lid, revealing a tray full of food shaped like a carriage. She began to explain, "The name of this dish, modeled after the carriage to commemorate this first test drive, is..." Causing Vivia's face to pale. You don't have to say it. It's gone that far, huh? Afterward, both the questioner and the question fell into deep thought. "But miss, have you named this carriage yet?" "A name for the carriage? Is it absolutely necessary?" While Vivia fiddled with her hands, she listened to the maid's words. "This is the first gift the Duke has given you. Wouldn't it be wonderful to give it a name?" She simply replied, "Is that so? Then I'll ask Father." The scene shifted to the courtyard outside, where someone's feet could be seen approaching. Duke Andante approached with a clip-clop of his shoes, saying, "Have you been waiting long?" But Vivia, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, wasn't angry at all. She replied cheerfully, "No, not all. Let's get in the carriage." As soon as she finished speaking, Duke Andante pressed a button on a remote, and a beep sounded. After a ding, the door slowly opened, causing Vivia to gasp. Wow, it even has automatic doors. The interior was also incredibly spacious and airy. She quickly settled into a seat and exhaled. Seeing this, a concerned question followed. "How does it feel sitting down?" Vivia immediately put on a satisfied expression. Incredibly comfortable." "Ah, but father," she continued, a little uneasily, her face creasing with worry, "isn't this very expensive?" "Because of me. A carriage so expensive it made even Baron Odejo's family gasp. What if I'm a burden to father? Besides, he already gave me a present. With that money..." Duke Andante's voice, stern yet kind, interrupted her thoughts. "Vivia," he looked at her with a gentle gaze, "this is your second birthday present. Even if I bought several carriages like this, the Duke's family fortune wouldn't be affected, so don't worry too much." But Vivia was flustered, her face sweating. "Yes, to that extent. I never imagined I was the only daughter of such a wealthy family. Actually, every time I see father like this, I feel a sense of distance." His words barely finished. Duke Andante flinched slightly and immediately asked, "You feel a distance from me?" Vivia, still innocent, replied with wide, honest eyes, "Yes." "Perfection." Giving a thumbs up, she continued, "I feel a sense of perfection from you, father." Suddenly, Lamb appeared beside Vivia, whispering in her ear, "Ahem." Hearing those words makes me concerned. Startled, Vivia's face was covered in sweat. "Oh, the Spirit Kings." Lamb, now, with small wings and a sturdy physique, added, "Don't you feel any distance from me?" Lord Salian is being groundlessly confident. At times like these, you should reply, "A solid wall. Lord Alim is guiding me." Hearing this, Vivia's expression brightened, silently agreeing. That's right. It's a little embarrassing, but seeing father so happy makes it all worthwhile. The scene shifted to a place where bundles of straw were piled up. An unfamiliar voice rang out. You brought the straw? Thank you. Now, I'll ask you for a very important favor. Vivia pointed forward and cheerfully commanded, can you dry these bundles of straw until there's not a trace of moisture left? Immediately, the wind spirit Cillian floated in midair and began to cast a spell. When I first started, I was still quite unsure, but thanks to the experience I gained working at the construction site of my first life, I quickly adapted. The framework is almost finished. I can't rest much. I have to mix the yellow ochre to plaster the walls. The soil Tara mentioned is very similar to yellow clay. My whole body is trembling, my face pale as I groan. Oh dear, my hand. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through the air, accompanied by a voice calling out, Hey kid. Lamb flew closer and whispered, I'm so sorry I can't help you. Meanwhile, Tara was apologizing. While summoning one spirit, I can't summon other spirits of different elements. Lamb, with her chin resting on her hand, whispered her praise. My dear is so independent. If you had asked me, I could have finished it 3 times faster than Cillian. Sinful was regretful. Immediately, the other person quickly replied, but I can do this much myself. A thought flowed through her head immediately afterward. I have to do my own work. The Spirit Kings have commented that my soul is incredibly pure and radiant, and thanks to their favor, I've received a lot of help. But ever since I learned that the Spirit Kings are beings of godlike status, I haven't been able to casually ask for their help anymore. Oh, right. Speaking of favors, there's one more thing I need to do today. Holding the jewel in her palm, she called out, Sinfa. Finishing, she faced the small spirit and requested, after I'm done with today's work, could you take me to Aniza's house? Nightfall blanketed the area. Vivier followed Lamb, thinking as she flew, I haven't visited Erickson since last time, have I? I didn't want to go too soon because I was afraid he'd lose heart, landing softly on the ground. She mused, but if everything's going smoothly without any problems, there should be scaffolding up, marking where the house will be. Her eyes widened in surprise. Standing before the sign, she exclaimed, the pre-construction preparations are already complete. She observed the newly installed pipes. The water lines were also arranged very logically. I didn't expect him to prepare everything so perfectly. She calculated her next steps. Next, we just need to fit the straw into the pre-built rafters and apply the first coat of yellow ochre. The more she thought, the more excited she became. For a sturdy house, we need 3 coats, but I can ask the spirits for help. And at this rate, the house will be finished quickly if there aren't any serious problems with the water pipes. Vivier approached the wooden house. Hello, Erickson. She said it's been a while. The man was delighted to see her. The architect has finally arrived. His haggard face worried Vivier. Oh my. Erickson, has something happened? He explained, I didn't know when you would arrive, so I couldn't leave. Vivier was stunned. Her face fell. She thought to herself, thinking about it, I was a bit remiss since I can only come out at night. After all, Vivier apologized profusely that I'm so sorry. I think we should set meeting times in advance from now on. I didn't realize you'd be waiting here until now. Erickson rose from his chair. That it's all right. I have something more important to discuss. She asked, what is it? He said worriedly, if we continue constructing the clean water pipes like this, it might cause harm to the villagers. Vivier was confused. Cause harm? But this project is meant to help those who have difficulty fetching water. What's going on? Without further ado, he spread out a map and explained, first, please take a look at this map. The people of Lantau usually get their water from the communal well or this stream. According to the design, we have to find the underground water source and install the pipes. But doing so will gradually deplete the water in the communal well. Vivier pondered, this is more serious than I thought. Erickson concluded, in other words, we have to find a more abundant water source than this one. He looked troubled, but the water source was originally found by the water spirit messenger, wasn't it? And we can't find a messenger right now, so I don't know what to do. Hearing this, Vivier was relieved, but also slightly worried. The water spirit? Luckily, I know the water spirit king, Eli Mel, but could I ask him for help? Thinking for a moment, she turned to look at the blue spirit lamb, who was observing in place of the spirit kings. She hesitated, thinking about Elimel's aloofness. I have a feeling he's harder to approach than the other spirit kings. Vivier mustered her courage and whispered, Your Majesty, Eli Mel. The water spirit king's voice transmitted through Lamb. The little one wants me to help her find an underground spring. She quickly replied, yes. Unlike her fears, Eli Mel readily agreed. No problem. She breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's wonderful. Suddenly, he said, but I have a condition. Hearing this, the other spirit kings responded in unison. What? Salian was indignant. If you asked me, I wouldn't play dirty like that. Sinfit was mocking. Oh, setting conditions for the little darling? How stingy. Tara sounded regretful. That I wish I could help you, little one. Eli Mel, unfazed, coldly replied, mind your own business. He then looked at Vivier. Oh, child, not a messenger. Do you intend to accept my condition? She stammered. A condition? She thought, I'm a little surprised. This is the first time I've encountered something like this. But it's more comfortable than asking someone for a favor without offering anything in return. She clenched her fists with determination. Yes, please tell me your condition. Despite her brave words, she added apprehensively, but I don't know if I'm capable of fulfilling it. The Water Spirit King didn't elaborate. I'll tell you the specifics later. He then waved his hand, opening a magic circle. Well then, little one, I will help you. I will immediately find the spring and bless it so that it never runs dry, even during a drought. She replied joyfully, really? Thank you so much, Your Majesty. Eli Mel. He looked at the excited child and thought, indeed, with this child, anything is possible. A few days later, at the Duke's mansion, a deep voice echoed. The task I gave you wasn't that difficult, yet you couldn't even do it properly? You're useless. The person being scolded knelt in fear. Your Grace. Duke Andante turned his back to the person and coldly replied, I've wasted too much time bailing you out. His voice grew angrier as he spoke, and because of that, my recent schedule has been delayed. He then turned around. The Duke slowly approached the kneeling person. Oh, you know that because of you, the Duke family's reputation has hit rock bottom. The kneeling man replied, I deeply apologize, Your Grace. The Duke looked disappointed. If you're going to deceive, at least clean up after yourself so you don't get caught. The man, speechless, could only plead, please protect my son. Hearing this, the Duke raised an eyebrow. So now, what punishment would be fitting for you? The man stammered, why yes, about that. The Duke smirked. I just had a wonderful idea. He picked up a cane in his hand. Seeing this, the man panicked. Your Grace, what is that? The Duke tossed the object to the man in front of him. In a different setting, the cane slammed against a board. A man with a goatee pointed seriously at the board and said, once again, allow me to introduce myself. I am Vadric Nobis, the tutor in charge of the young lady's education. Little Vivi raised her hand and asked, yes, from today, the Baron will be in charge of my studies. He nodded. Yes, those are the orders of His Grace, the Duke. He folded his arms and added, even though I'm a teacher, I'm still just a Baron, so please don't hesitate to call me Vadric. Vivier obediently replied, I understand, Vadric. But inwardly, she wondered, how did this person become my teacher? She recalled his reputation. According to Dian, although he had connections with all the famous trading companies, he was just a smooth-talking swindler. The more she thought about it, the more she disliked him. He also relied on other nobles, which affected the prestige and image of the Duke's family. Her impression of him was a solid 0. She thought, but last night, father, and then recalled their conversation. He had told her, even so, he's a capable person, so you'll learn a lot from him. The Duke analyzed, even while loyal to the Duke's family. He's the type who will look down on and act superior to those he considers more ignorant than himself. After that, he advised her, but I think it's best you hide the fact that you're a genius. She hadn't understood why. Her attention snagged on the compliment. Genius? The Duke replied casually, if you're not a genius, then who is? Before concluding, he reiterated, in short, be careful, especially don't let him know the formulas. Back in the present, Baron Vadric flipped through the documents. To begin the lesson, I'll give you an assignment. Vivier was speechless. An assignment? I wasn't told anything about that. The Baron declared bluntly, I need to check if you're qualified to participate in my lessons. She looked at this ancient version of a multi-level marketing schemer unhappily and asked, how do you intend to test me? Seriously, qualifications? What are you going to do if I don't meet your standards? Despite her inner annoyance, she didn't refuse. Even though I don't like his attitude, I'll follow father's instructions. Then, she replied innocently, oh, I'm just worried it might be too difficult. He sneered at this. This is the duty of a tutor. I can't do otherwise. The Baron smirked inwardly. As expected, she's already scared. Even if she's a princess, she's still just a 3-year-old child. Someone like me can't lower myself to the tasks of a nanny. His face was full of malicious intent. Well then, I shall read the contents of the assignment. He thought to himself, I'll make this brat quit these lessons herself. The sound of a hammer powerfully striking wood. It had been several days since construction officially began. Vivier wiped the sweat from her forehead. Phew, she sighed at IT first. The construction progress was slow because we didn't have proper tools, but thanks to the tools Erickson made earlier, everything is going smoothly. She thought to herself, it took a while to assemble the panels, but in the end, everything was completed successfully. At the same time, the installation of the waterproofing with the Goblin family seems like it will be finished by the end of today. She was stretching when Sunfire suddenly telepathically communicated, our beautiful young lady is also very commendable today. He flirted lightly. I wish I could hammer in your place, my beauty. Vivier laughed in response. Thank you very much, but I'm fine. Her face was full of radiance, but it's been a while since I've exercised, so it's very refreshing and enjoyable. She reminisced happily. Thanks to Eli Mel, I was able to find a new water vein last time. Erickson was truly grateful when he saw the water vein, thanking me profusely. I remembered the time working with the earth spirits. Even painting the walls white, which I thought would be the most difficult task, was easily handled thanks to the earth spirits. Looking at the nearly finished work, I felt proud. After this stage, we'll raise the roof, and then the project will be complete. I still felt like I was forgetting something, but I was enjoying my youth. So where was this uneasy feeling coming from? It felt like there was something important I had to do. Suddenly, I cover my face, remembering that devilish smile that... the assignment Vadric gave me. Sigh. Rewinding to a short time earlier, the Baron had decided to give me a small test. He said, based on the answer you give, I will decide whether to open the class or not. The Baron held a stack of documents and said confidently, well then, think of a surefire and effective way to turn 1 gold coin into 1,000 gold coins, and then come back to me. Vivier was shocked. Giving a 3-year-old an assignment like this? Looking at his smug expression, she scoffed internally. I see, he has an ulterior motive. She thought, what's the big deal? Even if the class is canceled, it won't matter. I'll just go back to my old life of eating and doing nothing. She remembered the beautiful pastries. Delicious. However, she suddenly felt dissatisfied. But I won't disappoint father. One morning, Duke Andante walked down the hallway with a stern expression. Someone saw him and stopped. Baron Vadric, seeing him, was puzzled. That's... He called out, Your Grace. The Duke had obviously seen him as well. He replied casually, Are you on your way to class? Vadric, seeing the large entourage behind him, thought a whole group of assistants behind him. Feeling called out, Vadric shrunk back. Yes. By the way, what brings your grace here? Before he could finish, the Duke said, I'm taking a walk. Vadric was surprised. Yes, your grace. Vadric peered at the people behind the Duke, wondering, a man who only knows work suddenly taking a walk. That doesn't fit his character at all. He didn't believe the excuse at all. Looking at the assistant's reactions, he's probably secretly coming to see the young ladies' class. Despite this, Vadric remained confident. But everything is going smoothly. He smirked at, IT seems Vivier couldn't solve the assignment. What can a 3-year-old know? I'm sure the answer I receive will be less than satisfactory. He imagined people gossiping about the little lady and felt gleeful, and then the class standards will plummet if she shows everyone that she's not capable of participating in the class. He grew more excited the more he thought about it, that I can prevent any financial misconduct and improper parenting. He pictured himself leaving triumphantly, I can't be a teacher anymore. The Baron immediately spoke. Your Grace, if you'd like, why don't you join the young ladies' class? The Duke feigned contemplation. Let me see. Then, with an expression that seemed like a trap, he replied, since you've invited me, how can I refuse? Vadric, seeing the events unfold according to his plan, was delighted. Wonderful. He thought to himself, today, I will definitely embarrass the young lady. He maintained a fawning smile on the outside. Well then, this way, please. Entering the room, Vadric opened the conversation. Please come in. He also inquired about you. How has Miss Vivier been? She turned and politely smiled in response. He continued, today is the first lesson, so His Grace, the Duke, and the assistants will be observing from the back. Are you all right with that? She replied, yes, it's fine. The Duke sat silently in a corner, observing. Vadric asked, have you solved the assignment? She smiled and answered, yes, sir. Hearing this, he emphasized, I have high expectations. Then please present the most effective method to turn 1 gold coin into 1,000 gold coins. She thought to herself, what answer? It's so obvious. Hey, I asked the maid about it. Dian encouraged her, miss. Do your best. Vivier didn't rush to answer. But I have a question. Her large, round eyes looked seriously at him. Vadrick didn't specify a time limit, correct? Vadrick wasn't sure what she was getting at, but replied, right, that's right. So what? He thought to himself, time? Why time? Hearing this, she gave her answer. Then I will use 1 gold coin to buy flour. He was puzzled. What will you buy flour for? She replied, I will store it and wait until the dry season to sell it. Her eyes held a sharp glint. As time passes, the value of currency also increases. At that time, I will be able to sell the flour for 1,000 gold coins. The assistants exclaimed, how can she be so remarkably intelligent, causing her to startle slightly. The man with the golden beard said in astonishment, she even considered the fact that the value of currency fluctuates over time. Vadrick felt the situation slipping. Ahem, even if it's just the answer of a child, it's worth considering. However, I will point out the flaw and make her cry. He started to make things difficult, but miss. Before he could point out the flaw, Vivier added, in addition, there's another method. He was stunned. There's more. She confidently replied, I will go to the horse races and bet. If I'm lucky, I can increase 1 gold coin to 1,000 gold coins. However, this method is almost impossible. The assistants exclaimed again. The black-haired man said, the auction house was a predictable answer, but the bearded man countered. The young miss added the condition that it requires luck. They all exclaimed, she recognizes that the method is impractical in reality. My goodness, even so, for her age, she's incredibly intelligent. Hearing people praise his daughter, the Duke's face filled with pride. That's my daughter. He chuckled. Vadrick persisted. However, miss, are those the best methods you can think of? He feigned regret. Oh dear, what a pity. The answers you just gave are practically impossible to implement in reality. He smiled and reminded her. The condition I gave was that it had to be useful and certain. Vivier smiled brightly and replied, yes, there is also the quickest and most certain method. Everyone listening was stunned. What? Murmurs rippled through the room. She calmly replied, if you asked me to do it today, I would use this method. Vadrick felt a flicker of fear towards the child before him. In the end, what is this so-called quick and certain method? Vivier, seeing him flustered, was delighted. Smiling brightly, she said, if you asked me to turn 1 gold coin into 1,000 gold coins right now, I would use this method. And that's the only way I could do it, and it's the best way anyway. He couldn't believe his eyes, staring dumbfounded at the little girl before him. Vivier turned and placed her feet on the ground, then nimbly hopped down from the tall chair. She walked towards her father, Duke Andante, who watched intently as her small figure approached. With a call of father, her face unchanging, she stared at him. Suddenly, Vivier leaped forward and hugged the Duke tightly. Flustered, he quickly caught her. Being embraced by her maid, Andante's eyes widened in surprise. While hugging him, Vivier asked with a naive smile, if I asked you to turn 1 gold coin into 1,000 gold coins, would you do it? He heard her, but remained silent, holding her close. Then, looking at her, he said, of course, you are my daughter. Nothing is impossible. Those standing around applauded and praised her profusely. Lady Vivier is so clever. Since he didn't forbid assistance, she exploited a loophole in the question. Meanwhile, the kings were arguing amongst themselves. Sinfa exclaimed angrily, if that man doesn't acknowledge her beauty, he's a complete idiot. Salian added, a bold person always comes prepared. Lamb turned away in a huff. Baron Vadrick, witnessing the scene, scowled. He let out a humph and cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing in the room. Vivier, hearing the sound, looked curiously towards the Baron. Vadrick praised her, quite clever, young lady. It's been a long time since I've seen someone so resourceful. Even though I left a loophole in the question, I can clearly see that your quick wit surpasses your age. So today Vivier felt anxious, blinking her eyes, thinking, what is he going to say? Vadrick's eyes lit up as he looked directly at her and continued, I truly admire you, young lady. Vivier was surprised and taken aback. Stunned though. Then he continued to praise her. I fail to recognize such a great genius. Your standards are higher than I thought, so we will proceed with a higher difficulty. She smiled amiably. Yes, thank you, Master Vadrick. She thought happily, yes. I've been recognized. Andante gently set her down. As he lowered her to the ground, he said, you've worked hard. Vivier quickly denied it. Oh no, not at all. If it weren't for what you said the other day, I wouldn't have thought of the final answer. A few days prior, during the carriage test run, while they were sitting together in the carriage, Vivier had said, I have something I want to ask. He'd asked, what is it? Vivier continued, do you really think I was jealous of Baron Dejo's carriage? Then she stammered, so that's why you prepared this gift. He listened, put his hand to his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, perhaps. But Baroness Ayers wants to invite you over, so I prepared a carriage with protective magic. She asked, confused, yes? He explained, because you're still young. I'll let you go out on your own when you're about 6 years old. Vivier wondered to herself, if it's Baroness Ayers, is that my mother's house? Why would she invite me there? In the past 3 years, I haven't met anyone while growing up in the capital. I wonder if it's because of the incident where the sacred artifact was almost destroyed. The atmosphere in the carriage became extremely quiet and still. He broke the silence. It seems you misunderstood Countess Ayers. It's not that no one looked for you at her house. Right after Sienna's funeral, a natural disaster struck the territory. The damage was so extensive that it took me a long time to resolve. Countess Ayers was surprised to hear your news and intended to visit you immediately. But I declined, saying that you needed more time to recuperate. Vivier asked, puzzled, declined. He hesitated, then replied, at that time, I was worried you would leave the Duke's castle. She still seemed naive as she pressed. Yes, what do you mean, father? Andante explained. Countess Ayers' people are very warm with each other, and the atmosphere is very harmonious. Completely different from our house, so she understood his meaning, remaining silent for a moment before calling out, Father, I really like it here. I want to stay here forever. He was surprised, really? She replied, I'm happy being with you, Father. There's so much delicious food at the Duke's castle, and everyone is so kind to me. And you're very thoughtful, too. A happy smile spread across Andante's face, his joy uncontainable. He cheerfully extended a hand towards her. You're the only one who says that about our family. Vivier affirmed her words, but I'm telling the truth. He continued, also, if you have any problems or difficulties, please tell me. I'm always by your side, so you can ask me for anything. Vivier happily agreed. Thank you, Father. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Andante asked her, by the way, have you named the carriage yet? Surprised by the question, she thought to herself, a name for the carriage. She lamented inwardly. Father is the second person to ask me about the carriage's name after Zine. It feels like I'm under pressure to make a decision. After a moment of thought, Vivier softly replied, I haven't decided yet. I'll name it now. He calmly responded, go ahead. She rested her chin in her hand, thinking, if that's the case, then thousands of names flashed through her mind. Tabby Cat, Golden Zindo Dog. Suddenly, the image of the small boy came to mind. She thought, the dead boy. So the carriage's name is... Back at the Duke's castle, a voice rang out, T, Mississippi. Today's lesson ends here. Vivier offered encouragement. You've worked hard, Vadric. Vivier, strolling along, stopped abruptly. Someone shouted, what the hell is this? Curious, she looked towards the source of the commotion, thinking, what are those people doing over there? The people there exclaimed in surprise, that precious Lamborghini carriage has this nameplate. Isn't it too thoughtless for a nameplate? The argument continued. If it were me, I would have put more diamonds on it. Then, the hee-hee wouldn't stand out so much. Vivier stood before the carriage's nameplate, unable to believe her eyes. After her self-study had ended, this plate had appeared on the carriage. She couldn't understand why the servants were arguing about it. All the servants at the Duke's castle were strange. The clatter of the moving carriage echoed through the quiet night. The driver informed the passenger inside. It'll be another hour until we reach the inn. Nanny and Isa called out urgently. Excuse me, but could we go any faster? The other person replied. It could speed things up, but might be stressful for the recovering patients and children. Hearing this, she lowered her head in disappointment and said, I see. Lydia consoled her. Nanny and Isa, please rest a little on the way. She continued worriedly. You haven't been able to sleep properly for the past few days. And Isa reassured her. I'm all right, Lydia. She clenched her hand, thinking to herself, I must see Miss Vivier quickly. The hazy image of a woman appeared in her mind. If this continues, Miss Sienna in heaven will be very disappointed. Sienna placed her hands on her belly and asked with a smile, Eliza, would you like to be my daughter's nanny? At the time, she was so moved she almost cried. Miss Sienna had left her work at Count Irex's estate, gotten married, and then offered a servant like her the position of nanny. Of course, Nanny Aniza immediately agreed. Yes, I will accompany Mississippi, and she had made arrangements for her to see her family more often. I came to the Andante estate because I trusted Miss Sienna more than for that condition. To be together, they went through a lot of hardships, but in return, they loved each other very much, and the child born from that love is Miss Vivier. But I can't forget the image of a little girl covered in wounds, lying sprawled out. Oh my, was this child our miss? Compared to her peers, she was too thin, with marks of abuse all over her body. She didn't even have the energy to look at anyone. I'm so ashamed of myself for thinking she was living well and not bothering to look for her. This time, I'm determined not to leave her side no matter what happens. She clutched her cloak tightly, worried. Miss Vivier, I wonder if you are living well at the Duke's castle? Inside the room, a questioning voice rang out. Miss, isn't it a little early to be going to bed now? Vivier, while it was still bright and early, pulled the covers over herself. No, I'm very tired. I'm going to sleep. Zine couldn't help but exclaim. You seem to be sleeping a lot lately. Zine felt suspicious. Could it be that you're not sleeping at night and sneaking out? The words hit a nerve, making Vivier flinch. Why is Zine so sharp right now? It's true that I've been overdoing it lately, but thanks to that, I was able to dry all the animal hides on the roof. And together with Sir Salient and a lime, I managed to bend the wood grain and create roof tiles. Vivier was quite enthusiastic. Just put in the pot and the board bends. Looking at her worried face, she thought to herself, but I can't tell Zine. Vivier stammered in denial. No, I'm not sneaking out. It's hibernation. People tend to sleep a lot in winter. Zine rested her chin on her hand, curious. Hibernation? No wonder you ate a bit more at dinner, like you were preparing for hibernation. But it's not good for your digestion to go straight to sleep. I'll bring you some vinegar. Vivier panicked at the mention of vinegar. Vinegar? No, I don't like it. She had to change the subject. I think a walk in the hallway will be better, don't you think? Fortunately, Zine found the suggestion reasonable. That's a good idea, Mississippi. I'll prepare your cloak. The two held hands as they walked through the vast, empty hallway. Hearing the strong wind blowing outside, Vivier looked back. Vivier paused before the window, wondering it's cold outside but warm in the hallway. How strange. Zine replied, yes, that's because the Duke had a temperature control spell installed. It'll be cool in the summer, too. Vivier exclaimed, oh, I see. That's amazing. Tugging at her night clothes, she mused, so that's why I haven't felt cold, even though I've just been wearing these. As expected of one of the 3 Grand Dukes who creates magic tools. I hope the people outside the castle walls can also live in warm houses soon. Suddenly, Vivier was startled by a loud shout. What? You brat. The shouting continued. I'll see how long you can keep this up. Vivier wondered. Is someone arguing? A man's voice sounded quite serious, that he's lived longer than I thought. I didn't think he was the type to flatter and cling to his life. The other person shouted back, losing their temper. What are you babbling about now? A beggar hiding someone who stole money dares to. Zine, sensing the tense situation, whispered urgently to Vivier, Miss, let's go back. But Vivier was still curious. Shazine, wait a moment. I just want to know who it is. Vivier gasped when she saw the face of the speaker. You'd better watch your words. Carefully, it was Vadric. Vadric called out, Zarin Osters. Zarin, holding his head wearily, replied, enough. It was a mistake to talk to a sly, filthy person like you. He spat on the ground, clearly showing his disdain, which angered Vivier. Baron Osters dared to spit in the hallway. As your father's assistant, don't you know basic manners? I have to tell father that he needs to meet with Airstone. Baron Vadric suddenly turned to leave, making Vivier panic. She whispered to Zine, he's coming this way, Zine? What do we do? Zine quickly extended her hand. Miss, you must hold on to me tightly. Vivier, confused, just stared. Then Zine, with all her might, scooped Vivier up into a princess carry. Then she dashed off, leaving Vivier dizzy. After running for a while, Zine set her mistress down, panting, I think we weren't seen. Vivier, embarrassed, agreed. Yeah, I think so. Zine, am I heavy? Zine, still breathless, slumped down. But we shouldn't have done that anyway. Eavesdropping on other people's arguments is rude. Mississippi. Vivier scratched her head sheepishly. Sorry, I don't know why Zine said wearily. I knew their relationship wasn't good, but I didn't expect them to argue in the Duke's castle. Vivier was surprised by this information. What? Really? Their relationship isn't good? What happened? She thought to herself, now that I've heard this, How can I ignore it? Zine glanced around, checking for anyone nearby. I don't know if it's okay to tell you this, Mississippi. Vivier replied brightly, don't worry, I don't know anything. Then the maid recounted, there's a famous anecdote that 4 years ago, Baron Nobis swindled half of Baron Oster's fortune through his cunning. He even taunted him afterward, saying, what's a beast like you going to do with money? Vivier asked in astonishment. He did that, and he still works under. What about him? He wasn't that bad when he was teaching, was he? She wondered. The image of Vaderick nodding in approval, saying, truly a young lady worthy of my recognition, flashed through her mind. Zine continued. His Grace the Duke seems to understand the situation. Perhaps Baron Nobis has some personal reason. Vivier pondered, swindling someone else's property is wrong, isn't it? But if Zine is right, and Father still keeps him around, there must be a reason. Firstly, he is Baron Oster's, so I can overlook it for now. He's also a very suspicious person, considering his collusion with Baron Adagio. So I can't judge others based on a past I don't fully understand. She yawned and told her maid, Zine, I'll be going to sleep in 10 minutes. Vivier gave an angelically bright smile. Since there aren't many of these precious days left, I need to sleep and recharge. She shined ominously, miss. Several days later, on a beautiful morning, a stern voice rang out. What is it, Vaderick? It's Sunday morning. The Duke continued. If it's not urgent, it can wait. At this, Vaderick spoke up. Your Grace, I have an important matter regarding Miss Vivier's lessons that I wish to bring to your attention, Your Grace. Could it be that you've been keeping information about the young miss from me? Perhaps she is more intelligent than her age suggests. You said she could study at a 6-year-old's level, correct? The Duke's hand, holding a pen, paused. He asked, and Vaderick felt a surge of smugness. As expected, his reaction shows he knows something. He thought, that day, Duke Andante remained his daughter's classroom despite his assistant being present. Surely, it wasn't just out of curiosity to see how she learns. He must have been there to see if the young miss was truly concealing her abilities. He brought a hand to his head. I should have realized that a child born of his Grace and the lady, who was expected to become a controller, would be extraordinary. His Grace, the Duke, is renowned for his brilliance, and the lady was predicted to become a controller. Wouldn't their child naturally possess exceptional innate talent? Standing before Duke Andante, Baron Vaderick addressed him. Your Grace, you still don't believe me, do you? Duke Andante furrowed his brow. What? Baron Vaderick clenched his fist. It's true, isn't it? Miss Vivier. She's the child of the woman who almost became the controller, the Duchess of Andante. The Ired Earldom is known as a family that manages holy relics. But what isn't mentioned is their other role in the royal family's control. If the power of something other than a divine creation is used with a holy relic, without completely suppressing its power, then the user will die. The one who can prevent such a catastrophe is the controller. Miss Vivier must have something. Baron Vaderick's words poured out. I know you doubt my abilities due to some prior misunderstandings. Weren't you testing to see if I would recognize Miss Vivier's abilities? Duke Andante's face remained impassive. Then, his expression turned serious. If you continue to waste my time with such frivolous nonsense, I will give you 1 lash for every minute. Baron Vaderick flinched. What? He pleaded. Please, Your Grace, even if you could be honest with me. Before he could finish, the doors were flung open with a loud bang by 2 guards. Startled, Baron Vaderick turned around. 2 guards said in unison, Your Grace. The 2 guards seemed worried by Duke Andante's inquiry. What is it? The guard stammered, explaining, the thing is due to the severe destruction of Aniza. The young lady's nanny a new house has been built. There's even a blueprint. Duke Andante was bewildered. What? The previous night, Vivier, full of excitement, said, I've only ever seen these things in the coal shed. This is the first time I've seen it outside. She stood before a small, beautiful, sparkling house. Wow, it's so pretty. Vivier turned on the water faucet. Thanks to Ericsson's help, it's finished sooner than I thought. I can move it right now. Stepping inside the house, Vivier said cheerfully, It'll take a while, but She slapped her hand against the wall. Vivier ran her hand back and forth over the wall. She pressed her face against the wall, her eyes closed in contentment. Finally, it's done. A noise from outside shattered the quiet scene. Vivier ran to the door and saw a man wearing an apron approaching. Oh, Mr. Ericsson. But she looked puzzled. Ericsson asked, Are you the architect? Vivier asked, What are you doing at this hour? Ericsson replied, Oh, I stopped by because I couldn't finish the plumbing in 3 days. Ericsson hesitated, his eyes filled with emotion. but this is the first time in my life I've seen this new house. It's not a lie to say I can build a house. Vivier, in a cheerful mood, thought, I can understand why Erickson is so surprised. The building materials were all lost after the architect's executions. Everyone was so scared they didn't even build a single house. Vivier suddenly remembered and asked Erickson, "Oh, by the way, has anyone asked you what you've been doing?" Erickson declared boldly, "Anyway," I frowned a little, and they ran away. Vivier patted her chest. That's a relief. Still, if someone comes and asks who worked with you. Erickson interrupted, "Of course, we'll keep our mouths shut." Erickson added, hands on his hips, "If I go around talking, you'll be bothered." Then he turned and went into the house. "Anyway, since the house is finished, I don't think I need to postpone it. I'll finish the plumbing now." Vivier smiled brightly and replied, "Ah, yes." She rummaged in her pocket. "Oh, I almost forgot." Vivier held a drawing in her hand. With this blueprint, a gentle smile appeared on her face. "Even the homeless can have a safe home." Terra, the Earth Spirit King, exclaimed, "Oh dear, somehow the way you think of others is so inspiring." Andon, the Water Spirit, commented, "She seems like a being similar to water, something essential in the world." Sulfi, the Wind Spirit King, declared, "I demand we change the spirit language. We must change the word for adorable in the spirit language to Vivier." Vivier said shyly, "Thank you, Spirit Kings. I hope things with Father will go this well, too." Duke Andante sank deep into thought. There was a time when Aniza was very much loved. I built that house with a sincere heart to repay her. I left the blueprint because I thought the people here would need it. Please, let the people who work at the Duke's mansion have a safe home. The two guards bowed at UM. How you plan to handle this, Your Grace? Duke Andante's expression was cold. If any strangers approach the house, investigate their identity. A guard respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Grace. I'll do it right away." Inside Vivier's bedroom, the house was now complete. My work is done. Now I just have to wait for Aniza and Lydia to return. Vivier stretched and yawned. Zine entered the room. "Oh my, miss, you're awake?" Vivier asked him. "Why are you up so early today, Zine?" Zine replied, "Due to some unforeseen circumstances at the mansion, your morning appointment has been canceled." Vivier's heart pounded in her chest. "What do you mean?" A newly built house suddenly appeared on Nanny's empty land. She then smiled that, "Oh my, they finally found it." Zine continued, "So, we are currently investigating the blacksmith who went to the house to do the plumbing." Vivier gulped, "Really?" Zine went on, "There's nothing suspicious, so it seems they'll let him go soon." Vivier sighed in relief. "Thank goodness." Vivier thought to herself, "So, if there's no problem, that house will become Nanny's, right? I'll have to go see Father today and double-check." Two male servants were whispering to each other, "S.O." That house just suddenly appeared like that. At the Duke's mansion, the impact of the new house is quite significant. So even though it's the weekend, everyone is still staying at the Duke's castle. A servant politely addressed Vivier. "Miss, please come in." Duke Andante spoke first. "You're here." Her purple hair, sparkling blue eyes, and yellow dress looked adorable. With a sweet demeanor, Vivier asked the Duke, "May I ask you something, Father?" Duke Andante replied, "Go ahead." With the innocent tone of a child, Vivier softly inquired, "I heard from Zine that Aniza has a house. What's it like, Father?" Duke Andante maintained his cold composure. It's still being investigated as to how it was built. Vivier continued, "After the investigation, it will be Aniza's, right? Is something not quite right about it for this era? Will Father demolish that suspicious house?" Vivier prayed, "Please let it become Aniza's house, please." Duke Andante's expression remained unchanged. Everything within Andante's law belongs to the king. He added, "If it ultimately poses no problem, they will be allowed to stay." Vivier rejoiced, "Really?" Duke Andante added, "But for now, Aniza won't be able to live there." Vivier pressed, "Why can't Aniza live there?" Duke Andante calmly explained, "Because, of course," he said, "she can't just spread out a blanket and live in a house with no furniture or anything." Vivier blinked. "Oh, I forgot about that." Duke Andante added, "So she'll have to stay at the Duke's castle for a while." Vivier exclaimed, "Father." Her face took on a mischievous look. "Oh, you have any furniture?" Then her expression brightened. "I want to give it to Aniza." Duke Andante asked softly, "You want to give her furniture as a gift?" Vivier replied, "Yes. Aniza has taken such good care of me." She touched her cheek shyly that it's been a while since she's been back, so I want her to be happy. A faint smile touched Duke Andante's lips. "That's a good idea. I think I should prepare a gift for your nanny as well." Vivier's eyes sparkled. "You too, Father?" Duke Andante regained his serious composure. "This time, she's been through a lot in a strange place. I also want to help her return home and rest immediately. Vivier exclaimed excitedly. Really? Father, you're the best. I don't understand why Duke Andante is rumored to be a cruel person. He's such a warm person. Salian, the fire spirit king, muttered following Vivier. Hey kid, got anything you want to say to me? I'm a spirit with inner warmth too, you know. Vivier pretended not to hear. Salian grumbled, burning up again. Vivier bowed to Duke Andante. Well then, I'm going to sleep now. Her footsteps halted at the call. Vivier. Her heart pounded. Baron Novus seems to have noticed your cleverness. Vivier spun around. What do you mean? Duke Andante, hand on his chin, explained. To be more precise, he's unclear about the secrets of the plan we shared. It seems he's realized you're at a much higher level than your peers. Vivier couldn't help but be taken aback even though the original intention was to act as if I'd had a difficult time, I didn't think he'd be fooled. Oh, so for the next task, will he ask me to propose something like a solution to the goblin skin problem in Britain? Goblin skin is typically used for construction, and currently, demand is low. In addition, the currently blocked export market is rapidly increasing, and inventory is piling up. After all, it's said that Duke Andante's territory, where the largest number of goblins are concentrated in Britain, is the one that has suffered the greatest damage. But to think of a way to solve this problem, Vivier thought to herself, even for someone at my level, isn't this a bit much? I'm only 3 years old. Seeing Vivier despondent, Duke Andante reminded her, but that sly Baron Novus will notice. I don't think it's necessary to hide it anymore. Vivier puffed out her cheeks. That I know. Duke Andante reassured her, don't be so discouraged. I'll take you to see the craftsman soon. She looked up. Yes. The sound of a door opening. Clear footsteps. A man approached. It's an honor to meet you, Miss Vivier. The man introduced himself. I am Henderson, and I am a furniture maker. This is my daughter, Iris. She's here today to assist me. Iris was overwhelmed by the sight of the mansion. Whoa, this place is so huge. Vivier was curious how old is she? Iris, startled, flustered, and greeted Vivier. Hello, I'm Iris. Vivier looked at Iris with delight. That's so cute. It feels completely different, huh? Vivier turned to the maid, Zine. The maid respectfully replied, Yes, miss. Vivier smiled brightly. Could you get us some cookies? I want to eat them with Iris. Iris waved her hands, stammering, no, it's not necessary. Vivier cheerfully replied, No, I want to share with you. It's okay. Let's eat cookies and drink tea together. Iris, shyly, yes, I'll eat them. Thank you, Mississippi. The maid's gentle voice. Then please enjoy yourselves while I bring the cookies. Only the three of them remained in the drawing room. I heard there's a new house in the village recently. My nanny will be living there, and I want to give her some furniture. Vivier pulled out a piece of paper hidden on her person. Please wait a moment. I prepared a drawing. Henderson and his daughter were astonished. This is... Vivier looks over the drawing. This is the furniture you'd like to order? Isn't it too much? Vivier asks, embarrassed. Don't need to make it exactly like the picture? The Fire Spirit King chuckles. This kid's still a bit naive, isn't she? He's interrupted by Synfire, the Wind Spirit King. What are you saying, Sally? Those distorted lines are art. Vivier sighs. That picture is just an example. Henderson guesses. I think I understand what you mean. Do you have any ideas about the colors of the furniture? Vivier replies. I haven't thought about that yet. A small hand goes up. Miss, how about... It turns out Iris is expressing her opinion. How about we decide on a furniture style for each room? She wonders. And, Miss, have you visited the house yourself yet? Feeling caught off guard, Vivier thinks one thing, but says another. I built it, so of course I've been there. I haven't been there yet, but what's the matter? Iris explains. It would be easier to arrange the furniture if you understood the structure of the house. Here, I drew it a bit hastily, but she spreads the drawing on the table. You can see the house looks like this. Vivier is astonished. Oh, this could be... She admires the drawing, a structural drawing just like how I built it. Iris has a keen eye. Iris continues her analysis. The family members will live here, so it would be great if you could tell me. Vivier interrupts. I can't go into that much detail. The teacups and saucers clatter. Actually, Jean, holding a serving tray, chimes in cheerfully. A boy and a girl, around 8 and 10 years old. Vivier asks, surprised, there are children? Just then, Henderson suggests, well then, let me give you a suggestion. Dark-colored furniture will be good for long-term use, so scratches won't be noticeable. Iris agrees. That's right. Furniture isn't easy to replace. She clasps her hands thoughtfully. Moreover, the walls are white, so the windows will look very large. If you hang light-colored curtains, the room will be incredibly bright. Vivier touches her cheek with delight. I'm so envious that you can build such a beautiful house. It's embarrassing to praise myself like this. The furniture maker speaks respectfully. May I ask why you want a leather sofa? Vivier replies eagerly, yes, because it looks very luxurious and can be used for a long time. That's true, but actually, it's been very difficult to find leather for sofas recently. He explains, because the ape empire, where the leather for sofas is produced, has cut off trade due to the low market. Vivier is slightly saddened. Oh dear, has trade been affected to this extent? Henderson continues. It will probably take more than 3 months to get the material from the capital. Vivier asks, so there's no other way? He answers immediately. There are some alternatives, but I'm not sure you'll be satisfied. Would you like to hear them? Vivier replies decisively. Yes, please tell me. Vivier speaks up. So, what kind of sofa material do you mainly use besides leather? Henderson replies, we mainly use fabric to make sofas. He explains enthusiastically. Initially, the inner material of the sofa was covered with a layer of fabric, but due to the natural properties of the material, the inner cotton layer rotted quickly. Now we layer the fabric, which is still better than leather. Leather is difficult to manage and quite easily stained. Vivier thinks to herself, fabric covered with fabric? For a long-lasting sofa, I need a stain-resistant material for the cover. Strong, she smiled. If so, I need to choose the material precisely. She suggested thoughtfully, how about using the goblin leather used in construction? Even Henderson was surprised. What? Vivier added, when making the sofa, I think you could add goblin leather inside the cover. Goblin leather is water-resistant and won't rot for a long time. Henderson stammered, goblin leather really has those properties? Vivier smiled brightly. There's data over there, I'll show you. He was stunned, unable to believe it. Henderson and his son looked over the documents, sweating that I've never used it, so I thought it was only for export. I didn't know it could be used for furniture. He exclaimed, besides, goblin leather is being sold very cheaply. Like I said, craftsmanship will make our industry much better. Vivier beamed. Thank you. I'm very grateful for this help. She mused. It seems they've solved this class issue together, haven't they? Looking at the potential of the domestic market, the goblin leather issue seems to be resolved, but Vivier was still troubled. After all, this isn't enough. Let's think a little more. As if she had an idea, she exclaimed, oh, Iris, you did a great job today. You have a keen sense. Iris replied softly, yes, Mississippi. But she waved her hands in embarrassment. No, miss, because my mother taught me everything. Actually, my mother is father's assistant. Vivier asked in surprise, really? Did you come in her place today? Iris politely said, yes. Mississippi, due to family circumstances, my mother returned to our hometown in the Strouge Empire for a while. Vivier fell into thought. The Strouge Empire? Where is that? Iris smiled sympathetically. Oh, it's understandable if you don't know. It's just a small island nation where it rains a lot. Because it's a trading nation, there are many materials for furniture. Vivier thought for a long time, as if realizing something. A trading nation with a lot of rain? Her expression changed. Wait, if it's that place? All right, this information will be useful. A few days after the competition was announced, the cooks and maids were gathered. All right, it's competition day. Get ready now, and let's get to work. A questioning voice arose. Who's that old man? Vivier pushed open the kitchen door and entered the head chef. An older chef turned around. Old man. The chef, seeing the young girl smiling brightly and raising her hand in greeting, was startled. Miss Vivier. The chef bowed, smiling sheepishly. Yes, my name is Han. I am the Duke's head chef. Is there something I can do for you? Vivier said politely, your meals are delicious. I've always wanted to thank you. Chef Han blushed. To me, everyone in the kitchen suddenly became her biggest fans. When she added, everyone in the kitchen works so hard too. I'm very grateful, the head chef replied. I didn't know you would come here personally to thank us. The maids and chefs started to cry. I knew Miss Vivier would say something like this. We're so happy. Everyone chimed in. I'll make you the best dessert in the world. Hee hee, our miss is the best. I'll keep you in my heart forever. Vivier tilted her head awkwardly. This atmosphere is a bit much. She spoke up. Uncle Han, may I ask something? The head chef replied politely. Yes, Mississippi. Please go ahead. Vivier made her request. I'm here because I want to make something in the kitchen. The head chef hesitated. What? But I have a meal I need to prepare urgently. Vivier pleaded. I'm sorry, but it's really important. She covered her face, tears starting to stream down. Everyone, can you help me just this once? The atmosphere in the kitchen was broken by a maid slamming her hand on the table. Head chef, what are you hesitating for? Our little miss is begging for help, she exclaimed. Everyone chimed in. That's right. She saved us all. The head chef's clenched hands trembled. Unable to speak, Vivier felt a pang of guilt. Was such an unreasonable request too much for the head chef? Head Chef Han regained his composure. It's perfectly reasonable. Vivier was surprised, huh? The head chef removed his hat, revealing his shiny head, and sniffled. If it weren't for you, I would have. He resolved, anything you need. From this moment on, I will unconditionally prioritize your requests. Vivier said slyly, thank you. Then I'll make it as quickly as possible. In the Duke's study, a meeting was taking place. A white-gloved hand curled into a fist and rested on the table. Baron Vader declared, first of all, there's nothing dangerous in that house, and the knights have withdrawn from it. Another person raised a question. The blueprint is a problem. What if it's a fake blueprint that was lost? The blonde-haired man suggested, the cheap materials are also suspicious. A mustached man also commented, it's even more suspicious that the house looks too perfect. Murmurs rippled through the room. Duke Andante remained silent. What a pointless debate. As suggested by those present at the meeting, the housing issue is a major one throughout England. Refugees, those who have lost their homes, are gathering in groups, and the summit is suffering damage. Although the suddenly appearing house and blueprint cannot be completely trusted, a way to turn an old dream into reality has begun to emerge. Residents of isolated towns have also found the letter, and there have been reports of hope or the possibility of owning a house. Duke Andante proposed, then why don't you build 3 houses based on the blueprint as a test? The Archbishop said, if so, then naturally from the nearby estates to the isolated towns will. The sound of a door opening echoed. Everyone turned to look at the door in confusion. Duke Andante asked, what is it? A clear, childish voice broke the tense atmosphere of the meeting. Fragrant cookies emanated a sweet aroma from a basket. The adorable Vivier approached, carrying the basket. Father, Vivier said, holding up the basket of fragrant cookies. These cookies, please eat them while they're warm. She looked incredibly eager. Someone in the room spoke softly, Miss, I'm very sorry, but we're in the middle of an important meeting. Vivier hugged the basket of cookies. A thought crossing her mind. Excuse me, but I must interrupt this meeting because Eniza's house ownership is being threatened. She turned this way, and that, Vivier hesitantly said, yes, did I bother everyone? She blinked, did I? She muttered to herself. It's best to appear as innocent as possible. Vivier continued, feigning distress. I brought cookies because I was afraid everyone would be hungry during the meeting. Duke Andante immediately frowned. He slammed his hand on the table, making everything rattle. Who dared to make my daughter cry? All those in the room flinched, their faces darkening. Then, Duke Andante turned to Vivier, his voice soothing. Don't worry, you're not a bother at all. And where did you get those cookies? No longer facing opposition, she cheerfully replied, these? I made them myself for everyone at the meeting. Duke Andante was surprised. You made them yourself? They're quite special. Vivier excitedly offered the basket of cookies. Father, please share them with everyone. Duke Andante reached out to take it. All right. She seized the opportunity. By the way, I want to stay by your side a little longer. Is that okay? He patted his thigh in invitation. All right, come and sit down. She happily replied, yes, thank you, father. After appeasing his young daughter, Duke Andante's voice turned serious. Now, let's restart the meeting with the personnel plan. As things went her way, Vivier quietly thought, all right, now I'll check on the progress of everything. The meeting grew heated. What about the skilled laborers when all the transporters are moved to construction? Indeed, there will be an influx of sabotage from the 3 sides, the farmers and security. Another person in the room mused, it's a serious problem. That's why experience is crucial. But immediately someone interrupted. What? Are you done yet? Vivier thought pensively. I'm here to listen in on the meeting. Everyone is muddying the discussion with their antagonistic attitudes. They can't even find a simple solution. She felt disheartened that I came here thinking it would be like this, but who knew? However, there was one thing that relieved Vivier. She sighed in relief. Well, at least no one objected to Eniza's house becoming her property. I'm glad about that. Vivier blinked in surprise. She couldn't believe her eyes. Vadric, looking at his sparkling eyes. Vivier was puzzled. What's with that look? I guess he's expecting something. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could he be wanting a cookie? Vivier turned to address a nearby servant. Please bring Baron Vadric some cookies. The cookies were brought to Baron Vadric. The raisin-studded cookies emitted a sweet fragrance. Vivier glanced at Baron Vadric, thinking, well, seeing him holding the cookie, but not eating it. She wondered, oh, didn't you want a cookie? Suddenly, a voice boomed in her head. How dare you? Duke Andante's face darkened. Coveting my daughter's cookies. Vivier stared wide-eyed at Duke Andante. What do you think, father? At that moment, she was even more surprised by the presence of both Baron Tempest and Baron Ostis. Vivier thought, why are all of you here? Unbelievable. She frowned, her gaze sharp. Now I'm leading this meeting. Then, she looked up and requested, Father, I have a question for you. Duke Andante looked at Vivier. She began to express her thoughts. Is it true that only knights can build houses? He replied, not necessarily, but we need a lot of people who could do difficult jobs. We need to hire people quickly, so we tried to assign them to the knights. Vivier pondered, then why don't we hire male laborers? Someone unemployed, for example. I've been learning about goblin families recently, and I heard that the goblin hunting problem is also very serious. She quickly proposed a solution. Then healthy goblin hunters could also build houses. New jobs would be created, and the transporters will do their work as before. Duke Andante was stunned, unable to believe his ears. He gently stroked his daughter's head. Vivier blurted out, Father. Duke Andante, while stroking Vivier's head, praised her. She's so smart, and she's my daughter. At that moment, someone in the meeting was also surprised. Oh, that's a good idea. They're goblin hunters. I had a bit an issue with that, but it makes sense. Everyone clapped in unison. What a great idea, wonderful. Duke Andante praised Vivier. You did a great job. She said shyly, thank you. In another scene, she thought, I've lived 3 lives already, but this is nothing. Duke Andante said, we should reward you, shouldn't we? If you want anything, just tell me. Vivier happily replied yes. Then she turned and asked again, anything? The meeting adjourned, and they began to discuss. How can someone come up with such a brilliant idea at this age? Everyone had been preoccupied with the new house and the design. One person said in disbelief, I didn't even think of goblin hunters, but they're perfect. Another said cheerfully, because I ate the cookies and was captivated by them. As for Baron Ostis, he was worried. That's a big deal. Vivier's reputation is increasing day by day. If things continue like this, Ostis's position will be disadvantageous. At the last meeting, I had no choice but to agree. How hard did I try to gain the support of those vassals? How could my position be shaken by a child like her? How could I vote for that idiot Ostis to inherit? It was just one of the ways to maintain a relationship with Baron Adaro. Immediately after, he thought of Mechina, my secret and pitiful child. She is an extremely precious child to be able to stay in Baron Adaro's house right now. After graduating from the academy, I must bring her to the Duke's mansion. Even if the princess doesn't intervene, sooner or later Mechina will have to stay in the Duke's study. Suddenly, a voice rang out along with footsteps, a sneaky action. What dirty secret are you trying to hide this time? Baron Vadrick stepped forward and continued, with the shameful face of a vile traitor. What is it that you're relying on so much, Baron Ostis? Baron Ostis stood before Vadrick and asked softly, Vadrick, is that you? What are you doing here? He calmly replied to Ostis's apprehensive expression, even though you stole half of this property, you still act so noble? Let me give you some advice. He gritted his teeth with hatred. Yes, you speak well. Why the hell would you do that to me? I don't know why, but that gentle smile, as if you're so virtuous, is incredibly suspicious. Ostis yelled, chopping his hand down. You've always been called that, haven't you? What? He said, his voice suddenly serious. Wait, I want to make it clear that I was stabbed in the back, but I also have my own faith. I mean, all the people I've followed have been terrible people. I knew from the beginning that you were the seed of a rebel. I don't see you reflecting on it, do you? It seems you still haven't understood. If people knew you were assisting another master, what do you think would happen? After finishing his words, he turned and left, leaving Ostis standing there, trembling. There was nothing more to say. Ostis clenched his fists, thinking, that child, how much does she know? Elsewhere, the wind howled as 2 commoners stared intently in the same direction, their eyes gleaming. The wind continued to blow relentlessly as Baron and Jane stood there too. A clear voice rang out, everyone's ready. Jane smiled brightly upon hearing this. Miss, you seem very excited to go out. She smiled cheerfully, her eyes crinkling. Yes, it feels really good. This is a reward from Father. But her expression also held a hint of exasperation as she recalled Andante's words. Take escorts instead, she thought to herself. Even for a simple outing, Father added 3 escorts. Jane suddenly raised a hand to her mouth and asked, May I address you as such? She replied, Yes, that's right. Jane chuckled softly. No, yes, that's fine. Vivier gave a thumbs up in agreement. Good, that's right. Then Vivier spoke up. Now, please lead me to my nanny's house. One of the escorts replied, This way, Mississippi. Please. On the way, she saw 2 young women chatting. Hey, have you heard? A deal will be made soon over there. Really? Whose house will they start building first? A little further on, she saw an old man and woman happily conversing. I can live to see a day like this. Indeed, Vivier observed her surroundings as she walked, thinking to herself, perhaps because of the news about the construction, the whole town is much more lively. I'm so happy. I know it's my house they're building, but it's so amazing. Then she was slightly taken aback by the hustle and bustle. She turned to Baron and asked, did you leave it open like this? She smiled to herself, thinking, since Mother hasn't arrived yet, I'll open it from now on. No, I'll leave it open like this. It'll be better if everyone can see it with their own eyes. The inside has been finished so well, with a sink, a bathtub, and even a toilet. It was a difficult request at first. I'll have to give Mr. Erickson a lot of praise when I see him again. Then, excitedly, she said to Jane, Jane, let's go see the market. Jane replied, yes, Anno, all right, let's go. Then the two of them went together. Duyan, looking back at her running behind, smiled brightly. Follow me, Vivi. Vivi's gaze suddenly fell on Jane's sleeve. The sleeve was torn with a short rip from the wrist up. She thought to herself, Jane's outfit. Then she looked back at her own clothes, which were much tidier than Jane's. Vivi stared intently at her own sleeve. Then Duyan's voice called out, Vivi, hurry up. Hearing this, she quickly ran after her. Yes, let's go. At Alice's tailor shop, the clattering sound emanated from within. Alice was adjusting a dress when she saw someone enter, so she turned around. Please, come in, she said with a warm smile that, oh my, what a lovely little girl accompanying her older sister. What? Alice's expression suddenly turned slightly apprehensive. But who are those people with you? Hearing this, Vivi curiously looked behind her. Baron and the two remaining guards were staring gloomily, making Vivi gape. All right, she quickly tried to explain. Those are my sister's suitors. As soon as she finished speaking, both Duyan and Alice looked shocked and surprised. What? Alice's face darkened. Get those shameless men out of here. Vivi softly said, they're not bad people. Their spirits visibly sank, hurt by the word shameless. Gentlemen over there, could you please wait outside? Vivi, seeing the situation, thought to herself, I'm sorry, knights. Duyan walked over and gently pushed the knight out, who could only say, I understand. All of them? Alice asked doubtfully. All right, Duyan quickly replied, that's just a local expression. Please don't mind it. The door closed with a click, followed by a sigh of relief. Wow, Duyan said, turning back up, so, shall we take a look? Vivi looked a bit shy, yes. Duyan picked up a dress and examined it. Wow, this is beautiful. She looked over a few more pieces. The material is good too. Vivi pointed to the white dress she had been eyeing. Sister, please wear this one. Hearing her call, Duyan came over to look, then asked softly why. Are we just browsing today? Vivi replied, I want to buy you a dress with my allowance, so please wear it. Those words made Duyan's heart pound like it was about to explode. You're here to choose clothes for me? But despite being touched, Duyan gently refused that, no, thank you, but you don't have to buy it. Hearing this, Alice rushed over, eyes sparkling. Oh my, what a sweet little sister. You shouldn't refuse such kindness. Alice pushed Duyan towards the fitting room. Quickly, go try it on. I'm sure it'll look lovely on you. Duyan could only comply. Wait, hold on. Alice successfully pushed her in. Just call me when you're done. Oh. Duyan could only cry inwardly. Vivi, observing the scene, thought to herself, the power of a merchant is truly frightening. Vivi put her hand to her chin, thinking, while Duyan is trying on clothes, I'll continue with my original plan. Then she spoke aloud. Excuse me, I have a question. She pointed to a nearby rack of accessories. What are these made of? Alice turned to look in the direction she was pointing and asked, what do you mean? Seeing what Vivi was pointing at, Alice replied, those are belts made from Apro leather and cowhide. Vivi's voice was full of admiration. Wow, did you make them yourself? Alice put her hands on her hips, her head held high with pride. Of course. I've been here for how many years? Vivi's eyes sparkled. That's amazing. Vivi asked innocently, can you turn any material into clothing? Hearing this, Alice chuckled. She leaned down slightly and replied, indeed, my dear child. Suddenly, Vivi put on an innocent, curious expression. Then I have something I want to ask. Elsewhere, a woman was stepping down from a carriage. We've arrived, she said as she alighted. Thank you, sir. After nearly 2 months, she finally returned to the Duke's mansion. I can finally see Miss Vivi. As she stepped down, someone was already waiting. He bowed slightly. Eliza, you finally arrived. She replied, Andrew, it's been a while. Andrew spoke, his voice grave and thoughtful. Yes, I know you must be tired after your long journey, but but the Duke has summoned you urgently. Aniza's face was filled with worry. What? Sweat beaded on her face. Has something happened suddenly? Duke Andante offered her tea as he spoke. You must be weary from your travels. Have some tea first. Nanny Aniza accepted the tea. Yes, thank you, sir. As she drank, she thought, it's been a while since I've seen the Duke. Aniza noticed something. But what is it? His expression seems a little gentler than usual. Duke Andante then said, I'll get straight to the point. He said softly, do you remember the promise to let you stay at my mansion? Nanny Aniza replied, yes, sir. Andante lowered his voice. However, you won't be able to stay at the mansion any longer. Aniza's face was etched with surprise. What? The nanny trembled with fear, thinking, I've lost my home, and now I can't even stay at the Duke's mansion. Am I going to have to live in the tent settlement now? The tent settlement was located far from the mansion. For people whose homes have been destroyed, that I heard it's very difficult to return to the village. So there are many cases where they become homeless. She realized, that means I can no longer be Miss Vivi's nanny. The Duke isn't someone who can be swayed from his decisions, and ultimately, I'm not a competent enough nanny. Aniza set down her teacup. Aniza lowered her head and said, I understand, sir. However, before I go to the tent settlement, at least, her face was more earnest than ever. Please let me see Miss Vivi. Duke Andante looked at her questioningly. It seems you've misunderstood. You won't be going to the tent settlement. Aniza covered her mouth with her hand in astonishment. What? What do you mean? Duke Andante picked up a piece of paper and handed it to her. A new house has been built on the site of your old one, along with a letter from someone you're quite fond of. Nanny Aniza thought, isn't building a house supposed to be impossible? Besides, I don't think I'm fond of anyone enough to receive a house from them. Duke Andante asked probingly, can you guess who it is? Aniza answered bewilderedly, I don't know, sir. I am truly sorry. Duke Andante clarified, with the results of the investigation, you can stay in that house and there won't be any serious problems. So you can even stay there today. Nanny Aniza was speechless, tears welling up in her eyes. As her tears fell, she clutched her skirt in emotion. So, you mean I can continue to be Miss Vivi's nanny? Duke Andante continued, of course. Congratulations on moving into your new home and your recovery. He took a handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to Aniza. Here, if you want to cry, go find Vivi. Nanny Aniza's eyes were brimming with tears. Miss Vivi, she took the handkerchief and wiped her tears. Thank you, sir. Later, Aniza moved into her new home with her family. She smiled brightly and said, children, don't run so fast. Duke Andante, sitting in the carriage, remarked they look good. Vivi peeked through the curtains, I know, right? He continued, addressing her affectionately. They're sitting across from each other. What do you think? She still looked puzzled, huh? He went on, you've been riding in the carriage for a while now. Is it comfortable? Vivi suddenly realized, oh, this is the carriage father bought, isn't it? She thought to herself, I have to show off my cuteness. Putting on her most adorable expression, she replied, it feels like I'm melting. Duke Andante looked incredulous. Melting? He picked Vivi up. It seems the seat is a bit hot. Holding Vivi in his arms, the Duke gazed at her lovingly. It could be dangerous sitting on the seat like that. Vivi was taken aback by this action. What? She said helplessly, no, it's perfectly comfortable. Duke Andante looked embarrassed. Were you joking? I was startled by that bloody joke. Vivi felt he was overthinking it. Father, you're surprised by a silly joke. Suddenly, a voice rang out, beautiful. She quickly recognized the voice. Sin? Lamb appeared right after. I think someone owes an apology here. Vivi looked bewildered. Who? The two chuckled. Hint, Fireball. Sin, covering his mouth with a chuckle, pointed. What kind of joke is that? Salient breathed fire, startling Lamb. Of course, anything related to safety is bound to be sensitive. Because of the Spirit King's anger, the glaciers at the northern peak of the Islantia continent are melting. Salient retorted angrily. But what about Sin? What Fireball? Lamb, seeing this, quickly intervened. Right, I apologize, Salient. Don't argue anymore. What if the glaciers melt completely into a sea? Alim interrupted the argument. If it's a sea, that's my specialty. I can help. How about these waves? Vivi was completely exasperated. You're completely off topic. Duke Andante resumed the conversation. You should go home, shouldn't you? She obediently replied, yes. The carriage rattled along. Vivi began to recount. When we returned to the mansion, I asked Father about the results of the meeting. Regarding the construction issue, a large number of goblin hunters have been recruited. Father said he plans to exempt those involved from taxes for 3 years. The Duke's satisfied expression appeared. Betting money on something like that isn't interesting. After all, money only has value when it comes from the outside. His gaze made her shiver because when Father looks at me like that, he looks like a villain. Vivi's thoughts continued to wander. How the heck is he planning to build it? I won't think too deeply about it. Baron Vadric's voice rang out. Miss Vivi. Vadric thought, she's not mature yet, but there's definitely something there. The result is very different from the ability the Duchess possesses. He narrowed his eyes, so I have to examine her more closely. So I gave her an assignment like the goblin skin problem, an issue 2 advance for a normal child to solve. If a young lady can solve this problem, he smiled deeply. I can make the dream I've been longing for a reality. Baron Vadric said to Vivi, it's been a while, young lady. Today is the submission deadline. Have you found a good solution? She replied yes. Continuing the solution for the toxic goblin skin stockpile is quite a challenge, isn't it? There's one good thing about it. Vadric listened attentively, then inquired, so miss, you brought it? Vivi thought back to the day she met Ms. Alice at the tailor shop in town. She had asked her, so any material can be turned to clothes? Ms. Alice had smiled and replied, that's right. She recalled that surprised look. The last time she had seen Ms. Alice was at the tailor shop in town. She had been invited to the Duke's mansion to make clothes from goblin leather. Vivi had cheerfully greeted her. Welcome, Ms. Alice. I prepared cookies for us. Ms. Alice had dropped her bag and clasped her hands together with a worried expression. She had fearfully pleaded, oh dear, I was so blind not to recognize the lady. Please forgive me. Vivi, sitting with wide eyes, had said, oh, it's all right. Was the task completed successfully? She told Baron Vadric that's how it was made. It's a raincoat and boots. We use them when it rains. He crossed his arms and asked doubtfully, all of that was made from goblin leather. She cheerfully replied, yes, we examined the material you gave us, Baron Vadric. It's perfectly suited for rainy weather. The raincoat is made from waterproof goblin leather, and the boots are very sturdy with the inner grease of the hide. We've also researched the market. We think the Sura Empire should be the first place to sell them. Baron Vadric's face was filled with question marks. The Sura Empire? She held up the blue raincoat excitedly. Yes, even in places with a lot of rain, there aren't any raincoats that are truly waterproof. Plus, I haven't seen a design like this before. To be sure we've solved the goblin leather problem, we can't ignore the markets in other countries either. Vadric's face darkened as he listened, and he suddenly dropped to his knees. He shouted, miss. Vivi asked curiously, why are you kneeling? He continued, please, take me into your service. Vivi was startled and worried. What? Baron Vadric? Baron Vadric closed his eyes, looking mournful. The truth is, for a long time now, I've wanted to serve someone more capable than myself. I've yearned to venerate a single monarch. And today, I have no doubts about your abilities, Mississippi. His eyes filled with emotion. From now on, you are my master. Vivi's face pale. What do you mean? Vadric's master should be my father. He slowly stood up. Of course, the Duke is also there. However, then the Baron stepped closer to where she was sitting and declared, but what's most important is that this means I pledge my loyalty to this family, with you as its central axis. Vivi was tense and frightened. Baron Vadric spoke with determination, his eyes blazing. I'm serious. I mean it. She replied, well, okay, calm down, Vadric. Suddenly, he spoke seriously. Then, please listen carefully to what I have to say. If you pass this test, there's something I want to tell you. This is for you and your family. The truth is, it's rare for a woman to become the head of the family, but I know you can. Vadric continued, when there's only a single lineage, a woman still has the right to inherit. They often refuse the position because of the burden or give it up due to opposition from the family. If you were a little older, I'm sure there would be many who would want to elevate Odejo Airstone as the heir. He finally concluded, so, for Milady to win that match, you need to create an emergency fund from now on. Vivio asked hesitantly, isn't that a bit sudden? Vadric crossed his arms and shook his head. Of course, you would feel that way because the Duke's assets are vast, but if this enormous asset falls into the hands of the enemy, it will, on the contrary, become a greater threat to Milady. And no one knows when or how that time will come. She stood there, hand under her chin, lost in thought. Certainly, that makes perfect sense. In both of my previous lives, I died suddenly. It means I don't know how my life will turn out in the future. Perhaps it's because I was too immersed in peace and tried to ignore the worst possibilities. Vivio spoke up, so then, Vadric, to what extent can you help me? He cheerfully replied, isn't it obvious that the benefits of my expertise are shining brightly before your eyes? Anything can happen. She sat in her chair and voiced her thoughts. Then, how about becoming the head? Baron Vadric asked back in surprise, what? The head. Vivio gave a bright smile. That's right. I should receive a share from the raincoat and boots we made this time, shouldn't I? He gave a mysterious smile. Ho ho ho. Then, suddenly clapping his hands, he said, I've been waiting for that order, milady. For now on, please take care of me. His sudden action startled her. She chuckled awkwardly and said, all right, likewise. Then she thought, is it okay to trust him this much? The scene changed to the drawing room of the palace. 3 servants, seeing her return, immediately called out, milady. Vivio also quickly ran towards them. Nanny, Eniza, Lydia, I miss you all so much. She and her nanny embraced each other tightly. Her nanny said, my lady, you've gained weight, haven't you? It's so good to see you again. I was so worried because you were so thin before, but now I'm truly happy. Vivio replied, it's because Eniza and Lydia took care of me from afar. Her nanny asked how. After she told her, her nanny exclaimed in surprise, oh my, I see. I think milady has done much better than the vocabulary challenge. She smiled brightly and replied, isn't that right? I practiced with Jean, and to commemorate my return, I prepared gifts for everyone. The 3 of them were surprised. Vivio pointed to the bags by the door and said, do you see those bags by the door? Please open them. Each of them took a bag and opened it to, oh my, is this? She had gifted each of them a dress. One held her dress up against herself. Jean said, did you buy these when you went down to town? Nanny and Niza smiled brightly, looking at the dress. The material is very good too. I really like it, milady. Lydia said, what is this dress made of? Vivio answered, it's goblin leather. Aren't you curious? Suddenly, Vivio's voice became hesitant, and also, I feel regretful that Eniza was absent this time. I wonder why I couldn't have done better sooner. In both my first and second lives, I didn't know how to give because I had never received affection. But if I give my heart to all 3 of you, it's because you've always helped me so many times. She took all 3 of their hands and said happily, so I'll do better in the future. I'm so happy to have met all 3 of you like this. Lydia and Jean, moved to tears, said, milady, why are you making us cry? Do you cherish us that much? At that moment, Lamb flew in from somewhere. Really? The Spirit Kings are acting very sulky. Aren't you happy to see us? She replied with a bright smile, of course. I'm also happy to see the Spirit Kings. Luma flew around excitedly. Oh my gosh, I love it. She thought to herself, Father, Eniza, the maids, and the Spirit Kings. It's so good to see everyone. I'm truly happy. Suddenly, Nanny Eniza remembered something that, oh my, milady. I found this while cleaning my room early this morning, but there's something I can't quite make out. Hearing her say that, Vivio curiously asked, what do you mean? Eniza held out a pink handkerchief, embroidered with the Odejo family crest. After seeing the handkerchief, Vivio asked her nanny to put it away. Then I'll leave it in the drawer. She said, thank you. After Eniza left, Vivio thought sadly, our family, the Odejo. That's right. Like Vadric said, if I don't prepare anything, I might lose this peaceful, everyday life someday. I have to protect Duke Andante's heir with my own strength. I won't pretend to be unaware of everything around me anymore. At Count Ayers' house, the shackles on someone's ankles clinked together. Officer Gregory furrowed his brow and said, Count, this is pneumonia. Gregory, Count Ayers said, standing beside him, his hand covering his mouth. Indeed, it's the binding that's suppressing his divine power. Hearing this, Gregory stroked the head of the child, lying in bed. That I don't mean to criticize you, but the child's condition. Count Ayers replied, that's a long story. Thinking back to an earlier time, everyone gathered around, observing the boy. The brown-haired man spoke. Duke Andante said that only when the boy's divine power is suppressed can the mask be removed. Count Ayers looked at the boy. But how can that be? The blue-haired man approached Count Ayers. There's no other way. What about the binding? Count Ayers said sternly, on this child? I don't agree with that. It had been 100 years since Count Ayers had undergone the bestowal of the binding. The blue-haired man asked hesitantly, but isn't it true that until then, the responsibility still lies with the Ayers family? Count Ayers replied, as you all know, the binding is a very dangerous thing. It could be cruel to this boy if his power is malevolent. The boy listened silently. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "I'll do it." Count Ayers looked up at the sound. The boy clutched his shirt over his chest, his expression determined. "If it means removing this mask, I can do anything." Back in the present, Count Ayers looked at the boy lying in bed. The boy's desire to remove the mask is very strong. Ryori said, "The frustration of being limited for the rest of his life must be terrible. For now, let's check his divine power." Ryori placed his hand in front of the boy. A light emanated from the boy. Ryori said with relief, "Fortunately, it's completely pure. It seems we can't remove the mask yet." The boy, now sitting up, propped himself up with his hands, and after that, he asked seriously, "Can I remove the mask myself?" Count Ayers looked at him and said, "You're awake. Do you know how long you've been wearing that mask?" Based on a vague memory, the boy replied, "I don't know, but I've been wearing it since I was very young." He reached out and took hold of his mask. "Yes, you must have been looking forward to this day in solitude. Take it off yourself." He threw the mask to the floor. Thud! The sound of the mask hitting the floor echoed. The guard was holding a small mirror. He looked at himself in the mirror and thought, "I thought I wore the mask to hide a scar, but I'm fine." He reached up and touched his face. "Then why did I have to hide my face?" He stared into the mirror. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed. "Oh my God. Hey, this shouldn't be happening." Count Ayers rested his chin on his hand in agreement. Indeed, completely unforeseen. Count Ayers asked, "Hey, do you want to live?" The boy replied, "I don't want to die." He silently looked at the bee. "Oh, wide it has been predetermined that you will kill anyone who sees your face." The boy gulped nervously. "So cover your face." The boy's hand gripped the sheet tightly. He asked why. Count Ayers' gaze dropped slightly. "I can't tell you now, but you must hide your face. Do this so you can live a new life. Count Ayers will protect you." Meanwhile, in Vivier's room, the nanny brushed Vivier's hair and said, "Milady's 7th birthday is coming up soon." She smiled and said, "Time flies so fast. It's like you just arrived at the Duke's mansion yesterday. I'm so proud." Vivier, now much older than before and increasingly beautiful, looked up at her nanny and asked, "Really? Do I look that different from before?" Hearing her question, she said with a smile, "Of course, milady. You're still incredibly lovely and adorable. 3 years have passed since I decided to become the heir. I've been through a lot during that time." Elise Ladov, co-created with Vadrik at the age of 3. It was made in secret and has taken root safely in Strazi's national market. Since then, we've exported raincoats and boots to countries all over the world. Image of Vivier wearing sunglasses, one hand on her hip, the other giving a cool thumbs up. Sales revenue is an advantage. Plus, I'm constantly creating magic formulas. I've been very busy with supplemental requests from Erickson. Lost in thought, she heard a question. "Milady, what are you thinking about?" Vivier quickly waved her hand. "Huh? Oh, it's nothing." Vadrik said, "Then please focus, milady." He said tearfully, "Today is the last day of this class. Do you plan to attend any social gatherings or parties soon? It will help you learn better than in my class." "Vadrik, are you disappointed?" He gulped nervously. "No, how could I? It's a great honor for me to have your company." Vivier watched Vadrik intently as he spoke. The buzzing sound of Lamb's swarm echoed in her ears. Lamb, remembering Salian, crossed his arms and said, "This is the first time I've felt sympathy for him." "Yes," Vivier said with a bright smile. "Master Vadrik, I've learned so much from you as well. It's been truly fascinating because I wasn't bound by dry theories. I consider myself fortunate to have studied with you, Vadrik, and not with anyone else." Vadrik, deeply moved by her words, began to weep openly. Overcome with emotion, he stammered, "Ah, my lady." Vadrik looked at her with glistening eyes. Vivier, with a slightly disgusted expression, thought, "Even after all these years, I don't think I'll ever get used to that look." She gave a small laugh and turned back to Vadrik. So, "Master Vadrik, you'll have more free time once I finish my studies here, correct?" Vadrik sighed. "Well, I don't know about that." He rested his chin on his hand thoughtfully. "After lessons, it's time to start crafting, isn't it?" Vivier spoke up and, "Oh, Master Vadrik, you have other work to do." Vadrik, surprised by her words, turned to look at her. "Work to do." She propped her chin on her hand, a look of excitement on her face. "Now, it's time to start a different kind of business. Isn't that right?" Rivera Dobro, the capital, Windsor Mansion. Inside a room, several nobles sat around a table, engaged in discussion. The nobles' assembly, held annually. The topic of the meeting was the education of Crown Prince Nightfriend. When the prince turns 20, he will be tutored for a year by the prince's imperial tutor. Traditionally, the third dukes of Andante, Rien, and Swiss would undertake this duty, but this time, After nearly 100 years, all three dukes have formally submitted proposals. Duke Swiss wields too much influence over the royal family. My task is to try and curb his power. Duke Andante held his head in his hands, thinking, I can't seem to make this meeting productive. He shook his head, recalling her words. Vivi will be waiting for you. He pushed himself up from his chair. Duke Andante looked down from the window. It was Duke Rian's carriage. Even the Rian family, who haven't acknowledged the royal family since the fall of the monarchy, are attending this meeting. He pondered, then a slight smile touched his lips. Very well, now things are getting interesting. Duke Andante began the greeting. Welcome, Duke Rian. He continued immediately afterward. Let's decide this now to avoid wasting each other's time. 6 months. Rian looked exasperated. Why did you send such a sudden invitation, right when it arrived? Duke Andante offered a seemingly reasonable explanation. The conclusion of the Crown Prince's studies, as you know. There's no excuse for leaving it to Duke Swiss. Isn't that something we all agree on? And I want to return home as soon as possible. So Andante and Rian, 6 months each. Simple, isn't it? Rian simply listened to Andante speak, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. Finally, he spoke that I have a question. Why do you want to try tutoring Crown Prince Nightfriend? Andante understood the question. It was a difficult one to answer, if there even was a reason. He hesitated, searching for the right words, but there wasn't any real need to explain himself to Rian. The Duke. Rian spoke cautiously. He hasn't withdrawn his forces despite the unusual movements from the temple. If he keeps his promise, after the tyrant Rebetto, all 3 emperors died before they reached 20, right after their ascensions. Isn't that strangely coincidental? Hearing this, Duke Andante spoke up, questioning. The temple revealing the reason is one thing. But what does that have to do with you becoming the Crown Prince's tutor? The temple, where the emperor's seal is maintained, and Swiss, who manages the prince's activities. The relationship between those two powers is suspicious. Duke Swiss's family is the closest to the temple. That must mean something, as they consistently produce a cardinal. That's why Rian is also quite worried. The more he teaches the prince, the easier it is for Swiss to gain a foothold in the royal family. Andante was skeptical of that statement, thinking to himself, I'm sorry, but I don't think the truth should be revealed here. Immediately, he responded frankly, I'm not interested in that. I just don't want Duke Swiss to gain more power. Duke Rian seemed a little troubled by this, that I apologize. I didn't expect that kind of reaction from you, Andante, but he sighed. It's fine. It's not too bad, Andante replied. So you accept the condition? Rian could only respond helplessly. Given your personality, how could I possibly change your stubbornness? Andante agreed with this assessment, that you're quite perceptive. He added, it would be more convenient for the prince to stay in Andante's territory first, given the location. Rian couldn't refute this. As you wish. Hearing Rian say this, Andante felt an unusual excitement. The prince's matter is settled. Finally, I can meet Vivier. Seeing Andante's expression, Rian felt a pang of something. At that moment, Vivier was getting ready for her lessons when she heard the maid say, It's time for your lessons, milady. Radiant in her new clothes, she was wished good luck. Currently, Eliza was her etiquette teacher. I've decided to share the necessary knowledge at the social gathering. I'll be staying at Count Ayers' place soon. She resolved that I'll work hard. I'll be hosting a social gathering with the other young ladies, so I need to learn proper etiquette. The teacher said, Today, we'll learn how to appreciate tea, maintaining your composure while enjoying tea, how to hold the teacup, and how to enjoy tea while others are conversing. She felt a little overwhelmed. There's so much to keep in mind. Vivier practiced the lessons she had just learned. She thought, by the way, I wonder if Patrick is prepared? She remembered their conversation about his new business venture. The construction in the duchy has been going on for 3 years, right? In the future, construction will be carried out nationwide, she mused. It seems like father will share the blueprints of the house. She further clarified her thinking that in other words, it's insider information. If you act before others, what would you do first, Mr. Patrick? He had pondered, if it were me. First, I'd scout out the blacksmith Erickson and all his apprentices on the condition that they're paid a stable monthly wage. Then, Vivier had said, not bad. Then again, he hadn't quite understood. Then again, Vivier had explained, once the houses are built, they'll need furniture. Initially, there won't be any, so people will have to wait for months. Then, Patrick said, so Henderson of the furniture store should also be sought out. But Vivio said no, not really. There's currently a furniture shortage in Britain. A lot of materials have to come overseas, but direct trade might not be feasible. What good is a lot of furniture when you don't have the raw materials? Patrick finally understood the issue. You've enlightened my narrow mind again. She said, even so, Patrick understands very quickly. It's me with a mundane mindset trying to move forward. But if you look at Patrick, he's truly a very talented person. Vivio added, anyway, we'll visit the furniture store ourselves. So, Patrick, she proposed, ordered 10 times the amount of raw materials used in the last 3 years at the Duke's. He was startled. 10 times? That's a huge stockpile. She wondered, is the population of the entire country less than 10 times that of the Duke's? Then you can order additional materials to be stored at the upper branch and brought out and used when needed. No, you have to clear out the warehouse for some areas. He didn't even know why. Vivio said, prepare the furniture for me while I go to Count Ayers. Patrick bowed his head and replied, certainly, milady, until I visit Count Ayers. Can you take care of everything, Patrick? Nanny and Niza rejoiced. Milady, you did a great job. I can't believe this is your first time. Vivio was a little embarrassed. Thank you. I have to work harder. Then someone called her, Milady, look at this. It was the gleaming camera in Zine's hand. Zine said cheerfully, the video came out beautifully. Vivio wondered, what? Why did you suddenly start filming? She was a little apologetic. Oh dear, I'm sorry, milady. I haven't told you yet. The Duke wanted to see you in class, so he asked me to do this. Vivio was a little shocked. His stubbornness doesn't miss a beat even when he's away. She was exasperated. Of course, thanks to that, I was able to make the long-distance movie camera, but, well, just because she could see the original video after sending it to the tower, she had made the long-distance movie camera to appease her father because he couldn't wait. Of course, it became a big hit. Father gave me all the profits, and it was my responsibility, and I used that money to establish Peak Alicia. Then, Nanny and Isa said, but milady, before we're going to Count Ayers, it's that day, right? Are you ready? Vivio just thought about it. I haven't thought about that yet. The day of love is coming again. It was the event to express gratitude to loved ones. Last year, I forgot about it, and Father was depressed for a whole week. Vivio said casually, but Father is in the capital now. We'll be okay this year. Immediately, Zine started searching, rummaging through her belongings. There's this. Vivio was curious. She handed a letter to Vivio. A letter? Vivio was quite curious and hopeful. Did Father send it? However, what she read shocked her. The letter said, coming soon. That evening, Vivio was playing with her food, scattering it where she sat. She stayed up late, resulting in dark circles under her eyes. Working hard all night was worth it. Finally finished. The day of love gift made with all my sincerity. The next day, Vivio, looking adorable in a pretty outfit with a light burgundy tunic and a small hat, was ready to give gifts to everyone. She said innocently, well, I'm off then. Lydia wished her well. Yes, milady, had a good time. But Vivio was still talking, and also, Vivio instructed them, you can open the drawer next to the bed. May I? She asked, smiling brightly as if hinting at something. I've prepared some things to celebrate the day of love, for Eliza and Zine too, so everyone, please look for them. They followed her words. The three of them were touched to receive the surprise gift from Vivio. They were proud of her. Oh my, she said, handing something to the Duke's butler. This is for you, Patrick. He was moved to tears by the thoughtful gift. Miss, you got me a gift for the day of love? Thank you. I'll save it to eat later. Vivio was excited about today. I've given gifts to the servants, and Patrick too. Now I can give it to Father. Suddenly, she paused. The mansion was surrounded by decoration for the day of love, luxurious yet romantic. Come to think of it, everything is sparkling. It's the day of love, so the mansion is decorated like this. She beamed, it's so beautiful. Immediately after, Vivio focused on her main task. I'm just taking a quick look. I'm running out of time. The morning light was as bright as Vivio's mood. Andante had just finished bathing when he saw the door open. He heard the voice of his beloved daughter. Father. She rushed over excitedly. Are you here? Andante knelt down. It's been almost a month, Vivio. Then, he picked her up. Have you been waiting long? I'm sorry I'm late. She enjoyed looking at him. Father's expression is still as stern as ever, but now I know he truly loves and cares about me. She said cheerfully, you're not late, Father. You're just in time. Vivio continued, I've prepared a gift for you. He was curious at a gift. She boldly presented her gift of love. Here, Father. It's a day of love gift I made myself. Andante didn't quite understand. Here. When he opened it, there were plump chocolate sticks. Strange. He immediately tasted it. Vivio, standing nearby, was a little nervous. I prepared it in a bit of a hurry. I wonder if it suits his taste. Then, Andante gently wiped his mouth. Andante proactively asked, "What kind of sweet is this?" Vivio explained, "This stick? It's long and thin, so I call it Pepero. It's coated in dark chocolate that you'll like, father. I put it in a box to try a different flavor." Andante picked it up. "This is the first time you've made it, and you even coated it like this." He was very pleased, but maintained his usual stoic demeanor. "It's delicious." She rejoiced. "Thank goodness." He commented, "You're a genius in many other ways, too." Although it was a compliment, it hit a little too close to home for Vivio. "Well, I am your daughter." She thought, "I'm sorry, but the person who created this is from Earth." Suddenly, Lamb appeared. My beautiful girl. Two spirits didn't appear. "I also want to receive a gift from my beautiful girl, may I?" If I had known this would happen, I would be writing the Spirit King's play right now. They bickered. "The Spirit King's play? Are you satisfied watching it? Don't be so greedy." Then, Andante said, "I'll enjoy eating this. Should I give some back now?" Vivio replied, "No, thank you." He added, "I also prepared a gift for you for the Day of Love." She didn't know, really? Vivio was shocked when she received the valuable gift. "Oh my goodness." She herself seemed to have realized something. "I knew it. It was a rare and exquisitely crafted diamond ring of high value. This is very famous." At that time, people were discussing it. There was still no news. More than 3.5 years had passed since the arrest warrant. That brat, Duke Andante's secured territory was thoroughly searched. "If he didn't come out, does that mean he's dead?" The Duke became furious. "Is he dead? Then you should bring his body before me. Did I really have to save that guy? That's the one who hasn't found anything in a long time." At the meeting, Duke Andante and Duke Rian were very different. Suddenly, Duke Andante is suspicious. Duke Whist was still listening patiently. According to the 3 groups planted inside the Duke's mansion, there have been no reports of seeing the boy in the past 3 years. He said, "I heard that Duchess Andante was kidnapped 3 years ago." Duke Andante must have eliminated everyone who was there at the time, because that's the nature of those families. It would have been better if the brat had died back then, but we definitely need to check on that. Whist said, "Within 2 weeks before and after the incident 3 years ago, investigate whether Duke Andante provided active support." They said, "Yes, it's been a long time, so it might be difficult to investigate." At that time, he suppressed the deep anger inside. Whist threatened, "Do you dare say it's impossible in front of me?" The man was afraid. "No, Your Highness. I will do it. It's better to return with a more meaningful result this time." The man took the order and left. While the Duke was still stewing in his plans, he thought, next time, Barrow's head will be separated from his neck. The ring her father gave her for the Day of Love was called Mermaid's Tear, a magic stone expensive enough to be easily purchased. It was a very rare item because of its excellent mana amplification effect. Vivio was a little overwhelmed by the extravagant gift. "Father, another gift? You spent so much money." But Andante said, "It wasn't that expensive. You can't tell how much I spent." Vivio preciously put it on her finger. "Thank you so much, father." Once again, she felt the difference between herself and her father, even if their economic situations were different. Just in case, she was struggling to build a fund by bartering. So recently, she had started a new business with a furniture store, but as she discussed, this design is good. "What do you think about the prefabricated housing business?" "That's a good idea, but besides that," Vivio sincerely thanked her father for the gift. She knew she was truly happy to have a father who always thought of her. Then, Andante looked at it. "Isn't it time to take this for granted?" He said, "Vivi, give me your hand." It was the moment a father put a ring on his little daughter's finger. "But I'm putting a protection spell on it, so always wear it, okay?" That made her overjoyed. "Wow." Vivio treasured it. "It's so beautiful. I really like it, father." Although happy, Andante still had a stern expression that "I'm glad you like it." He also said, "I think you're going to count Iret's place soon. It feels like a precious treasure is about to be taken away." She didn't quite understand why. Vivio was a little embarrassed at it being stolen. "I'll be back soon, so don't worry, father." It seemed he was a little disappointed, so he decided to visit the Count soon. A few days after the Day of Love, Rain was sad to be parting with her. "Miss, please be careful." She also said, "Miss, please take these cookies with you. They'll always remember Vivier. Don't forget us, okay?" She said happily, "Yes, thank you for taking care of me." Anyone who didn't know would think it had been years, not just a few months, the way Duke Andante had prepared everything. It still didn't seem like enough. Immediately, he heard his daughter call, "Father." Vivier hurried to see her father before leaving. She asked, "It's cold. Why are you waiting outside?" But he said, "I'm not cold." What she noticed, however, were his red hands. "Father, why are your hands so red?" Then, Andante patted her head. "Vivi, I think it would be better to add a few more nights." Vivier was bewildered. Why? Aren't they knights already? Sir Baron, the knight captain, and Sir Oates, the commander of the guard, and the carriage is enchanted with defensive magic. The mermaid's tear you gave me also has protective magic. But he said, "I'm still worried." She was exasperated. "Father, you're worrying too much." That shocking kidnapping attempt happened when she was 3. It was hard to bring it up, especially since nothing actually happened. Vivier wondered, what can I say to reassure him? She declared resolutely, "I promise, Father. I won't make you worry." Vivier was full of confidence. But Andante asked bluntly, "How?" Leaving her speechless. "Oh well," she said, "I'll take knights with me everywhere." He said, "More. If I go out, I'll tell the people around me before I leave." "More." Vivier was a little scared. "More? I've run out of reasons. I don't know what else to say." Then Andante said, "I forgot the most important thing." "What is it?" He said seriously, "Don't smile at other people." Vivier was taken aback. "Father, are you serious?" Andante said, "Answer me." She had to concede, "Yes, Father." Her father continued, "And if any suspicious person approaches you, warn them like this. Follow me." He brought his finger close to his throat, a death threat that if you don't want your throat slit, get that face out of my sight. The more she listened, the more awkward Vivier felt. And oh, you want me to do that? Lamb found it quite amusing. It's nice to say something so fitting once in a while. Vivier was tired that I can't do that. It's impossible to change father's stubbornness. She tried to imitate him, but it wasn't scary that if you don't want your throat slit, get out of my sight. Andante knew it. This is truly impossible. He said, "Anyone who sees that would think they're going to war, not visiting an acquaintance." "I'm good now. Can I get a hug before you go?" So father and daughter embraced warmly. "I'll miss you, Father." They heard a soldier say, "Your Highness, we must depart before nightfall." All right, Vivier was safely seated in the carriage. She waved goodbye to Andante. "Father, I'll see you in a month." He waved back. "Take care, Vivi. Bye-bye." Even though it's only a month, I think I'll miss him a lot. I already miss him a little. It had been 3 days since she left the Duke's mansion. Vivier was leisurely lying down and eating. It'll take 10 days, but time really isn't passing by at all. She sat up. "Speaking of which, I wonder how Badrick is." "I wonder?" He said there's a bit of a problem with the furniture business he's about to undertake. Due to the high demand for goblin leather over the past 3 years, the price has also increased, so we have no choice but to dive into another business. So, the project we envisioned is pre-installed furniture. However, Badrick, who decided to prepare the furniture, this time said that there aren't enough workers to transport the materials. The problem with this is because I kept it a secret from father, I can't ask him for the support of the soldiers. Suddenly, Vivier felt an oppressive force. She stumbled. I'm about to fall, but she was caught by the wind spirit. "Darling, that was dangerous." Vivier, still frightened, said, "Thank you, Shin. That was close." After that, the knight checked on her. "Miss, are you all right?" Vivier immediately asked, "What's going on?" They said, "Please don't leave the carriage, Mississippi. Bandits have appeared." Vivier was shocked. "What?" Someone looking at the luxurious carriage said, "Boss, is that carriage a Lamborghini?" The boss, confused, replied, The man with the X-shaped scar on his forehead grinned. "Looks like we've hit the jackpot, boys. Get ready." The man with the scar on his cheek said worriedly, "Is this okay?" The bandits all rushed out. "Charge!" The knights, seeing the bandits, shouted, "You scum! What do you think you're doing?" One of the bandits, enraged, retorted, "Scum? Have you never heard of the Great Gregoria? You unlucky bastard. I'll make you taste the pain of constant imprisonment." The man with the scar on his cheek, looking at the carriage, scowled. "That's the one." The loudmouth with the X-shaped scar threatened. "Let me put a few scars on that pretty face." He then charged aggressively. "Attack all at once." The other man, seeing this, panicked. "Wait, don't do that." In a matter of seconds, the bandits were all tied up. The blood-stained sword was sheathed. The knight calmly replied, "I apologize, but you attacked us too violently, so we had to stop you." Vivier, leaning on her hand, looked at him and asked, "Is everything all right? Is anyone hurt?" He reported, "Yes, we are unharmed, Mississippi." She walked over to the bandits. "Who's in charge here?" But no one answered her. She put her hands on her hips, looking imposing. "Oh, you won't answer me? One of them suddenly spoke up. He's dead. She thought of the loudmouth who was now silent and asked, don't you have a second in command? A hand timidly went up. She asked, what's your name? The man with the scar on his cheek replied, I'm Vincent. She looked at him, thinking, that seems like a normal name for a bandit. Vincent pleaded desperately, Miss, please, I beg you, let us go. Mid-sentence, he was kicked. The knight angrily scolded him. How dare you ask the miss that? The other bandits, seeing him kicked, yelled, second in command, are you all right? Even while being held like a dog, he continued to plead, I'm sorry, but he sat down and recounted the story. Our boss was the one who suddenly changed the plan and decided we would rob people. His hands clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. We joined the bandits because there was no other way for us to make money. If you let us go, I'll quit robbing and find an honest job. Vincent said dejectedly, a noble lady like you wouldn't understand the life we've going through, but only because we had no other choice. Vivier cut him off. Hold on. Let me ask you something. She wondered, how did you know I was a high-ranking noble? He explained, I knew because I saw the crest on the carriage. Then he honestly replied, because I'm from the Andante Duchy. She was surprised. What? But why? His voice was tinged with sadness as he recounted, I was originally a goblin hunter living in Valent Town in the Andante Duchy. After years of not making any money, I had to give up the job. He said, after that, I lost my house and wandered aimlessly, eventually ending up here. I know it's wrong, but Vivier thought to herself, even so, I can't ignore this. She said, if I let you go, will you do something worthwhile? Are you serious about that? He quickly replied, yes, I swear on my life. Everyone says that if we can make an honest living, we should give up our swords. She turned to the group of men sitting in the corner. You, too? They nodded vigorously. Hearing that, she raised her voice and commanded, there's a place that needs you. I'll provide you with temporary lodging and board for a year. Her signature multi-layered smile appeared. You won't work hard for once. She further explained, if you do well, you'll be paid for it. The men were overjoyed. Yes, are you serious? Vivier nodded. That's how I give out jobs. Work hard. Don't be fooled by the fact that I saved you. Vincent looked at her with tears in his eyes. Miss, are you an angel? She stumbled. An angel? What angel? The little devil Vivi, luring people in her trap, chuckled inwardly. The only thing you should be happy about is the present. Don't regret it when you have to carry a mountain of furniture. She walked away cheerfully, thinking free labor is flowing in. I have to tell Varric. The Wind Spirit King sent her alike, because our beautiful baby is so resourceful. Vivi ordered, Sir Oates, go to the estate next door. The man acknowledged, as you command, Mississippi. Elsewhere, a powerful sword stroke hit a wooden post. Another stroke followed. The boy holding the sword was breathing heavily. Beneath his cloak, his golden pupils narrowed. He took a breath and then picked up his sword again, continuing. The person observing him whispered in admiration, oh, the boy is quite talented despite his young age. Count Ayers commented, he learns quickly and seems to be able to handle magic and spirits well, too. He suddenly turned. Aside from the other two professors, Gregory, how is that child manifesting his divine power? He pushed up his glasses and hesitantly said, actually, he doesn't seem to want to use his divine power at all. In fact, divine power is flowing all throughout his body. Count Ayers frowned upon hearing this. That's a big problem. The boy must awaken his full power. Is there any viable solution? A knight raised his hand to suggest, well, why not try a one-on-one conversation? However, do you often follow the Supreme Being as a benefactor? Count Ayers pondered after hearing this. Well, I'll have to go there occasionally then. Down in the training room, Sitcher continued to diligently practice his swordsmanship. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and he glanced over. From behind, Count Ayers greeted him. How are you finding it? He knelt on one knee and reported, yes, I'm fine. Count Ayers said, get up. Then, he offered praise. I've been watching you for a while now. You're doing very well. Sitcher replied indifferently, thank you, sir. He asked directly, by the way, I was told you have no intention of learning divine power, but the boy remained silent. The Count didn't press further, only instructing, get ready, the time is approaching. Remember, this is for your own sake. The Count asked softly, you said you haven't decided on a name yet, right? He replied, since there's no need to be called, I don't need one. He seemed to recall the girl's voice. If you need to call me for anything, Sitcher. Suddenly, someone entered to relay a message. Excuse me for interrupting, sir, but would you spare a moment? The butler announced, Duchess Andante has arrived at the Count's mansion. Hearing this, he said cheerfully, oh, she's here already? I'll be right out. Hearing the name, Sitcher was stunned. Duchess Andante. Vivi, recognizing the familiar scenery, exclaimed excitedly, "We're here." Her escort introduced, "This is the land of Ayers, where your mother was born." At this moment, Count Ayers and his wife greeted her. "Welcome, Vivi. Welcome to Maple House." Looking at the adorable little girl, Countess Ayers couldn't help but feel a little apologetic. "I would like to extend my greetings to your cousins as well. Unfortunately, they are currently at the academy." But Vivi, understanding, wasn't upset at all. "I'll see them another time. Thank you all for such a warm welcome. I wish you all the best in various ways next month." Count Ayers gestured towards the dining room and said with a warm smile, "We're your family, so don't feel pressured. Come in and rest. Let's talk more at dinner. I hope you enjoy your stay and make some wonderful memories." Having finished arranging Vivi's meager luggage, Dahlia respectfully said, "That's all for arranging your luggage. Now, allow me to formally greet you, Mississippi. I am Dahlia, the maid of Maple House." Vivi politely smiled and introduced herself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Vivi." Then she asked, "Will you be taking care of me? Not the other maids?" Dahlia nodded. "Yes, the master assigned me to you." Looking around the large room, Vivi curiously asked, "By the way, where's Eliza?" Bringing a hand urchin in thought, Dahlia hummed softly, "She'll be here in a little while. To commemorate her return home, I've prepared a separate place for her to stay with her family." Vivi asked kindly, "Really? Could you tell me a little about her?" Dahlia readily replied, "Yes." And so Vivi began to ask, "How long have you worked here, Dahlia?" Dahlia chuckled, Perhaps 40 years or more. I've been the madam's personal maid since she was 6 years old." Hearing this, Vivi said excitedly, "So you've been by her side and watched my mother grow up?" Dahlia nodded, "Yes. You can see the picture over there." Vivi immediately turned to look. Dahlia added, "Actually, this room was also used by Lady Sienna when she was young." Vivi, touched, said with a slight tremble in her voice, "My mother looked like this when she was little." Noticing something on Vivi's hand, Dahlia spoke up, albeit a little impolitely. "Forgive my forwardness, miss, but I'm curious about the ring you're wearing." Looking down at the simple band on her ring finger, Vivi cheerfully replied, "Oh, this? It was passed down from my mother." Dahlia gasped, "Oh my," and tears welled up in her eyes. In her gaze, Vivi could almost see the image of Sienna as a child, standing beside her. Covering her mouth with her hands, Dahlia sniffled back tears. "Miss, you truly resemble Lady Sienna." Composing herself, she apologized. "I'm so sorry for this display." Vivi shook her head gently. "It's all right. I know I look a lot like her." Dahlia then asked, "Now then, miss, you must be tired from your journey. Would you like to bathe first?" Vivi politely answered, "Yes, please. I like to freshen up." She had indeed traveled a long way, and the lingering sweat and grime were uncomfortable. Dahlia bowed respectfully. "Yes, Mississippi, allow me to show you the way." As she followed Dahlia, Vivi's thoughts drifted to her mother. "It's interesting hearing about my mother while going to take a bath. I guess she was more mischievous than I thought. Everyone at the ducal residence avoids talking about her because they're worried about me. But the older I get, the more I want to know about her." Dahlia, tying Vivi's hair back and helping her into a pretty dress, smiled indulgently. "Did you enjoy your bath, miss?" Vivi, feeling refreshed, hummed in agreement. Dahlia seemed to want Vivi to explore, prompting her gently, "There's still a little time before dinner." Vivi nodded, thinking, "That's right. It's still brighter outside than I thought." Then, a sudden thought sparked in her mind, a mischievous glint appearing in her bright eyes. A cheerful expression bloomed on her sweet face as she blinked and asked Dahlia, "Could I explore the mansion?" Of course, Dahlia couldn't refuse. It was one of her hopes as well. Smiling, she agreed. "Certainly, Mississippi." As they walked, Dahlia pointed out various parts of the mansion. "This mansion is called Maple House. True to its name, the autumn foliage here is quite beautiful. If you go straight down this path, Lady Sienna often..." Vivi, eager to hear more, responded, "Yes." Dahlia continued, "And just beyond the annex, there's a training hall used by the knights." Vivi's ears perked up. "What? A training room?" Because of her father's overprotectiveness, she hadn't been allowed inside the training hall at the ducal residence. She recalled his dire warnings. Swords can fly from any direction. Now, presented with the opportunity, she was determined to seize it. "Could I take a look?" Dahlia smiled warmly. Of course, Mississippi. Though thrilled and excited, a hint of wistful longing flickered in Vivi's eyes. "Maybe I'll even see a cool knight honing their skills," she mused. Dahlia opened the door for Vivi, gesturing inside. "Here you are, Mississippi. Vivi gasped. Wow, so many weapons. The only difference was that it was quieter than she expected. As Vivi rounded the weapon racks and stepped into the training area, she stopped dead in her tracks, because right in front of her was a young man diligently practicing sword fighting. Seeing this, Vivi guessed, is he a knight trainee? Seemingly unaware of someone entering the room, the masked boy continued to swing his sword. Then he slashed powerfully at the air. Next, he knelt on one knee and sheathed his sword. Vivi's cheeks flushed involuntarily, and she blinked curiously, asking, Miss Dahlia, could that be? Who is that? Looking at the masked boy still kneeling on one knee on the floor, Dahlia replied, Ah, that's the boy the Lord is supporting. No one knows his name. Hearing this, Vivi couldn't help but feel surprised. She murmured, repeating, Ah, no one knows his name. Just then, Lamb suddenly appeared. In his mind, the whispers of the two earth and water spirits, Terra and Elime, were echoing that that kid's serious. Everyone shared the same opinion. Even Lamb himself agreed, adding his own comment. All the spirit kings can sense the protective energy from that boy. Vivi was so astonished that she covered her mouth with her hand and thought, what? Really? If so, that meant he could use all the powerful spirits, right? Usually, no matter how many, it would be two attributes. At this moment, the masked boy suddenly turned his head and looked towards Vivi and Dahlia. The moment Vivi's sparkling, captivating emerald green eyes met the equally captivating amber eyes of the masked boy, they stared at each other, oblivious to everything around them. After Dahlia called out, Vivi finally snapped out of it. Hearing Dahlia's reminder, you're staring, she stammered, wanting to explain, that's... But it seemed like she couldn't. Dahlia tactfully suggested, I think it's time. How about going alone? Great, will you go to dinner now? Then she gently took Vivi's small hand and led her away. Vivi couldn't concentrate as she was struggling with the confused thumping of her heart. Strange, just making eye contact made my body freeze. Why am I like this? Standing silently in one place, watching the two figures, one large and one small, gradually walk away. The masked boy reached up and pulled down the cloth covering his mouth, revealing a knowing smile, as if he understood something. Dahlia and Vivi walked side by side along the long corridor. Notably, Vivi was holding a box, and inside it was a jade bracelet that looked extremely precious. Through Lamb, Elime asked, are you going to return the spirit's protection? Vivi, slightly surprised, softly called out, oh, Elime. Then she smiled brightly and replied, yes, I've always wanted to return it when I got here. Now frequently. Elime crossed his arms, his expression nonchalant as he said, well, feel free to tell me when you need help. As if remembering something, Elime immediately asked, by the way, do you remember the promise you made to me 3 years ago? Of course, Vivi couldn't forget such an important matter. She nodded and replied, ah, yes, of course I remember. Did you say this in exchange for finding the village's water source? Elime replied, that's right. Now, in return, I want to ask you something. Sitting before a table full of delicious and appealing dishes, Vivi couldn't hide her excitement as she covered her mouth and exclaimed, wow, there's so much delicious food. Vivi also realized there were quite a few dishes she liked. So, she asked, but there seemed to be a lot of familiar dishes. Countess Ayers smiled and replied, I asked the Duke what you like to eat. Vivier blinked her bright eyes and gratefully said, really? Thank you. Meeting you in person is better than I thought. I thought you were a good person, completely different from the Baroness in Dallow. Thinking of that scary Baroness, Vivier couldn't help but shudder. Vivier smiled brightly and said, Aunt, you can call me Vivi. Countess Ayers asked a little hesitantly, oh my, is that all right? Vivier smiled and replied with a yes. Clearing his throat, Count Ayers said, what a warm atmosphere. I apologize for interrupting, but didn't you say you would find someone to be Vivi's chaperone? Countess Ayers nodded and replied with a smile, yes, I was going to talk to Vivi about that. Listening to them discuss it, Vivier just smiled to herself, thinking, it's about the chaperone. A chaperone is a guide for underage children in noble families. It's usually assigned to guardians within the social circle. Aunt mentioned in her letter that she would invite 3 candidates sooner or later. Glancing at Vivier, who was eating heartily, Countess Ayers winked at her and said with a smile, however, not today. The first meal here should be a relaxing one. Right? Count Ayers also expressed his agreement by laughing. Ha ha, right? You're absolutely right. This made Vivier's expression brighten. She wondered, how can I have such warm and friendly relatives? Looking down at the jewelry box containing the precious necklace, she softly said, "Oh, and I have this for you too." Upon seeing it, Count Ayers's eyes changed slightly, and his voice became hesitant. "This," Vivier continued, "this is the spirit's protection that you lent me 3 years ago. I'm returning it to you." She then handed the box to Count Ayers. For some reason, Count Ayers looked so tense that he was sweating. He said cautiously, "We could have more." However, Vivier shook her head and interrupted him, saying, "It's all right. I have to return it someday. Thank you for making such a difficult decision for me. I always wanted to thank you. I was able to be safe thanks to you too." Her sincerity and maturity beyond her years made Countess Ayers feel sad and self-reproachful. "Oh my, Vivier, what are you saying?" She pursed her lips, her hands on the table clenching tightly. Understanding his wife's meaning, Count Ayers continued, "Are your relatives, but we couldn't take good care of you. They're truly husband and wife. Their gestures are exactly the same." Vivier thought helplessly, "Oh, I didn't mean to make the atmosphere like this." Taking out her handkerchief, Countess Ayers said, "I've always been like this." Then, dabbing her tears, she continued hoarsely, "Actually, I would have tried to accept it even if you hated us." Completely unprepared for Countess Ayers to cry, Vivier awkwardly comforted her, saying, "Please don't worry anymore. Everything's all right now. It's no one's fault." Stroking his chin, Count Ayers mused, "Even though it must have been the hardest thing for you, you really have grown up with such a mature attitude." Vivier smiled and replied, "Oh no, and thank you for preparing the meal. All right, let's eat before the food gets cold." Throughout the meal, filled with rare laughter and warmth for a family like theirs, Vivier felt deeply moved and thought, it was a bit awkward at first, but the more we talked, the more enjoyable it became. It's a shame I couldn't visit sooner. Noticing someone offering a plate of fresh, juicy fruit, Vivier turned to see that it was Eliza. Surprised, she said, "Eliza, you're back." Eliza smiled and replied, "I apologize for the delay." Seeing 2 orange slices, a strawberry, and 3 raspberries on the fruit plate, all her favorites, Vivier couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Wow, these fruits, they look delicious." Glancing at Dahlia, Eliza said, "I heard Miss likes sweets, so Dahlia prepared them." Vivier praised, "Thank you, everyone. You're so thoughtful." After eating a piece of fruit, she continued, "By the way, I have something to tell you both. Actually, I'm planning to give Eliza a 2-week vacation starting tomorrow." Although it concerned her directly, Eliza hadn't known about Vivier's plan, so she asked in surprise, "What? A vacation?" Suddenly, having intended to surprise her, Vivier was quite pleased with Eliza's bewildered expression and replied with a curved smile, "I'm glad you'll be able to see the people back home and get some good rest after such a long time." Although eager to see her family as a devoted nanny, Eliza still chose to flatly refuse. "I'm very grateful, but I still have to take care of you. Besides, the social gathering is coming up soon." Vivier smiled and replied, "That will be all right because I have Dahlia, right?" Receiving the cue from the young lady, Dahlia pushed up her glasses and chuckled softly, "Yes, no problem." Then she went over to Eliza, gently took her arm, and continued, "If you say so, I'll discuss it with Eliza first." Seeing everything going smoothly according to plan, Vivier became even more determined, thinking, "Now, the preparations are complete." Then she silently called for Elim. At this time, Elim was still in Lamb's body. He asked, "Did you call for me?" Vivier replied, "As I said, I think we should start tonight." Without much further ado or questions, Elim nodded in agreement. "Good idea. When night falls, follow my guidance." That night, Vivier followed Elim's guidance. Walking alongside him, she happily thought to herself, "Elim asked me to build a house. It seems like a good vacation since Eliza keeps a constant eye on me. Thanks to the nights, I can sneak out easily." Thanks to Elim's magic, Vivier could fly in the air. The two of them, one big and one small, flew across the dense forest until Elim announced, "We're here." Vivier looked down. Indeed, right before her eyes was the rather crudely built wooden house. Guided by Elim, Vivier landed steadily on both feet. As she strode towards the wooden house, she thought to herself, "I thought he asked me to build a temporary wooden house. Whose house is this? The lights are off, and it looks so dilapidated. I don't think anyone lives here. I'll take a look around." Although this unexpected location made Vivier feel anxious and scared, she decided to investigate on her own to find answers. Even though she was careful with each step as she approached the wooden house, She couldn't avoid snapping a twig on the ground. This unintentional act startled her, causing her to crouch down and cover her mouth with both hands. Unfortunately, her cry reached the ears of a mysterious person. The person asked, "Who are you?" Thinking, someone lives here. Vivier was surprised to see a young girl pushing open the dilapidated door of the wooden house. Noticing the girl hesitantly peeking from behind the door, looking unusually timid and frightened, Vivier frowned and wondered. Thinking the girl's behavior stemmed from fear of a stranger like herself, Vivier stood up, extended her hand towards the girl, and greeted her with a friendly smile. "Oh, hello. If you live here." But before she could finish her sentence, the unfamiliar girl cried out in alarm, "Don't come here." Vivier's outstretched hand froze in midair. I was so scared. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing pathetically tattered shoes suddenly appeared. He walked towards her with heavy, thudding steps, angrily yelling, "Who's out there?" Not only that, but he also brandished a sharp sickle, pointing it aggressively at Vivier, his face pale as he growled, "What are you doing to my granddaughter?" From inside the wooden house, a voice shouted, "Are you here to catch us? You bastards!" A middle-aged man holding a sickle walked out, angrily yelling, "You've got some nerve." Vivier panicked and explained, "It seems you've misunderstood. I'm just lost." He snapped at her, "But how could you end up here?" Suddenly, his face paled, and he cried out. The sickle fell from his hand. Along with a pool of blood, he coughed up. Vivier watched in horror. The brown-haired girl, hearing the sound, ran over fearfully. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Seeing her grandfather coughing up blood continuously, the girl rushed to his side and exclaimed, "Oh no, Grandpa." The man sadly apologized to Vivier. "I'm sorry for the misunderstanding." He sincerely told her, "You must be surprised. I have a chronic illness, huh?" The girl, with tears in her eyes, asked, "Grandpa, are you okay?" He quickly reassured her, I'm fine, don't worry." He turned back to Vivier and asked, "But from the looks of you." He looked at her and said, "Are you a mage?" Vivier was surprised. "Excuse me." She replied, flustered, "No, yes." Vivier thought to herself, "With the help of the spirits, should I say so?" Vivier observed and said, right looking closely. She looked at the old man and his granddaughter, lost in thought. The spirits around them were water spirits. The water spirit nymphs had responded as well. The man spoke up, "By the way, how did you get here? There must be a lot of monsters around." Vivier scratched her head, flustered. "Monsters? I guess I was just lucky not to run into any." She thought to herself, if there are that many monsters wandering around, it seems like he put up a barrier around the house. Otherwise, it probably would have collapsed. Vivier went inside the house. Looking at the dilapidated, desolate state of the house, she thought worriedly, this house is in a state where it needs to be rebuilt, so it won't be able to keep out the monsters. She spoke to the man, "Actually, I do construction work." He looked surprised. "Construction?" Vivier quickly replied, "Yes, so I can't just ignore this place. You said there are a lot of monsters here, and it's very dangerous." She spoke honestly. "It's quite a coincidence that we met like this. I want to build a new house. Would that be all right with you? It'll be built quickly, and it won't cost you anything." Vivier added, "I think it will be beneficial for you too, but are you interested?" The man responded awkwardly, "Well, I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart, but we're fine." Vivier looked surprised. Why? He honestly shared with her, "We don't intend to get involved with outsiders." She thought, bewildered, refused. He doesn't understand why. Maybe it's okay like this. I made a promise to Eliam. When morning came, Vivier sat silently on a chair. She muttered, "It's not easy to keep my promise to Eliam." Vivier ruffled her hair in frustration, exclaiming, "My head is about to explode with all these persuasive thoughts. What should I do?" Her stomach began to rumble with hunger. Vivier gently rubbed it. "I've been up all day and night, and now I've reached my limit." Vivier remembered the moment she saw the servant holding a plate of cookies. She thought to herself, "Oh, right." Holding the box of cookies in her hand, she said cheerfully, "I need to eat a little something before I go change." Vivier ate the cookie in her hand with relish. She exclaimed excitedly in her mind, "Spiced almond cookies and crispy chocolate almond cookies. Oh my, is this the taste?" After eating for a while, she suddenly remembered, "I've almost eaten them all." Vivier turned her head towards the door with a start, thinking, it must be the servant. Did someone hear me eating so loudly? She slowly opened the door. Seeing a soldier standing solemnly at the door, she was surprised. He's not a servant. The soldier presented a letter to Vivier. "A letter has arrived from Mississippi." She responded hesitantly, "For me? Who is it from?" The letter read, Urgent, Patrick Novus. Dear Miss, since you dislike long-windedness, I'll keep it brief. The letter mentioned the robbers she had sent earlier. Firstly, the robbers you sent are working very diligently. The butler rejoiced. That's great. Are there any problems? The letter continued, then went on to news about the sofa we sold. Vivier wondered, the sofa? Why? It read, a customer who recently purchased sofa fabric said that when he boiled the upholstery, it shrunk. She was surprised, really? Vivier cheerfully continued reading. It seemed the natural characteristic of goblin leather was to shrink when boiled in water. As a result, the durability improved and the water resistance remained. She thought to herself, the more I learn, the more mysterious the goblin world becomes. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Vivier called out, oh, come in. She thought, it must be the maid this time. The maid came in and said, Miss, Madam is waiting for you. Vivier replied, I know. She went to the fireplace and casually tossed the letter into the flames. Instantly, the letter was consumed by the fire, leaving only ashes. In the mansion's hall, Countess Irit's wife greeted her. There you are, Vivi. Vivier cheerfully ran over. Thank you for inviting me to such a wonderful place. Auntie, her aunt responded with a gentle smile. Oh my, aren't you eloquent? Countess Irit's wife said to her, now that you're all grown up, you'll certainly need a chaperone. She asked her, have you given any thought to who you'd like? Vivier pondered for a moment and then said, the people you mentioned in the letter last time. She continued, Countess Kachina, Countess Martin, and Sir Valletta are the ones I've been considering. Her aunt replied, yes, they're all potential candidates. It will be better for you to provide some information beforehand. Countess Irit's wife suggested they dine together. For now, we're hungry, so let's discuss this over a meal. Vivier froze in panic, having just finished a whole box of cookies and now facing another meal. She calmly and skillfully sipped her tea. Vivier remarked, this tea is delicious. What's it called? Her aunt replied, a few months ago, Rivera was very popular in the capital. She asked in surprise, Rivera? Countess Irit's wife explained, one of the three candidates, Countess Martin, is famous for making it popular. Vivier replied, but it tastes a bit different from the one I know. Her aunt was surprised. Oh, have you had it before? She smiled sweetly and replied yes. Then thought to herself, 100 years ago. Her aunt said, the taste varies slightly depending on how the tea leaves are dried. This is made from damp tea leaves. Vivier was taken aback. It hasn't been fully dried? Countess Irit's wife looked up and replied, that's right. Is something wrong, dear? She quickly responded, no. She pondered, thinking, I heard that if you drink Rivera tea leaves without drying them, there will be problems with your body. It's been 100 years, so I can't remember what the problem was. She thought, wait, if this tea is currently popular, does that mean many people in the capital are in danger? Many questions were swirling in her mind. Why would Lady Martin make such a dangerous tea popular? Vivier turned to her aunt and asked, also, about the candidates. Could you tell me more? Rivera tea. Damp tea leaves, not just because they aren't dried, but also, it's not even the kind of carriage that would appear on the dining tables of nobles. Vivier held her teacup and thought, but this is popular among the nobility. Besides, why wouldn't Lady Martin use dried tea leaves? There's something strange about this. She asked, the story you mentioned about the chaperone candidates. Could you tell me about it? Lady Iris replied, of course, Vivi. You must have heard the rumors. Countess Kachina comes from a noble and respected family. However, she's known for her sharpness because she has very strict standards for herself and others. So, I wouldn't recommend her as a chaperone. But aside from being a chaperone, it would be good to establish a relationship with her. Vivi replied, I understand. I'll try to make a good impression at the meeting. The reason Vadrick nominated Countess Kachina is because she's very knowledgeable. In aristocratic circles, the social sphere is the political foundation. It's not a good place for rumors to spread. Currently, Countess Kachina is the one who holds. She continued, Lady Silopia was given the title even though she's a woman, someone who was supposed to become a knight. You must have heard about her being called Sir Valletta. But then, things got more complicated. They're in the process of getting a divorce. And the reason is Sir Valletta continuously abused Lord Silopia. But the woman we know isn't like that. She clenched her hand. We didn't know her husband was like that. Right, the Silopia family has a lot of problems. I've heard that too. The female side of the Silopia family is very powerful. Even his wife is incredibly arrogant. It's admirable that Sir Valletta overcame those female limitations and achieved such accomplishments. So, the remaining candidate is Lady Martin, who was nominated by my sister. Lady Irith continued. Lady Martin is very suitable because she's sociable and well-connected. Actually, Lady Martin, she doesn't like children very much. She's indifferent to them. Some say she doesn't have any children. Vivia asked in surprise, what? She offered to be a chaperone, but doesn't like children. Someone asked her, miss, would you like to look at the back? Vivia turned around excitedly like this. The person complimented, the color suits you too. This is Lady Martell's tailor. Lady Martell, who understands? After all, since it's a famous tailor shop in the capital, it's completely different. It's like a personal color specifically described on some planet. The door opened, accompanied by the tailor's voice. That's enough. She'll definitely love the finished dress. Vivia slumped out of the room, groaning, this is so difficult. I've been scolded all day about choosing an outfit. She closed her eyes and put a hand to her forehead, sighing that my head already hurts enough from Eliam's requests, and now even choosing a chaperone. I'm also worried about paying Rivera back. I have to visit the herbalist soon. Vivia, as if realizing something, glanced to the side. She was startled to see an unconscious boy lying there. Looking closer, isn't that the kid I saw last time? Why is he lying there so awkwardly? Vivia looked at Sitchner lying there thoughtfully. He doesn't seem dead. Or is he playing dead? She stepped closer and asked, hey, are you okay? He opened his eyes, but didn't say anything. Immediately afterward, he closed his eyes again as if nothing had happened. Vivia looked down at him, and no answer. Is it okay that I saw him blink? She offered her hand, saying, if you can't get up, take my hand. Sitchner immediately placed his hand in hers, leaving Vivia speechless. Their hands touching made her think his hand, it's so cold. His hand, so cold, but somehow familiar. He said to her, I found you. Vivia, still confused, replied, He just stared at her without continuing, making her uneasy. What's going on? Why is he staring at me like that? And just saying one sentence like that? Vivia decided to speak first. Oh, hello, I'm Vivia. What's your name? Sitchner replied. You know my name? Startling her. You gave me that name, remember? Vivia still seemed clueless, thinking he's not quite right in the head. Brushing it aside, she urged, hey, let's get you up first. As they walked and talked, Vivia asked, why are you still wearing that cloak? He replied, just because. Don't you find it bothersome? I don't mind being like this all the time. Vivia gave a strained laugh. Right? As long as you're comfortable. Why are you here? I'm wondering how my great uncle is sponsoring you. She had to turn away, adding, oh, and also, inwardly, she felt embarrassed. I'm at a loss for words. The person beside her remained silent. Sitchner asked her, you're wondering? She stammered, curious? Well, Vivia suddenly realized, wait a minute, this boy, the last time I saw him, his swordsmanship seemed excellent, despite his young age. He seems to have all the qualities of a spirit knight. Yes, if we get to know each other better, we could recruit another talented individual. Vivia thought excitedly, great, I'll ask him everything. She began, yes, I'm very curious. So tell me something. A loud noise echoed through the mansion. A servant who was about to close a window suddenly stopped. Andante didn't say anything, but his expression soured. He was silently uneasy. Was this unpleasant feeling? The servants he glared at trembled, praying silently, Miss, please come back soon. Someone arrived and handed Andante a letter. Oh, and I apologize for interrupting your work, sir. He asked, what is it? The person replied, it's a letter from Miss Vivia from Countess Iritz. Hearing this, he snatched the letter. Andante looked at the letter and smiled. Her painting skills are improving day by day. Father, the most perfect person in Ypres, the letter read. I just arrived at the Countess's yesterday, so I'm only now able to write. I think I'll choose a lady to be my chaperone soon. And after Aunt's first lesson, which has concluded, we've decided to take a short trip to the academy on the Atlantic continent. Andante said shakily, my daughter. His face darkened. Such a dangerous place. He slammed his hand on the command table. Everyone, listen up. We must clear the path from Countess Iritz to the Empire. The servants were bewildered. Yes, sir. What are you talking about all of a sudden? I can't help but be wary, having heard reports of scoundrels appearing these past few days. I can't let those despicable wretches get in my daughter's way again. Andante roared his command. Prepare to depart immediately. Vivier looked at Sitcher somewhat awkwardly, then heard him ask, I want to know why. She raised both hands in denial, stammering, are you curious about it? Suddenly Vivier brightened. She furrowed her brow, thinking to herself, wait a minute. The last time I saw him, I remember his swordsmanship was excellent. Even though he's young, he has the potential to become a holy knight. Vivier unconsciously turned away, rubbing her slightly damp hands in contemplation under Cicher's questioning gaze. That's right. If we become good friends, I can recruit him. Finally, she encouraged herself. Good. I'll do my best. Having finished her thoughts, Vivier turned back to Cicher, clasping her hands together, and replied enthusiastically, well, I am curious, so tell me everything. He remained silent, his golden pupils gleaming, his eyelids slightly lowered as he stared intently at Vivier. After a moment, he slowly replied, I wake up at 7 o'clock every morning, and I go to sleep at 10 o'clock at night. Vivier, hearing this, praised him. So smart. The two walked as Cicher continued, and I usually spend my time in the courtyard. Vivier listened attentively, thinking to herself, excellent. Hearing this, she stopped, turning to look at him with an admiring expression as, oh, you practice with swords and things, right? Right? Seeing Cicher turn and silently look at her, she encouraged him in her mind. That's right. Say you want to be a knight. She remembered Vadric's glittering style and affirmed in her head his hair would suit Vadric. Recalling the image of Cicher wielding a sharp sword, Vivier further assessed. As for his body, that's up to him. If the recruitment is successful, it'll be perfect. His expression and gaze gradually became wary. Being stared at so intently, Vivier felt a pang of guilt and turned away. Why isn't he saying anything? Am I being too bothersome? But in the end, she turned back to him and continued, do you have any goals? Like, Vivier thought to herself, knowing his purpose will make it easier to approach him. She smiled, her eyes crinkling, and in a gentle voice, uttered 4 words, world domination. Cicher calmly looked at her and asked, do you want to do that? Vivier flinched. Huh? What? Inwardly, she panicked. He's joking, right? But why am I reacting so seriously? This is so embarrassing. She dejectedly turned away and, oh, of course not. I mean, wouldn't it be great if it were like that? Who doesn't want to rule the world? Cicher continued to stare at her, but said nothing. A silence fell between them. Vivier could only laugh nervously. Confused, she wondered, what is this? Did I say something wrong? Glancing at him, she met his gaze again. Maybe it would be better to just ask him directly if he wants to be a knight. Looking at the large door in front of her, Vivier declared, here we are. She thought to herself, we're at my room, so I'll ask him next time. Vivier turned, clasped her hands behind her back, and said to him with a cheerful smile, well, I'll be going now. Cicher, seeing her open the door, asked, is this your room? Vivier smiled, her eyes crinkling, and waved. Yep, see you next time. Just as she was about to enter her room, she turned back, hearing him hesitantly ask, when is next time? Turning back, she saw Cicher looking downcast as he asked, so when will we meet again? Vivier cheerfully replied, soon. I'll come find you. His eyes brightened, but he still didn't look directly at her, simply replying quietly, all right. Vivier was traveling to another village with her attendants. Her aunt's gathering would take place tomorrow, and before that, she wanted to send a letter to the blacksmith, Erickson, so she decided to visit the village. The doorbell chimed, and a voice from inside called out a greeting. Hello. Vivier entered the shop, looking around for her attendant, Sir Oct, who was running errands while she investigated the nobility. She glanced around, searching and thinking under the shopkeeper's unenthusiastic gaze that it won't do to just look without buying anything, so I need to buy something. Suddenly, Vivier's eyes widened, as if she had found something. That I've got it. She picked up a small wooden box and placed it on the counter with a clack. Sir, Vivier called out. She cheerfully opened the box and smiled at him. I'll take this. Inside was a ginseng root that looked exactly like a pickled white radish. She thought to herself, this will do. The shopkeeper closed the lid, muttering, so she's been eyeing them. This is an extremely valuable medicinal herb, used to restore health even to those on the brink of death, but it's quite expensive. Is it all right? She replied immediately, yes, I'll take it. Also, may I ask something? The shopkeeper twitched his lips, trying to maintain a smile. Go ahead. Vivier quickly responded, I wanted to ask about nobility leaves. He hummed softly. You must be curious about nobility, since it's been quite the talk lately. Vivier replied excitedly, yes, I wanted to know if it could be drunk with undried tea leaves. The shopkeeper rubbed his chin thoughtfully, repeating her words, drink it with undried leaves? Then he suddenly asked Vivier, is anyone close to you expecting a child? She furrowed her brows in confusion and, oh, no one. The shopkeeper's sleepy eyes looked directly at her as he said, well, that's all right then, because in the old days, Women drank Nabella tea to prevent pregnancy. Vivier felt as if struck by lightning, the bad feeling in her gut becoming clear. The train of thought in her mind snapped. She thought, does Duke Macta know about this? The matter of inheritance is very sensitive among the nobility. I don't think there's any reason to harm someone just because they dislike children. Seeing her lost in thought, the shopkeeper asked another question to bring her back. By the way, young lady, do you want to know which noble made it famous? Vivier replied without hesitation, yes, I do. He raised a finger and began. It's a secret I heard from an acquaintance. Vivier leaned forward expectantly, gripping the edge of the counter. Really? Tell me. The items in the room, both flowers and vases, glowed brightly in the morning sunlight, but the shopkeeper was the opposite. He put on a grave expression and said, it's truly unpleasant. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps and an urgent voice came from outside. Help. A red-haired girl ran in, pleading, please help me. Hearing this, Vivier turned and looked towards the door, wondering what's going on. When she opened the door, she saw the red-haired girl standing right outside, gasping for breath. She bent over, hands on her knees, panting heavily. Huff, huff. A moment later, she looked up, and Vivier realized with a start that it was the same girl from before. The red-haired girl, still catching her breath, said, Huff, please, help me. My grandfather is sick. Vivier frowned with worry, her hand rising to cover her mouth. The shopkeeper suddenly rushed out, shouting, Hey, you can't make a commotion here. He pointed at her angrily and scolded. You're disrupting our business. Disrupting it. After scolding her, he asked, do you have any money? The red-haired girl clasped her hands together in a plea. I don't, but my family does, so please come with me. After pleading, she reached out to take his hand, sir. But the shopkeeper, upon hearing this, quickly pulled his hand back and said haughtily, What? You don't even have any money. He impatiently pushed her away, shooing her off. Go, go. Pushed by an adult. The red-haired girl only had time to cry out, hey. At the same time, Vivier shouted, reaching out her hand, careful. She managed to grab the red-haired girl's arm, preventing her from falling. The girl, still a bit shorter than Vivier, her eyes brimming with tears, hesitantly said, thank you. Vivier kindly asked, is your grandfather sick? The red-haired girl sadly replied, yes. After asking, Vivier reached into her bag and rummaged around. She took out the small ginseng root she had just bought and offered it to the red-haired girl. Here, take this. It's a precious herb. The girl took the ginseng, but hesitantly asked, I can really take this. Hearing this, Vivier encouraged her, of course, it's all right. Go on. The shopkeeper, standing nearby, interjected, no way. That's incredibly expensive. Suddenly, he noticed Vivier's disapproving look and helplessly said, fine, it's none of my business. Having said that, he slammed the door shut. Vivier watched him, annoyed, thinking seriously. A moment later, the red-haired girl looked at Vivier gratefully and said, thank you. I will definitely repay this kindness. Vivier waved her hand dismissively, smiling brightly. It's all right. You don't have to. It was nothing. But the girl insisted, no, I was taught that if I borrow something from someone, I have to pay it back. Without giving Vivier a chance to refuse, she ran off, waving goodbye to S.O. I'll see you at the village gate tomorrow afternoon. Vivier looked after her, repeating, the village gate? I have to go there. Suddenly, a loud voice called out from afar. Miss! A guard rushed towards her. Why apologies for being late, Mississippi. He frowned as soon as he arrived, saying, why are you outside? Vivier chuckled and said, you worry too much. No, nothing happened. Despite saying that, she still recounted, I helped a little girl whose grandfather is sick and couldn't afford medicine. The guard covered his mouth with his hand, exclaiming, you are so kind. But then he put his hands on his hips and lectured her in a patronizing tone. However, next time, please wait for me. When a child carries money, it's easy for unsavory characters to approach them. Vivier listened to him until her ears hurt, worry creeping in her mind. Is it really okay? He seemed quite ill. Suddenly, Vivier thought of the water spirit king. She silently called out, Analime, what does he have to do with those people? He seemed quite ill. Suddenly, Vivier thought of the water spirit king. She silently wondered, and Elim, what connection does he have with those people? At the banquet, a hurried voice echoed through the palace. I'm going to be late. The maid, brushing Vivier's hair, said, just a moment, miss, let me finish this. They are all done, Mississippi. Vivier, now wearing a lovely purple dress, obediently replied, yes. Dahlia and Aniza looked at Vivier admiringly. Just like Lady Sienna, absolutely perfect. Hearing this, Vivier thought wearily. It took 3.5 hours, though. Lamb stood before Vivier, clapping his hands as he spoke. The Spirit King has words of praise for this adorableness. Vivier smiled and replied, thank you, everyone. Suddenly, Vivier turned to Aniza and said, by the way, Aniza, you didn't have to come. It's your day off. Aniza replied, how could I not? It's your first banquet. Of course, I have to help. Seeing her resolve, Vivier said, well, thank you. Dahlia asked Vivier, so, shall we go to the young lady's house? Vivier cheerfully replied, yeah. And he said today's meeting is just like a book reading. The most widespread rumor there. Vivier stood up, one hand holding her skirt, the other placed before her chest. She tilted her head and asked Dahlia, is this enough? In her mind, she thought, if I make a mistake, the scandal will affect my entire family's honor. Vivier stamped her foot forward. Also, there will be many eyes on me today. I must make a good impression. In the reception and reading room, Countess Ayers' wife entered. Vivier called out loudly, Aunt. She turned her head towards the voice and said, Vivi. Countess Ayers' wife approached Vivier. Looking at her, she clapped her hands in praise. You look beautiful today. Vivier replied, you look beautiful too, Aunt. Countess Ayers' wife suddenly realized something and hurriedly said, oh, my mistake. You're a lady now. The guests will be arriving soon. Don't worry too much. It will be all right. Hearing the encouragement, Vivier smiled and replied, yes, Aunt. While bowing and greeting, Vivier thought, hosting a meeting, I can't greet everyone alone, but Aunt has made it wonderful since this is my first meeting. Vivier looked at Countess Ayers' wife and thought, Aunt even held a meeting to find a chaperone. I owe her a lot. The space inside was incredibly beautiful, surrounded by countless flowers of all colors. Vivier, now filled with anticipation, thought, Aunt told me to go in first, so I'll go in. Vivier looked at the seating arrangement, which was Martin, Kachina, and Islet, in that order, and couldn't help but click her tongue. She said to herself, such a blatant arrangement. Suddenly, she noticed the person standing next to her. The girl turned her head as she heard Vivier greet her. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lady Vivier of the Andante Dukedom. As she spoke, she held her skirt and curtsied. The girl in front of her curtsied in return and replied to Vivier's greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Mary Valletta. Valletta smiled and asked Vivier, I heard that this is your first meeting. Are you nervous? Vivier replied to Valletta's question, a little, but seeing you, Miss Valletta, makes me feel much more relieved. Valletta smiled and said, I'm glad I could help. Valletta looked a bit surprised at the person in front of her and spoke up, oh my, Duchess Martin. The Duchess replied to Valletta's greeting, Miss Valletta, is it? How have you been lately? This is... Seeing Duchess Martin ask about her, Vivier quickly introduced herself. I've been looking forward to meeting you, Duchess Martin. I am Lady Vivier of the Andante Dukedom. Duchess Martin also introduced herself. I am Eliza Martin. Perhaps because you've inherited the Duke's looks, you look lovely. Finally, the most senior person, Duchess Kachina, arrived and the serious reading began. The book read today was a fortunate day. The ladies and young misses took turns reading as many times as they wished. The main character of the story was a cart driver, Han, who usually couldn't even earn a single coin, but one strange day, he earned a lot. After that, he celebrated heartily and went to drink at an inn. He remembered his lonely wife at home. His frail wife had told him not to go to work that day, but he hadn't cared about her words at the time. Then, he bought his wife's favorite soup and went home. But waiting for Han at home was his wife's cold body. A fortunate day. In the end, Han cried in anguish, and that was the end of the story. Vivier held a teacup in her hand and thought frankly. This felt like Han's lucky day. At that moment, Valletta spoke. This is a novel that left a very deep impression. Duchess Martin said it made her think of the lives of farmers. Valletta continued. Vivier listened to the comments with boredom. Countess Kachina then asked, but did Han know his wife was about to die? Valletta replied, perhaps. Vivier remained silent, listening. Countess Kachina looked at Vivier and asked, what do you think, Miss Andante? Startled by Countess Kachina's question, Vivier stammered, She thought to herself, my aunt has prepared me thoroughly, so I have to do well. Thinking this, she replied, a lucky day. Han's life story is very impressive. Countess Kachina holding a fan that covered half her face, asked why. Vivier calmly explained, actually, it was his most unfortunate day because his wife died. The ironic nuance further emphasizes the contrast. Hearing Vivier's explanation, Countess Kachina was momentarily taken aback. Duchess Martin exclaimed, "Oh my." Valletta praised, "Miss, that's wonderful. I'm very impressed. This little lady is truly extraordinary." Praised, Vivier smiled shyly. She thought, the day I have to be grateful for the entrance exam has come. Suddenly, mocking voices rose from another table. Isn't she a bit too presumptuous? She's always like that. As usual, you're that arrogant little miss from the Andante family, aren't you? Seriously. Vivier thought with surprise. Those two, Baron Dylas's wife, and next to her, Baron Travis's wife. Those two families are vassals of Duke Wisconsin, so they're trying to put me down. Vivier clasped her hands. She breathed a small sigh of relief, thinking, remembering the peerage chart is really useful. I didn't want to, but Vadrick made me learn it. Duchess Martin spoke up. If you two are educated nobles, you should know what is worthy of criticism and what is worthy of praise. Duchess Martin turned back to Vivier and said with a smile, as I said, you did very well, Mississippi. Vivier politely replied, thank you, Duchess. Duchess Martin glanced at her and smiled gently. I'm only speaking the truth. After that, her aunt turned and told everyone to take a break to defuse the situation. Vivier watched Duchess Martin's retreating figure and wondered, where is she going? At that moment, Lamb was hovering beside Vivier. She turned her head and said, excuse me, fine. Where is Duchess Martin going? Can you go see? Vivier thought, I guess I'll have to check myself. In the Rivera capital, at the Labo mansion, the Andante family's ducal residence, a voice rang out, darling, this is our chance. Inside a room, Baron and Baroness Odezo were talking. She said, that girl just left the castle. He hesitated, but your older brothers will completely ignore you. She snapped, so what? This is the only moment when all the servants are gone. He continued, the elders are supporting Ostone. She yelled, you never know how it will turn out, since you're close to Duke Whis. I thought I spent a lot of money to get this information. Fine, she said, turning sharply and walking away. Seeing this, he called after her, my lady. Hearing him call, she said, stay there. She turned her head and said with a dark expression, I'll take care of everything quickly. Martin stood before a mirror, looking at herself. She thought to herself, that little girl is amazing. I thought she was just an ordinary noble, but that composure isn't like a 6-year-old girl at all. If my child from 10 years ago were still alive, we might have been friends. Back then, I received the terrible news. We're so sorry, madam. I'm truly very sorry, but when you started bleeding, there was nothing we could do. When I was in deep distress over the miscarriage, my sister-in-law, Viscountess Sabella, consoled and comforted me. When I was pregnant, she also mentioned drinking a type of tea to stabilize her health and spirits after her husband passed away. Nebel was the tea she recommended to me. As a result, I lost my child. The person spreading the rumor that I miscarried because I hate children must be Viscountess Sabella. Martin, lost in thought, noticed the knock at the door. The rumor wasn't pleasant, but perhaps it was for the best. She opened the door and asked, what is it? The servant replied, you are Duchess Eliza. Martin, yes, I am. The servant then handed her a letter. Someone asked me to deliver this to you, madam. The servant bowed politely. Martin looked at the letter, a light envelope with no sender. It probably wasn't anything important. She opened the letter. The maid is gone, so I should probably read this now. Tea made from undried Nebel leaves has the effect of improving focus. Martin was astonished by the contents. What is this? The previous Duchess Martin, the one who gave birth to young Master Martin, also drank Nebel tea. If you find a physician who was dismissed from the mansion 10 years ago, you will learn the truth. Calm down. If this is true, it's the reason I still don't have child. Martin stared down, bewildered. So, why is it so popular? Someone said, please continue. Martin spoke to Countess Islet's wife. I suddenly feel unwell. She replied, oh my, please be careful on your way back. Vivier, lifting her teacup, looked at her and thought, judging by that reaction, she doesn't know the hidden effects of Nebel tea. So, what will Lady Martin do now? Valletta asked her from beside her. Would you like some orange juice? Vivier replied brightly, yes, please. I love all kinds of juice. Valletta smiled. So do I. Even at my age, I still can't drink tea. She asked again, you must have known me from before. When I called you earlier, you said Miss Valletta. Vivier replied, yes, indeed. I heard that the young master was awarded a title for defeating monsters on the battlefield. and I've heard about his wife as well. She thought, actually, I didn't think she was a chaperone candidate, so I think I was right. Vivier continued. He's also a very active social worker. Valletta, sitting opposite her, laughed. How embarrassing. She then said, oh, congratulations. It must be difficult being the center of attention at such a grown-up gathering. Vivier remained cheerful. It's all right. Valletta looked at her. Would it be all right if I invited you to my mansion, miss? Vivier covered her mouth in surprise. Yes, but inwardly, she was filled with confidence. Thank you for the invitation, madam. Valletta's gaze softened. I told Dahlia to go to bed early. Vivier was slightly surprised. Then she closed her eyes and smiled. Certainly, thank you for the invitation, madam. As night fell, Vivier was hovering in the air with Lamb. I told Dahlia to go to bed early so I could come here. She saw the person she was looking for. There she is. It was a young girl with brown hair. Vivier landed on the ground. The brown-haired girl turned around. Ah, you're here. Vivier asked, is your grandfather all right? She replied, yes, thank you. Here is the payment for the herbs. Vivier was startled. You don't need to pay. Vivier pondered, this can't be right. I need to convince them to build a house. I came here because of my promise to Alim. She suggested, so, instead of money, how about you help me with this? The girl asked help. Vivier said, yes, it's for you. The brown-haired girl still seemed confused. What are you talking about? Vivier explained, your grandfather is very kind, right? And he's getting worse. Hearing this, the girl's expression became hesitant. How? How do you know? Vivier replied, because you're both living in a dilapidated and damp house. My sister met you and your grandfather. She said the same thing at the pharmacy. The brown-haired girl repeated, sister. Then, as if remembering something, she said, no way. That spirit. Vivier knew she had realized that's right. She's a spirit and an architect. She said anyone would get sick living in an environment like that. So I really want to help you and your grandfather. The brown-haired girl lowered her head slightly. But my family has lived around here for 1,000 years. It's my duty to live here. Vivier clasped her hands. Then we'll just build a new one next door. Her face lit up with joy. And you'll need your own room soon, too. The brown-haired girl agreed that I understand. Vivier thought excitedly, great. However, the girl looked a little worried. But my grandfather might object. Vivier offered, let me talk to him about it. Okay. She waved goodbye. Why sister will come with the workers soon. The girl waved back. Okay. After the girl left, Vivier seriously called out Alim. Tell me. Alim's face appeared beside Lamb. The first day I heard about the Spirit King story, I kept asking questions out of curiosity. Vivier had once lain in bed under the covers and asked, so, every 100 years, the Spirit King has to become human and live in the royal family. Lamb flew beside her. All of them have to live for hundreds of years. She asked again, so who's been doing that recently? Alim replied that, I came 100 years ago. Vivier asked, really? Just like Alim had come to Inns 100 years ago. They had lived there for 100 years. She cheerfully asked Lamb, anything else? He replied, yes, there's a water dragon sleeping near the house. Alim introduced himself. I'm 100 years old, and I'm obligated to maintain the water source. For the fortress, she wondered, a water dragon? Oh, who are these people? He seemed sad and didn't say anything more. Seeing this, she also fell silent. Vivier asked many questions without getting any answers that I don't know anything. I only know a few trivial things. What the heck happened 100 years ago? At the same time, at Count Martin's place, a voice rang out, that's right. Viscountess Sabella said, how annoying. Next time, have the servants announce your arrival. No need. Count Martin glared at her that you're planning to leave this house with your son, aren't you? Feeling like she was about to be exposed, she made excuses. What? What are you talking about? Why would I? Martin interrupted Sabella, Nebel T. She frowned angrily. You know everything, don't you? As if struck in the heart, she froze, not knowing what to do next. Martin began to recall the past point 10 years ago, when Duchess Martin had a miscarriage. A private physician was dismissed. Shortly after, that physician died. She accidentally discovered the doctor's notebook. In his notes, there was a story about him giving the Duchess something for 50 years. Even the Duchess's prescription included Nebel tea. Martin was astonished by what she read. The letter had been right. Viscountess Sabella, you must have known your mother was drinking that tea. That's why you offered it to me. She's truly furious about what Sabella did. Standing up abruptly, hands clenched tight, that's the reason why I still haven't been able to conceive, and your son could become the heir. She evaded, stammering. What the hell are you talking about? Where's my brother? Her voice rushed. She was panicking. Viscountess Sabella, my husband entrusted this matter to me. Martin's eyes were full of anger. You can't, can you? Sabella tried to threaten Martin. If this gets out, you won't be safe either because I've spread the story of your miscarriage everywhere. Who will believe you? Martin remained cold, seemingly unconcerned by the threats. With just one sentence, Martin made Sabella's heart jump. I will send a letter informing the queen. She continued, each word like a spear piercing Sabella's fear. Furthermore, consider this self-confinement. I will not participate in any activities in the near future. The queen, the head, will authorize the letter. A final, decisive statement. You will soon be expelled from the Martin family. Sabella panicked. As she spoke, Martin clutched her dress to control her emotions, thinking of the opportunities Sabella had stolen from her. Tears welled up in her eyes. You should be grateful that everything is over. Lady Martin ordered the servants. Drag her away. Sabella, unwilling to accept her fate, yelled, "What? Let me go." Suddenly, she asked, "Eliza, did you call me?" She continued to curse, but Martin didn't bother to reply. Tears streamed down Martin's cheeks. You damn dog. How dare you throw me out like this?" Struggling with all her might, Sabella screamed, "Let me go." Meanwhile, Vivier was in a splendid room. Her aunt spoke first. "It's been 4 days, Vivi." Vivier obediently replied, "Yes, aunt. I heard you've been very busy lately. Are you all right?" "Yes. Thankfully, everything has been resolved." Sipping her tea, her aunt said leisurely, "You received a lot of praise at the reading session." Vivier shyly and humbly replied, "No, I didn't do much." Her aunt continued to praise her. "Also, many people want to invite you." Vivier, excited, said, "Yes, I receive an invitation." Irit put down her teacup. "So you must have read the letter from Duchess Martin." Vivier, slightly embarrassed, asked, "Yes, but I'm a little hesitant. Why did she only invite me?" She thought to herself, could it be that she knows I'm the one who sent the letter? Inwardly, she reassured herself, I shouldn't be discovered. I changed my handwriting and didn't even use my family name. Her aunt didn't know the reason for Martin's invitation, either did I don't know why either. "Vivi, is there anything you want to do?" Vivier smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her aunt. "I want to accept the invitation." She had already planned to meet someone. Meeting her directly would be better, but first, she needed to meet someone else. Count Irit's officer. She knocked, knock, knock. The knock echoed in the late night. Knock, knock. He opened the door, surprised to see Vivier. "Is dinner ready?" She raised her hand in a respectful greeting. "How are you doing, sir?" He stiffened in surprise, stammering, yes. "Actually, I'm surprised to see you here so suddenly." She explained, "It's because I'm in a hurry." Erickson politely invited her in. "All right, let's go inside and eat. I've prepared everything as you requested." She thought suspiciously, what the heck is an ondal? For some reason, I added an ondal to the house. The environment is damp, and just one fireplace doesn't seem warm enough, so I added an ondal to the new house. I gave Erickson the necessary information in the letter, but I decided to meet him in person because I thought he needed further explanation. He was amazed by this new knowledge. "That's amazing. How do you know these things?" "Thank you, ancestors." He eagerly asked her, "When can we start? When can I come to work?" "We'll discuss it tomorrow." She had something to consider. I need to do something first. In a dark house, the atmosphere was extremely somber. She thought to herself, Erickson will also be coming. I can't back down now. I have to convince him. Thinking this, she spoke clearly, Brander. Before she could finish, a voice interrupted her. "Absolutely not." She froze for a moment. She was taken aback by the blunt refusal. "I haven't even said anything yet. We don't know why you're trying to convince us. But it's impossible." She tried to reason with him, explaining earnestly, "No, Bonnie wasn't convinced by me. She's just afraid of losing her grandfather. If you continue to live here, your health will deteriorate." Even as he denied it, he coughed, clearly unwell. "Don't talk nonsense. My health isn't that bad." She gently asked, "Sir, have you heard of Tavis?" She slowly explained about the plant. Tavis is a type of tree that releases toxins when it sprouts. It thrives in cold and damp places, and it stops growing when exposed to fire. Looking around the house, toward the trees, she continued, "These are those trees. Your declining health is because of this plant." Vivier stepped closer to him, and with a final, seemingly casual remark that stunned him, she said, "You should also think about your granddaughter." Her gaze was firm as she looked at him. He wanted to avoid her eyes, looking down at the ground. Coughing, he said, "Do what you want." She rejoiced inwardly. "Great, he's given permission." She affirmed confidently, "Certainly, I'll definitely build a house where you can live healthily." "Thank you, sir." She returned home happily. Everything went smoothly. "I can finally rest tonight." After a tiring day, she easily fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, a stranger spoke. "Are you all familiar with this mission?" All of them, their faces covered, spoke to their subordinates. Tonight, under orders, we will kill Vivier on Dante. Thank you for watching today's video. Our story continues with many exciting developments ahead, so don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to support us and not miss the latest episodes. We wish you moments of relaxation and joy. See you in the next video. Thank you for watching.